Oh, sure.
Off?
Gamer subs.
Yourself.
I'm actually disabled.
Every time I fart, I smell shit.
What the f was that on her Twitter? What the f? Mod ban Mantis for 24 hours.
Looks pretty decent.
What the fuck are you eating, you fatty?
Oh,
Dirty boy.
R-U-N. Shut the f up.
Well, I think you should just fucking kill yourself, Hook Sniffer.
Yourself.
I'm gonna suck your James. What the actual sucky suck is?
What is that llama?
Can you please moan again,
I'm
please? Thank
spending
you.
it on.
Ohio Skibbity Riz.
Pussy tight, pussy clean, pussy fresh.
My soundboard. I need my soundboard.
Pussy tight,
Now.
pussy tight, pussy clean, pussy fresh. Pussy fresh.
One time saw a penis and I enjoyed it.
That is the most truest thing you've ever said.
Thank you. I'm gonna break.
Okay, what the fuck was that? Did you shit yourself?
I wanna see the very slaves that no one ever earned.
What the fuck was that?
What are you doing knockoff exactly?
Pussy!
Holy fuck, Stewie, I'm shitting.
I prefer not to watch streamers who shit their pants.
Gonna need a sensu for that one.
Sung Wong Chong Ching Wong Wong Jong Jing.
Shut up.
I've needed to pee for so long.
Then pee. Do it right now in my mouth.
Virus found. 10,000 porn videos found on user's computer. FBI will now investigate your computer. Virus found. Virus found. Monkey boy peasant, get up and clean my chimney so you can get her weekly ration of bread.
What the fuck? Who did that?
Curious.
Hey chat, you reckon I should just drink that entire thing and just end my life? Hit 1 for yes.
Aw, so cute. Aw, what a dumb piece of shit.
I'm jaking it.
Hey, how's your day today? Oh, oh, that was sick. That was awesome. Holy shit.
Just up the road from Clanby to push Wingers to get it from the
Is he racist? That's awesome.
You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're fucking dead. You're so dead.
It's so weird. Why do this?
I'm not gonna get first one. I love cock. Cock and badge.
Why, James? Why?
Oh, lovely.
What'd you fucking say?
I'm having a hard time getting it in.
It's fine. I mean, this is your first time, isn't it?
See your autism struggling every time that comes up.
Yeah, I hate it. It fucking sucks. It's fucking stupid.
Donkey Kong's vagina.
Racism.
He's Woolworths the fresh fruit autistic.
Okay, that was kind of funny. Hello, hello, buddy.
Hello, hey Curb. How are we, Curb? How you going, Curb? Oh, let's play some music. Let's play some music.
Haha. Yes, I am first. You all shall bow before my greatness.
Hey, good job. Good job for that. Thank you for that. I want to close around my neck, just so I have like a massive cord around me, I guess. Like that. Can't be okay? No, I like that better. How's the microphone? Microphone sounds good? How are we, boys? How you going? Hey, Curbs. What time's it for you right now, Curbs? You doing okay, Curbs? So, as you guys know, I'm doing a fundraising. And every time we get a spin wheel, we have to do exercising. And I'm not happy with that because I'm already sore from yesterday. That's not bad. 6 p.m. Oh, that's not bad. That's pretty good. Pretty good, man. If you do want to go, do let me know, and I will be okay with you going. So yes, please, please, please. So now again, we got 14 left on that. If you didn't miss out on the first part, by the way, Kirby, I'm gonna call you Kirby. I'm gonna call you Kirby, and I'll be uploading it onto my, I want to say, my theme. Yeah, man. If you're playing anything, I'm down to play with you. But it depends what the spin wheel says. I've got a bunch of spin wheel games that'll be randomized, and we'll see what you have. So before we do anything, I want to advertise, and I cannot say it's enough. If you want to donate to this whole thing, Mantis, hello Mantis. We've reached a total of $265 so far on Tangia. Hello Junkrat Silly. Guys, I can't order the maid outfit. I'm off by $45. I am so mad about it. You going to Comic-Con today, Mantis? That's good, Mantis. Hope you guys have a good time. Did you have a safe trip, by the way, down, Dom? By the way, everybody, Curbster257, they are probably the best tech guys I've ever had in my entire life. They're really good, really cool people, and they're very chilled. So please say hello. Junkrat Celia has been a long-time mod of mine, and she's been part of my whole community for a very long time. Very trustworthy. I do appreciate everything she does. So, Kirby, this is Zom, and this is Mantis. Junkrat Celia is Zom, basically. But hopefully we're having a good time today, everybody. Whoever is here, we are raising money. And yeah, Mantis, yeah. And so, honestly, we are having a great day today because we're going to be doing a bunch of exercising today. So I'm going to be starting this whole thing off right now, playing games until 2 p.m. and then Big Audio will be coming here to the stream and hanging out with us. Hello. And so tomorrow is going to be an IRL stream segment as well. So just remember the whole idea what's going to be is today's gaming, tomorrow's IRL. If we don't know what IRL is going to be tomorrow, I think half the day is going to be us going to a barbecue and having a barbecue together with my camera, tripod. We're going to be hanging out outside. That thing outside. The big ball of light's going to be outside. So, yes. Hope we're all having a great day so far, everybody. So, I reckon, should we do a spin wheel on the first exercise we got to do? That we got 14 left over. Or should we just spin wheel a game? What's up, Mantis? Yes. We'll be still doing it tomorrow, yeah. This song is actually so good. Have you guys heard this before? Alright, so what are we gonna do? What are we doing, chat? We're doing spin wheel for gaming first, or we're gonna go doing another one for the random spin wheel. By the way, I got salad, by the way. Got a bunch of salads in it. Has a lot of onions and shallots. I hate it. It sucks. I hate it so much. Have you guys even heard this song before? A good song, actually. Before we do anything though, I need to add some more lights up, so give me 1 second, sorry, chat. Give me 1 second. Oh god. Spin wheel? Oh wait, no, what do you mean? Are you okay? Are you alright? Kirby? Do you need help, Kirby? I understand why. Bro, that's so dumb. Oh my god. This sucks. That sucks. I don't know what to do with that. Is it the rock song? What do you mean by the rock song? Okay. Huge favor. Can you please tell me What is the best application widget to use on streaming that's playing a YouTube song that's currently playing? So it pops it right there or something like that. I would love to have that, please. It's called Spins, right? Oh, I don't know what it's called. Hang on. I'm not too sure. Yes, yeah, oh my god, you're right, yeah. Hang. It was Spins, yeah. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Because people want to know what songs are playing. I got nothing to show. So yeah, thank you.
Nice titties.
Are you serious?
Mind if I, you know.
Bruh. Okay. So sorry, Kirby, but I gotta do it. I need to redeem that, I swear. I need to redeem that. Is that okay on the floor? Should I add something? Or maybe? Some of me on the floor a lot. So, I think better like that. I don't know. I think Junkgrass would be amazing idea. So, so yeah. Alright, so we're gonna spin wheel. We're gonna do a spin wheel. I'll put the first pick a wheel. So 3, 2, 1, spin. Hopefully it's something we can actually work with here. So that was number 14. So now we got 13 more spins left. Oh, damn it, it's this one. Oh my god. Okay, well, let's just go for it, I guess. Bro, I'm so sorry, guys. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna charge my phone, by the way, too. By the way, I've been playing Pokemon on my DS. Yeah! Yeah, I got a DS. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm stalling at this point. I'm stalling. Alright, let's do it. Alright. Stretch my things out. Like better if I like that, maybe like that. A bit more lower like that, maybe. So this is gonna be called it's funky like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17. Oh. What? You're not planking. That is what it is. You plank, and you do that. That's what you do, right? There's a KFC ad playing. There's a KFC ad playing while this is playing. Your position's wrong? Your positions, you're wrong? How do you do it then, Junkgrass Silly? I've seen your build. It is so hard to tell if I can trust you or not because you are a twink. What do you recommend? Do we count that or do we just slide down? I think it's like a practice round. Yeah, thank you, Kirby. It made my sound quality better. Do it with your forearms. So like here. What? I'm sorry, what is forearms? What is forearms? Yeah, I don't know how it is. Can you see this? Does it look like I know how to do weight stuff? Look like I know how to do weight stuff. Does it look like it? Does it look like it? I know how to do weight stuff. I don't know how that works. Hello, Milky Yeast Boy. Hope you're doing well, bro. Okay, so I have to do it like this. I don't know what to do with that, bro. You gotta have your ass down? Oh, God. Hope you're doing well, Milky Yeast Boy. So... I can't. I got somebody to do it. Do it where you pointed. I pointed. Oh, okay, there. Okay. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh God. Jesus Christ. Thank you for that. Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. Hope you're doing well, East Boy. Do we do another spin wheel? Or do we play some games? I feel like we should play some games, I reckon. Shit. God, that was so tiring. Sure. Spin? Oh, just spin what? I said 2 different spins. What spin do you mean? Sorry, dude. Oh my God, bro. The first one? Okay, so it's going to get the spin wheels out of the way. So this one's going to be number 13 now, the spin wheel. Oh, goddamn. Okay. Keep shuffling, 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 shuffling. Can you guys hear the spin wheel, by the way, properly? Dude, lunges? What's a lunge? Do I have space around me for a lunge? Do I have space for a lunge? I don't have that, dude. I'm sorry to say. Hi, Face. Woke up and why are you shooting so early? But that's the whole idea, Amber. I'm doing it from this time all the way until 6. I do? Is this long enough cord? Oh! Alright, so spin well. Hope you're doing well, Amber. Alright, 3, 2, 1, spin. Burpees? What's a burpee? Alright, this is number 13. Jumping jacks! Dude, okay. Deep lunge. Deep lunge. Okay, I gotta do jumping jacks now. This is number 13 spin wheel. Up and down with push-ups? Dude, I am not physically enough to do that. I'm sorry to tell you guys. I don't think I can do that, sorry. Okay, okay. I'm gonna do jumping jacks now. I'm gonna try to do some jumping jacks. Alright. Alright, let's try and see how we go. Alright, 3, 2. I think it might be better if I do it over here maybe, just so a bit more space so you guys can see a bit better. Good push up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I need 2 more backs in it. I need 2 more backs in it. Oh god. Okay. Oh, that was 25 sets of that. Cool. I should probably move this over so it's a bit bigger for you guys to see. Yeah, it looks a bit better. Yeah, I like that better. So if you guys like what I'm doing here, if you want me to do more spin wheels, $10 towards the fundraising on renting, finding one hooker. I'm the hooker. That's the whole joke. Alright, let's do one more spin wheel. Hopefully something decent, hopefully. Hey, tired. I've been doing this last night, Amber, and I did a bunch yesterday. If you go onto the link in the donation bio, there's videos on me already doing like a bunch of them already yesterday. Because it raised already $265, and Worm is going to be adding some more to it very, very soon. And thanks to Fat Llama, she decided to add $100 to it. So now I have to buy a maid outfit. I'm having issues with it right now though, which sucks. Spin, spin, spin. I'll train you tomorrow, bro. Don't worry. But I forgot you changed your name, dude. Alright, 3, 2. Well, you're gonna be doing it with me anyway tomorrow anyway. Go. Okay. Alright, let's see what this one is gonna be. Okay, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? No.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
That is so goddamn loud. I'm sorry guys if that was loud or not. Was that okay? Yeah, but guys. What to say, 'cause I'm already eating my greens already. Yeah. Bruh, thank you, thank you. So this is a salad that has a bunch of shallots in it, a lot of onions in it, as well as like what other green shit is in here? That's pretty much what it looks like. It's like a bunch of stuff there. It smells awful. I hate salad. I hate like shallotted onions. It's awful. And this part here is like a bit of a foundation to my little brother. My little brother used to always tell me to eat my greens back in high school. Oh god, maybe. Oh god. I reckon 5. What the hell? What do you mean, dude? Yeah. Oh, fuck. The reason why I hate shallots is I've got a really bad gag reflex. I did it. It's raw onions. Thank you for the hydrate, Amber. I've already done it. No, I didn't. They're raw onions. Oh, God. So the reason why I hate shallots is shallots taste disgusting to me because they just are awful. And I have a bad gag reflex, and my fear is having something trapped at the back of my throat, and I gag. Buy a hot dog from the package from a store. If I had money, I would do it. Oh no, I just hate onions in general. I just hate onions. It's mainly the shallots that I'm not liking the most. Oh my god, just a wet cow with sauce, or a wet taco with sauce, or just sauce. Hello, Mantis. Hey chat, do we do a poll? Hey Zom, Zom, can you please give me a huge favor, or Mantis, can you please do a chat poll of that? The question should be, what would you rather? And then you add a wet cow with sauce, or wet taco with sauce, or just sauce. So there's the 3 options. I'll really appreciate that. Whoever is the mods who can do it, please, everybody. Whoever can do it. I'm doing awful. I think I'm not too sure who's doing it, but No, I'm just wondering because I'm actually curious about the poll. I want to know who people would rather. The question is, would you rather? And then there's a three questions of wet taco sauce, or sauce, or wet cow. I like this table. Oh, this tastes fucking awful. I hate it. It tastes awful. Keep eating this. Keep going. Oh my god, I almost gagged. I almost vomited. The guy typed it already. Wet cow already typed it up already. No, I mean, that's enough. I had like a good few bites. But there's a lot on there anyway. So, BRB. God, that was awful. That was fucking terrible. I hate that. Amber, we still have 10 more. Okay, if we get this again, I'm gonna take a bite out of it. Okay, we have to get 10. We got 10 more spins. So there might be a chance we gotta get back into it. No, it was like 5 pieces for like 5 things for. Okay, can somebody make a poll out of that, please? While I go BRB, please. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Okay, hello. Hello, chat. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Thank you for the follow. Wet a cow, thank you for that. I want to get rid of that. Kirby, if you're still there, can you please help me out with Wizbot later on, please? Good. I appreciate it. So thank you for that. Oh my god. Okay. I should probably play the random, but yeah, thank you, appreciate it, bro. Where's the other one? Where's chat? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! Oh my god! Thank you for that. Astral, you scared the shit out of me. Thank you, Astral. Yeah. I was playing Palia. That's so base, bro. There's no way Astral gave me $5. Thank you so much, Astral. I really appreciate it, Astral. Thank you, Astral. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, Astral. Yeah, thank you, Astral. I need to play. Yes, that's Bub. That was Astral. I need to play different music. I gotta go to do so with my sister, but I want to come. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Seriously, Astral. Thank you for that. Jesus. Oh my god. You are such a bitch. You're such a bitch, dude. Oh my god, I hate you, Zom. Hey, give me a second. You play the playlist. For some reason, you can't hear the sound effects. Hang on. You can't hear the sound effect. Maybe you can't hear the sound effect. I don't know why. Why can't I hear the? Why can't I hear the green element? Yeah, that should be there. Why can't I hear it?
Fire in the hole!
You guys see that at all? Oh, okay, no, I didn't do enjoyment. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it, bro. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I really want to, like, shuffle playlist and keep the playlist now. I do smell shit. Yes, I do smell shit. Thank you. I don't know if that's like... I can't tell. I can't tell because... I don't know. It's very hard to tell. It was mainly the other one. We couldn't hear the one before, apparently. That's why I'm a bit worried about. Alright, so... I couldn't hear the music. I couldn't hear the sound, apparently. Apparently chat couldn't hear the sound, apparently, with the farts. Alright. Do we play games now, or do we just do another spin wheel? You can hear it? No, before that. There are different sounds with different things. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, spin wheel? Alright, cool. Do another spin wheel. I'll try and pop in later, but I love you, Bubs. Also, remind me later, but I have something I want to tell you about my sister stuff later. Oh, sticker stuff. Stickers! This is Astral's stickers. Please go to the website. It's on Ko-Fi, Astral. Please get these stickers. We'll do. I got 11 spin wheels anyway. I got 10 more spin wheels, so we'll do it now. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Wait. Spin. Okay. What's the next one gonna be? There's no way. That is a jackpot. There's only one. There's only one in the whole spin wheel. Are you being serious? There's only one in the spin wheel and we got a jackpot. Okay, chat. Do I do it now or do I do it later on? What do you want me to do? I can't believe that. Yeah, take that, Amber. That's too much, bro. Yeah, that's spam, Amber. Do you know, bro? There's one at the park. I do it tomorrow at the park. Yeah. I'll bring my shaving stuff. You guys should do it. Zom, huge favor. Do a reminder. Do a reminder at maybe 4 PM, please. And I have to remember to bring my shaving stuff. Sounds good, Zom? Well, find me up. I have to shave all of it off. Though. This has to all be taken off, though. There's... Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I can't believe you got that. I'm so mad about that. There's only one in there. That's crazy. Alright. 9 more spin wheels. I can't believe you got that. I can't believe we got that. I'm fuming. I'm fuming, bro. Alright. 1. I'm trying. Yeah, I am trying, bro. It sucks. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Spin. Okay. Better if I do my drinks. Yeah. Leg rises. Leg rises. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. By the way, how you guys spell Ko-Fi? How you guys spell Ko-Fi? Because I want to try and advertise Astral's thing. Ko-Fi Astral. Is that it? Oh, that's not it. Yeah. Oh my god, I got the wrong one. I'm so. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. I need to see why it's not working. It's an art commission website. People can just log in and just upload their art. I got mine there as well, actually. And Astral Runic is there, and also Pokey as well. Pokey's there too. If you guys remember them. They're part of the old original people. So that's how if you want to please support Astral for being such an amazing person, they make really good stickers. That's where I got my stickers from. Yeah. They're like depression stickers. They're very pretty art here as well. A lot of these are from Astrals. They shine as well. So if you get these stickers, they have like nice little labels on them. It has generally pretty art. I cannot recommend them enough. Alright, let's do some leg rising. Dude, I'm advertising my friend's like commission website, Zom. Dude, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you appreciate if I advertise your art on my stream as well. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, give me a second. Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more. 5 more to go. Okay. Give me a second. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 5. Oh. Oh. Hey Amber, have you ever done a sit-up before in your entire life, Amber? Because I've been doing exercising non-stop since yesterday. Okay. Alright. Do we do another spin wheel? I think we should just get them all out of the way, to be honest. And we gotta play some games afterwards. I'll do challenges as well. So if I'm playing like Turok, for example, if I die in that, I gotta do a spin wheel. But most of it is $10 for one spin wheel. So, and it's all funding for One Man's activities that we're gonna be doing for your entertainment. That's why we're doing this. That's why we're doing this, chat. Okay, so just shuffle around. Hang on, I just realized. Where is it? Because I need to get rid of give me 1 second, sorry, there we go. The official done already. That's done. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Sit-ups! Okay. You got I've got my tab here. There's my chat. Oh, that's that chat stuff. Okay, so officially doing sit-ups now. And sets of sit-ups. That's number 9. Okay. I don't have to do that actually. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Alright. Thank you. This sucks. This sucks so much. My stomach is really sore. Oh, I hate it so much. Thanks, Zom. Thank you. Thank you, Zom. I appreciate the support, bro. And Fawn's changed back his thing before, by the way. I don't know who that name was before. Did he go to the count band or something? Like this before. I don't know who that was before. It was crazy. Alright, we're doing another spin wheel. Another spin wheel. Just why not? I just want to get them all out of the way. 7 more spin wheels. 7 more. Okay, let's see how we go now. 3, 2, 1. Oh, somebody give me a sub to somebody. Halfning wood shopping? Are you kidding me? Dude, that was always... Okay. Okay. So, how do we properly do this? Do I have to lift up and do that? Like, is that how I'm meant to do it? Because I don't want to damage my back or anything like that. How do I do that? How do I do it? Hey Zom, can you please look out for me how to do half eating wood chop exercising? Because I think you have to do that and make it touch in here. I think I could be wrong. I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. So confusing. I should have looked up before, eh? Okay. Doing well though. As long as I get these out of the way, I can just relax and take a break and play some games. Play Jackbox TV today's on, by the way, and Gartic Phone as well. And we'll also be playing Overwatch as well if you want to as well. I'm pretty sure. I just want to chill, just not do anything for a bit. Oh my god, dude. It's everything falling apart. Everything's apart. Okay. So I just have a this down here. You're gonna have to look it up. I can't explain it. Oh, really? What's it called? Like, properly? Tough healing woodchop exercise. Doorbell woodchops? No, it's not that, is it? How would that work? It's on the floor. Or... Sorry. Yeah, it's not telling me at all. I was on a website before and it told me. It showed as an actual thing called woodchop. That's how I got these exercising things in the first place from a website. It's not telling me how to do it. I'm guessing it's how I did it yesterday. I just got it. I just got it. I just got it. Don't worry. Okay, chat. In 1 second. Dude, get in now. Oh, dude. Awesome. Oh. That's right. Okay, so. Oh, thank you, Curb. Thanks, Curb. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you, Curb. So, I'm guessing it's like that. So, you start from there. And you have to do like a karate chop like that. Sounds good. I could do that. I could work with that. See how we go. Alright. We're now going to do one here. Did I really just leave the thing? I need to really careful with how I look stuff up because I just lost my counter. It's so annoying. Yeah, it's on crime. On crime. Okay, this is number 7. Alright. So it's like I think like that. Yes, it's that. Is that it? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Okay. 6 more. We can do this. I'm gonna try and just speed through it at this point. So goddamn hot. Alright. Go back to it now. Just shuffle around. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god. Dude, there's only 2 of these here. Wow, we're playing Overwatch. We're playing one game of Overwatch. So the rule is, whoever says a character from Overwatch first they want you to play, that's the person I'm gonna play. We're gonna play some Overwatch, playing one game quick play of Overwatch. And if I lose the game, I gotta do another spin wheel. That's a fair thing I could do. What? Junkrat. Okay, cool. Thank you, Junkrat. Silly. Oh my god, both of you guys said junk. Hey, yo. That's cool. I like that. Good job, guys. Well done. Where's my mouse? Oh my god, I left my mouse upstairs. That's fine. Okay. Dude, what the... Dude. There's cords on the floor, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, so where is Battle.net? Okay. Load up this game now. Zom, do you want to play a game with me, Zom? Or actually no, you're out, dude. I just realized. What the hell? Speaking of Junkrat, there's a Junkrat advertisement here. Junkrat's loot hunt, play matches, smash milestones, and score up to 3 loot boxes per day. That's kind of cool, actually. Let's play that. Let's play that right now. Oh, man. Thank you, everybody, for being here, by the way. I do appreciate everybody. Thank you for being here, guys. Appreciate it, chat. Okay. Maybe here, I reckon, isn't just because, like, there, and like that. Yeah, that looks better. Shit, man, I'm already so tired already. So the rule is, I have to win a game as Junkrat. If I don't, I have to spin the wheel of pain. That seems fair, right? Okay. Man, so in case you guys were wondering before, for some reason I don't know why, but I can't get the ability to get my what do you call it? My maid outfit. It just doesn't want to let me click on it. Hang on 1 second. I'm just going to show you guys the maid outfit because I can't buy it because my debit card is going to be expiring apparently next month. So I can't for some reason get it yet because I need to wait until I go to the bank and order a new card. But I really want to get it too because it's actually quite nice. I'm being real. It actually looks pretty nice. I'm missing $40 and I can't get it yet. Give me 1 second, so I'm adding notes with what I want help with my chat box. There we go. How the goddamn do you even do that, dude? Okay. I guess we just practice, I guess, as Junkrat. We just practice as Junkrat. Dude, I can still taste the onions in my mouth. It tastes awful. I hate it. Massive shout out for everybody who joined the stream last night. Did you know that Llama donated $100 last night? And that's basically the money that I'm going to be using for the thing. Also, Zom, you're going to choose my skin, by the way, too. You're going to choose my skin, by the way, too. Try out Frag Punks or Rivals. Like, what do you mean? I need context, sorry, dude. I don't know what you're referring to. You could be saying like 3 different things. Frag Punk or Rivals. Is that like a chat thing? Because hey, I told you I'll drop in sometime. Your favorite scary movie. Hello. The games? Sorry, dude. I got certain amount of games that people would have liked to play, like community games like Jackbox and Drawful. But I'll definitely check them out though. But yeah, Hello, your favorite scary movie. What is that? Like, is that somebody that I know? I'm so sorry. I don't recognize your name. I'm really sorry. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. First time chatter as well. I hope you're doing well, bro. Zom, where are you? I got you to, yeah, you want me to do like a skin choice, please, Zom? If you're there, because you're the one who basically got it. How about, are you from TikTok or are you from Instagram? If you don't mind me asking you, bro. I'm a bit curious now. So, is it left shift, and then, okay. So close. What skin you got? I can check now, because I reckon we've been here for a while. I got a lot of skins for Junkrat. I can't, because I have to leave and then come back into it. Give me 1 second. Rivals is like this, but with Marvel characters, but better matchmaking. Are you talking about Marvel Rivals? Reddit? Oh my god! Dude, it is you! Did you see my message, by the way, the turret's being lifted off? I can send you the shirts. So, if I can send you shirts by the end of this month, you should get them by the start of October. Okay, so Junkrat, we're gonna be... Is my microphone working? Yeah, it is. Junkrat, alright. So we got Beach Rat. We got Bill Grat. We got Cricket. And we got Dr. Junkin Frankenstein. Yes, I saw. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. Risky James. The Fool. And then we got, again, this is my little brother's favorite go-to skin. He loves the skin because it was really good at Junkrat. What is playing this music? Oh, it's Korn. We're playing Korn music right now. Ooh. Korn music's playing, guys. That's how I thought. No. Okay. But yeah, Haystack. Pong here. That's kind of neat. We got 6 spin wheels, by the way, left over for the fundraising. If you guys want to donate about $1, $2, that'd perfectly be appreciated because we'll be using all the funds for audio entertainment when it comes to October for PAX with Big Audio Worm and I. If you guys don't know who Big Audio Worm is, I will definitely give him a shout out because he is a great guy. And I think that's how you spell it. Junkfold, that's Junkfold. I want to get rid of all that shit right there. It's so annoying. This just duplicates everything. I don't like that. I want to get rid of that.
What?
That's Big Audio Worm. That's Big Audio Worm.
Oh, I'm just gonna die. Here we go.
Junkfold.
Yes, let him get the point.
Okay.
Let him get it.
I'll let you know if I can do it later on. Yeah, that's all good, man. That's all good, man. That's all good, man.
No,
That's one. Please
stand
follow
down,
one.
lover boy. Stand. That's an order. That's an order. Stand down.
Oh
Stand
boy,
down, big lover boy.
Junkertown.
Wanna let him
We
get the
love
point.
Junkertown.
I'm not even gonna.
Oh, that was so cringe. That was so cringe. I can't believe I said that. So I'll do junk food then for you, Junkrat Silly. What time is it for you right now, your favorite scary movie? Because you're already in the United States, aren't you? That's right. I forgot. And it'll be like around 7 p.m. for you right now. It's right now, it's 9 a.m. in Australia. Speaking of Australia, we're in Junker City. Junkertown, sorry. Alright, so Junkrat. Where's Junkrat? There we go. Junkrat, Junkerfood, where's Junkerfood? There we go. It's 7 p.m. now, right now. Also, bad message. Do you all hate yourselves? What a weird thing to say. Yeah, junk food. I got the mythic skin, sorry, Junkrat Silly. Good luck, have fun, boys. Hope we all play well. Got stuck between your Marlin. Doesn't everybody plays this game? True. Better. Hehehe. Hehehe. Thank you. I'll try my very best to be a good Junkrat. It's supposed to play...
I'll do my best at being a good Ana, but I'm sick, so...
Oh, if you're sick, we might have lost the game. GG's. Alright, I'm gonna leave. Have a good one.
No!
I'm sorry, I was mean. You'll be fine. As long as you try your best, as long as we all try our best, that's all that matters. Who gives a fuck about winning or losing? We're just playing the game. Doomfist here. All right, I hate this. I hate myself. I hate myself. Doomfist here. Fuck you, Doomfist. Not because of skin color. Not because of skin color.
Shit.
I thought no hate between that. Okay. All right. There's a guy above, by the way. Guy above. Guy above. Juno. We got Farah up above. Oh, huge. Good shit, Anna.
Thanks.
It's all good, bro. It's all good, bro. We got Mercy, by the way. Doomfist back, Doomfist back. We have to watch out for Mercy res, by the way, too. Mercy. Oh! Nice, good kill, Diva. Good shit. Mercy! Good shit, Diva. Nice, dude. The people above. That's a Junkrat as well? Okay, alright. We got this. I'm gonna try go above just in case so they're not interrupting us. What is this guy doing? Hee. No way. Oh, it's on 6 HP. Anna, thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. That was so good. Thank you, bro. Oh god. Junkrat.
Got him.
Good shit, dude. That's actually good. Well done, bro. Alright, I'm gonna do Payload Princess.
Hell yeah. Okay, real question here. What kind of disability does Junkrat have, you reckon? Disability does Junkrat have? Like mental disability? Does he have a problem? Oh
my god, saw that. I'm so sorry, dude.
yeah, radiation.
Radiation too. That makes sense actually. Good killing the payload. Junkrat. No! Lucio's doing a Frogger. No. I'm on my way back. He's so close. Oh god. No. Doomfist. Oh, we're stuck here. No.
Diva.
Yeah, Diva, please. Come back to your healers, please, Diva.
No, I was gonna nano you, sorry. I was meant to say nano, but I couldn't get the words out.
That's alright. It'd be a bit like that. Be a bit silly like that. Huge. Nice, boys. Doomfist, what are you doing, Doomfist, you silly Billy?
Behind us is a kitty.
Oh, really? Well, guess what? We're gonna kill the Kiri.
Not anymore.
Yeah, she's dead now. Good job, everybody. Well done, everybody. Oh, in front. Junkrat is actually quite fun to play. I'm not gonna understand why my friends like playing Junkrat. Especially one of them being called Junkrat silly. They're very silly.
We have a Junkrat friend. His name's Semi Chub.
Semi Chub? That's crazy. Yeah. Oh, it's great.
He's like only really Junkrat.
No! Oh no! I'm so sorry, guys.
Good.
I got Junkrat. It's fine. I got Junkrat. Oh man.
Oh shit.
That was my bad.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, good shit. Well done. Doomfist. No!
Shit.
No! Why is he doing this to us?
Sorry, Sojourn.
Where is he? Is he bad? He's downstairs? Oh, cool. Let's go. We're doing well, guys. No! Ah, no! Dude, what was I doing now? My bad. This music suits this. What the hell? Oh, good shit, Kiri.
I have to be honest, the newest Hellboy movie looked garbage. I didn't want to bother watching it. It looked really bad. Yeah, a new Hellboy.
not even paid it.
Yeah, he's skinny. Which is crazy. Let's go, let's go. Yeah, he's skinny. Even though he's meant to be a big, nice, handsome man. No,
Sorry,
no.
that was a bit late.
It's fine, bro. It's fine, bro. He's dead, he's dead. You did your job. He's dead. He's dead. You did your job. It's good. It's good. Well done. It's good. So we got
Okay,
pylon right there in front. Come on, come on. No! No!
My mic.
GG's. Thank you for the win. Now I don't have to do a spin wheel. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. I don't play the game! No way! That's crazy! Well done, everybody. We all did very, very well, everybody. GG's, boys. GG's. Well done. Holy... I won, Junkrat, you piece of shit. I won. What do you mean, bro? We get any thingies, by the way? Anything here? Oh, I got 2 loot boxes. Let's see what we got. Bro. Watch me, bro. Watch me, bro. Watch me, bro. We actually won. We actually won the game. I can't believe it. Oh, that's so cute. We got this. I like that. Cool. We won a game. Awesome. Now let's quit because stuff Overwatch. Okay, exercise time. We still have 6 more, guys. We still have 6 more. We still have 6 more spin wheels, everybody. So hopefully it's not that bad. Okay, I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest. Oh, see what we got. All right, shuffle around. All right, 3. Oh, Jesus Christ! I forgot to disconnect and reconnect my thing. 3, 2, 1, spin. No! Yeah, babe, chat. Yeah, babe. Okay, chat, we got it. We got it, chat. Ah, wrong one, my bad. Alright, we got it. We got the greens. God damn. Okay. So this is what I'm dealing with right now. That is salad with lots of shallots and lots of onions, which are the 2 things I despise. I hate them so much. It's disgusting. It's foul. It's actually foul. I just hate it so much. This is gross. It's gross. I don't know. Sorry. Call me a baby, but I never liked shallots. I never liked it to begin with. Alright. I reckon 5 bites. 5 bites, you reckon? No, I don't count. You like big one. Big one. Put a bunch of onions in it. Not gonna lie. The sauce tastes good. Was all the shallot and the onion. My big thing is I gag and I throw up. That's my biggest risk. So I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I'm going off. When Amber comes back, because she's the one who told me to take a bite out of the onion, I'm gonna do it next time when we get the spin wheel. That's awful. Alright. BRB guys. BRB, take us back. Okay, I'm back. Hello, boys. Hey, guys. Hope you're doing well. Whoever is here, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you, seriously. So, yeah. We are officially an hour into the stream, and I have done in a total. Oh my god. As well as my. So. Fine. I'll just do this. Give me 1 second, sorry guys. Whoever is here, thank you for being here. Honestly, I'll be doing another spin wheel after this. I'm just trying to make sure that I can use my battery saver on this other phone, because I got two phones here. I want to have one for reading chat and one for allowing me to do ticking the boxes, because my main phone's low on battery, so I really want to make sure that's fine. Okay, that should be fine now. Now I'll go onto the website. What was it called again? Yeah, I already forgot what it was called. The counter. Simple counter. So we did it. So now we've got 6 here. Alright, 6. Okay. Alright. This one now is gonna be number 6 on the spin wheel. We're gonna have 5 more spin wheels after this, and then we'll start playing some games. Alright. Let's just do that again. I can't believe you got the shaving, the baby shave. I can't believe it. Oh god, I can't believe I'm actually really annoyed about that. We got that already through that. 3, 2, 1, 2. Alright, what we got? What have we got, guys? What we got? Leg rises. Alright, we can do leg rises. Oh. It's this. Alright. Alright, good. Good. Okay. Rises.
I'm gonna do 10 leg rises. Three, 2, 1. 2. 3. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Oh. Ah. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Alright. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so that was 10. 10. Wait, okay. No, yeah, 10. Okay. Now this one is going to be number 5 on the spin wheel. And we'll get 4 more. So that is number 4 now on the spin wheel. 3, 2, 1, spin! Game subs, help me out, energize a bit. Butterfly sit-ups. Oh no, 20 as well. No. Oh no. Okay. I think I roughly know how to do the butterfly sit-ups, I think. So, yo, crazy, how are we, crazy? How are we? Well, how you doing, crazy? Exercise is doing not great, crazy. I've been doing a bunch of stuff, so yeah, pretty crazy. Hope we're doing well though, crazy. Hope we're doing well, man. 30 minutes. Yeah, we've also maxed our thing, by the way, crazy. Maxed our thing, so I have to wear my meat out. You know, I'm talking about alright. Low key depressed. I got woken from a dream. I was just having Oh, sorry to hear that, crazy. That sucks, dude. Sorry to hear that, dude. It sucks when you have those kind of good dreams. It really does. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. As long as you're fine. Just think about the fun times you're gonna be having though. Thank you once again. I just want to say this person. Thank you so much, seriously, for generous funding you did yesterday for Worm and I really appreciate it, crazy. So you are definitely going to be having that with us on Saturday. You're still staying over on Saturday, aren't you? Saturday night at Worm's place. I almost said Worm and I's place. Oh god. No, seriously, bro. I really do, bro. Seriously, dude. Yeah. Wait, you're staying on Saturday? I thought that said Sydney. I don't know why I said Sydney. I don't know why. Yeah, seriously. We do seriously appreciate you, crazy, honestly. Now watch me do some butterfly sit-ups. Let's see how the butterfly sit-ups are gonna go. How do you even do a butterfly sit-up? You see like your arms out, I'm guessing? See? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hey. 4, 5,
6, 7, oh god, Jesus, 8, 9, 10. I need a break. Need a break. Oh Christ. Need a break. Oh, that really hurt. Okay. Oh my god. I thought music wasn't bad. Music sounded, by the way, whoever is. Don't make it too loud so you guys can't hear. And people have been enjoying watching my Silk Song Let's Play, by the way. Silk Song's cool. Been enjoying Silk Song, wasn't buying a Let's Play. Right. 3, 2, 1. 2, 3, 5 more. 5 more. Second. This either it's free on Xbox Game Pass. If you have a good PC. Oh, ad break coming up. Ad break coming up. Okay. I never played Hollow Knight either. This is my first time playing Silk. It's actually really cool. A very basic platform game, but it's very challenging. So that's over, I think. Alright, get on with them. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, crazy. Alright. 1. 2. 3. Oh, Christ. Oh. Okay. That's number 4. On the spin wheel. That's done. Back to it. Back to back. Alright, back to it now. Next spin wheel now. It's now for spin wheel number 4. No, it's number 3. And number 4 now. There's now 3 more after this. I can finally relax and play some games unless someone donates. Really don't want to. Shout out to Fat Llama. Crazy. See Fat Llama donated $100 yesterday? Crazy. Couldn't believe it. Any amount donation is seriously appreciated. You can give me $1 and I'll be thankful for you. Yeah, it's so good. So a lot of the funding we want to do is just raising money for us to do funny activities, like getting money for alcohol, going to an aquarium, going to the zoo, getting Uber, the places we need to go to, and all the money we'll be using is all for the entertainment. The biggest one I'm looking forward to doing with Worm is Worm being Sean Evans from Hot Ones, and he's interviewing me with hot noodles. So I want Worm to get a bald cap and him wearing a suit, and I want to have a setup that's almost identical to the set for that. New status, fundraising a hooker. What? New status funding. What the hell? What the hell's that? Man, I want to change wide spot. I don't like that new status thing. I don't like that. It sucks. Anyway, but yeah, that's the whole idea about this whole thing.
any amount of money we appreciate regardless. So we do appreciate anybody even watching this right now is supporting us. So thank you for that, because we want to spread awareness for this. But yes, this whole thing started because I couldn't have the funds to go and see Worm again in our yearly meetup, as you are aware of Crazy as well. And I felt so devastated because it was my fault for what I did. And Worm generously gave it to me that. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be so fun. You know what I'm looking forward to the most? Going back to the museum and doing the dinosaur thing again and seeing the Triceratops. I want to bring my own stream, or just do like a vlog of me doing a vlog for Melbourne Vlog, and me talk about the dinosaurs, because that's so cool. It's such a sick idea. I love it. So cool. I love everything about that dinosaur exhibit in Melbourne. But yeah, the aquarium though is so cool. I love the aquarium. The aquarium's great. Imagine somebody donates like $20 and they're like, spin the wheel at Crown Casino and we won like a jackpot. But all that money has to go towards the activities we're doing. We have to film it or vlog it. Yes, it does. It does. It does. Dude, how cool was that Triceratops thing? It's so eerie and so scary because there's like no music. It's just, apparently it was like described as the last few seconds on planet Earth before the asteroid wipes everything. So it's pretty much just the ambient noise before seconds of the impact. Did you know that the asteroid, the power and the energy that struck the Gulf of Mexico 67 million years ago or 66 million years ago just completely outdid every atomic bomb ever recorded by 10 million. Is it 10 million or 10,000? I think it's there's so many atomic bombs. And the first collision of the asteroid was so intense and just amount of power. The entire vicinity of the area of the core of the planet vaporized. Massive explosion that broke practically the sound barrier because it's the collision of a mass of a huge rock just smashing into the earth. It's just, and there's so many animals die. Like, apparently 80 to 90% of life got wiped within like apparently the first year, which is crazy. That's what it's like when I take a shit. Well done, Crazy. God, I had to laugh. I had to laugh. Alright. Okay. Are you ready for the next spin wheel? I can't. Oh, by the way, Crazy, on tomorrow for Sunday, we hit the jackpot on me shaving my beard, so I'm gonna have no beard tomorrow. My friends are gonna shave my beard off. So that's fun. That's funny. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Spin. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be, chat? What's it gonna be, chat? That's number 3. It's number 3 now. So now 2. Oh man. No. I can't wait to take all that off when I'm finished. Alright. Let's just BRB. I'm sorry guys. I'm gonna get the salad now. Alright, I'm back. Hey boys, how are we? How you going, hey boys? How are we? Got my salad right here. Okay, I got my salad right. Almost dropped a little bit. That's salad right there. It's just a regular Asian style salad kit, but it has so much shredded onions and so much shallots. So I hate that. So enjoy watching it suffer and gag. I kid you not, I gag when I eat shallots and this kind of stuff. I don't know how. I just gag. It sucks. I hate it. Alright. Oh, fuck. I'm hating it. This sucks. So, why am I getting so many of these? This sucks. Alright. Hmm. 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 Mm-hmm. Oh, 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 oh. Mm. 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 I'm being 100% serious. I almost gagged. I almost threw up. I shit you not. I almost threw up. I hate this. This sucks. I almost threw up. I almost threw up. How does that even work with my body, dude? I'm gonna do a few more. I'm not risking throwing up. Sorry. I'm not risking throwing up. Okay. Just pretend I'm a triceratops. Mm. Mm. Holy shit. I threw up with my nose. This is not a bit. No, that's it. Dude, I just almost threw up. I kid you not, I almost threw up. It's the shit in my nose, cunt. Fuck you. Fuck you. I almost threw up, cunt. I almost threw up. You need to put this salad away. Oh god, I feel like shit. Oh, that's terrible. BRB, sorry, BRB. Let me put this back in the fridge. Okay, I'm back. I hate this so much. That was terrible. I can't believe that was. Put my water up. Gotta stay hydrated. Gonna sweat it out. anyway, regardless. It doesn't really matter. Crazy. Do you know Astral Runic? That's in Worm's stream, and in my stream as well. My long time, like one of my oldest friends online. Yeah. They made these stickers. That's really, really neat. Yeah, they made these stickers. They sent to me for free. So I use free advertisement. So if I can do it. Did you really? Crazy, that's so nice of you, dude. Thank you for doing that, Crazy. Because Astral, I really care about Astral a lot because Astral is one of my closest, oldest friends. So I really appreciate you doing that, Crazy. There's number 3 now. No, number 2 now. Yeah, number 2 now. Okay. Alright. Alright. What's the next one gonna be? Always in the stream if I get the chance. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's really nice. Oh yeah, that stream. Yes, yeah, when I draw. Oh, that's me too. There's no way. Oh no, no, that's unfair. That's unfair. I I can't. It's unfair. Everybody did their donations, and I'll be ripping them off if I skip it. No, I have to be RB, so I have to get the salad. So, fuck sakes. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Back. This fucking hell, dude. I got my drink ready. I'm gonna pour it down. I got my drink ready. Like massive cup. So Crazy, what's your plan for today, bro? What are you up to today, man? Plan for today? Yeah, that's good. That's nice, Crazy. That's good. Just gonna hang out here, basically. If you want to do something else crazy, no one's forcing you to stay here, bro. I appreciate being here regardless, dude. Yeah, man. I'll never complain about what I do because one, I haven't got my job yet. Two, I'm just on the floor doing this for one day. You're doing that on a daily basis, daily weeks, bro. So I'll never complain about that. You're doing the Lord a favor, doing a great job. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly, dude. 100%. Do you have a way to like not look at the time and just do your own thing? Can you just avoid the time? Before I go and put this back, I'm going to spin the wheel because we got one more spin wheel left over. I'm very happy with, so I can play some games. I'm so sick of this. Yeah. So I'm gonna wait for you to reply back. I'm gonna spin the wheel and then I'm gonna go, take off that, and then we're gonna play some games. Now with both jobs, I need to pay attention because I'm always using my phone. Oh, so you work at Macca's still, Crazy Bro? Do you have another job by any chance? Because I'm pretty sure you do, don't you? See the time constantly. Fuck that. That sucks. Sorry to hear that, Crazy. That sucked, dude. Wow, that's wild. What's the second job, Crazy? Music. Music, please. Oh. Okay, I go next. Macca's on do disability. Oh, you do disability support work. Dude, I was actually applying for disability support work before I got my call from Good Guys. That's cool. Well done, Crazy. That's actually really nice of you to do that, bro. That's really nice. That's hard work as well, dude. That is really, really much hard work. That's really nice of you, Crazy, to do that, bro. Let's like that. Yeah, that's nice, Crazy. All right, let's get back to the spin wheel. Christ, please. This bet, I swear to God, if it is eat your greens again, well, it's out of the way. So, okay, 3, 2, 1, spin. Crunches. I'm happy with crunches. I'm happy with crunches. Happy with that. Nothing wrong with crunches. We're okay with crunches, chat. Perfectly fine with the crunches. Oh, that's so nice. Just playing PlayStation. Fine. That's so nice. That's actually nice. That's so nice. What games do you guys play on PlayStation? A particular genre your client likes? 3, 2, 1. Six. 7. 8. 10. Maybe 10 more. The 10 crunches, those are 20 crunches. Ah, it's 20. 10 more. 10 more. 10 more. 3, 2, 1. 2. 3. 'What is this song? What is this song? Among Us? Among Us!
I love how I popped in the Bob's fighting life. Hello, Astral. You among us, you saucy bucker. If you guys go to !mark Tentia, it's really silly and fun. The bunch of stuff you can do on there is so cool. I'm trying to sell Tentia, guys, because it's just so many fun things you can add on my stream. So it's Tangia. Should be in my stream title. It's like 500 coins for $5, I'm pretty sure. But it's so fun. I made everything super cheap. So yeah, good information. Hope you're doing well, Astral. See, Astral, that crazy bro got stickers from you, Astral. Two. Three. Oh. Ooh, we just randomly crashed. What the hell, man? Hey, crumbs me. Sorry to hear that, bro. Yeah, crazy bro. Got your stickers, Astral. And Astral, we've been eating salad. And I've been gagging. I hate it so much, it sucks. But guess what? We officially done it, chat. That's all there's left now. No more. I can now finally sit down. It's now been an hour and 46 minutes. That is a salad. It is just shallots, onion, and a bunch of other things in it. And it tastes disgusting. I gagged 3 or 4 times. I hate shallots, like cut shallots and onions. I hate onions. And I have a very low gag reflex. So my fear is having something caught in the back of my throat while trying to swallow, and I'll throw up. Crazy bro can vouch on that, because I almost gagged not that long ago. The guys looking at onions. Yes, onions suck. And guess what? I promised Amber I have to take a bite out of an onion when she comes back. Oh, it sucks so much. Let me know when you want to talk to me about your stickers, by the way, Astral. Okay, so I'm gonna BRB. Gonna put the salad away, and we're gonna play some games. Finally play some games. So please enjoy the music, and please enjoy, because funny. Have a go on BRB. Whoa, hello. I'm back. Hello, boys. Oh, shit. Alright, let's see what we get for the games. We're gonna do games now. Finally. It's been too long. God damn, it's been too long since we have not played games. So, we'll do a bit of a mixture now. We got a mixture between Gartic Phone, Overwatch, Jackbox TV, Peak, Floor, Repo, Cabin, Fever, as well as something I want to play. You restart. Hi, hello. Hey, Astral. See what I linked in the thing. We got Repo, we got Doom, we got Peak, Fortnite, Sea of Thieves, Jackbox TV, Overwatch, Gartic Phone, Lethal Company. Some of them I don't want to play, some I want to play, but the new rule is if we die in any of these games, we have to do another spin wheel. There are some I want to play, especially Pokemon. I want to play Pokemon so badly. It'll be so cool to play that because it's fossil Pokemon. So without further ado, let's just get right into it. One, by the way, wants to help me out with the costume because I'm having issues with it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Astral, once again for the 5. I really appreciate Astral. Thank you, I really do. Thank you, man. Seriously, I always talk high praise about you, dude. Because you deserve all the love and support, Astral, so much. Crazy and I were talking, and Crazy felt bad because he was he always tries to watch your streams when you stream, but it's very hard for him because he's got 2 jobs. So we do appreciate you, Astral, regardless. So let's get right into it. 3, 2, 1, spin. What is the game I'm playing first? And it's almost 2 hours, and we almost now start playing games finally after 2 hours. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Sea of Thieves! I love Sea of Thieves so much. Yeah, I love you too, Astral. Seriously, bro. We're playing Sea of Thieves, by the way. Very happy with. Yeah, I love Sea of Thieves. Is there anything you want me to do in Sea of Thieves, Astral? You always wanted to see? Like, you want me to go on like an adventure? You want me to like do like some sort of funny dialogue, like become a pirate or some shit like that? I don't know. But yeah, let me just load up Sea of Thieves now, and let's just see how we go with this. I'm really happy with that, by the way. That's so good. I love that. Very happy with that. Oh my god, I can't believe we got Sea of Thieves. That's so cool. I'm very happy with Sea of Thieves. Easy loot for real? Dude, yeah. Easy loot for real? What was that? Oh, easiest loot, you reckon? Alright, yeah. Okay, and also if we die in Sea of Thieves, I gotta do a spin wheel. About to make bank? Oh yeah. Oh, I've got a small amount of money in my thing. Sea of Thieves. You're so long since I've not played Sea of Thieves. I miss Sea of Thieves so goddamn much. It's such a great game. I have so much onion pieces in my goddamn throat, bro. God damn, bro. Oh god. But yeah, I really want to get the costume outfit. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there's a costume I need to now get now because of the sheer fact that people want me to wear a maid outfit, and that's the maid outfit. I'm gonna get a wig with it, and I'm gonna get long stockings with it. I'm gonna get an XL. There's missing corrupted data required the game to run. What? Can I not play the game? There's no way. No, can I not play Sea of Thieves? Why not? Manage. Files. Verify and repair, please. Verify and repair. Please, I beg you. I played for a bit, but the crew and I were running was only ever played. It wasn't available. Sorry to hear that, Crazy. Oh, this song's great. I love this song. But yeah, with Sea of Thieves. Yep. Okay. But yeah. With Sea of Thieves, I only have a certain amount of people I play with, and they're not that much available. My little brother Blaze Mage, I think Astral Runic knows Blaze Mage, and also Rogue, Celestial Rogue, and also another long-time friend of mine, Gaz, the Russian guy who loves drinking. I really want to get back with everybody on that. Okay. Data files corrupted. What does this mean? There's a missing corrupted data that is required for the game to run. Dude. To contact Rare Customer Support, please include a screenshot of this message. I have to Dude, I want to play Sea of Thieves. Thank you, dude. I don't know why, but... Thank you, Ashville. This message is popping up. I don't know why this message does this. Yeah, it's homophobic for real. I don't know why, but it's just having this message pop up. I try repairing it. I don't know why it's not doing this. There's a missing or corrupt data file that's required for the game to run. Mainly just funding, because I have $60 in my bank right now and I kind of need that money for food and barbecue stuff for tomorrow, but I might have no choice to spend all the money that I have in my bank on the maid outfit so we have to wear it, because I'm going to be wearing the maid outfit in at PAX as well as at Worm's place the entire time we're streaming and drinking. I might have to I don't know what to do. I mean, I could play it on PlayStation 5, but I'll have to re-download it though. Damn, I should have a backup for that, eh? Dude, that sucks. What do you mean by transfer? Maybe it corrupted with data? Well, I haven't played Sea of Thieves in a long time, so I don't know. Oh, fuck. I don't know why. Change drive? Browser? I don't know why it's doing this. I know what you saying, Crazy. Can you please transfer directly to me? Like, so you're willing to send me like the outfit? Is that what you're saying? Dude, Crazy, if you did that, that'd be so nice, because I can order it now. Oh, Crazy, if you're being serious, I would seriously appreciate it, bro. Change drive, maybe? Choose a game, but where is Sea of Thieves though? Where's Sea of Thieves? I don't know if this is even gonna work. Astral, don't you have something you're drawing for Mantis? Just I don't want you to overwork yourself, okay? Dude, if you can do that, Crazy, that'll be so kind. I'm gonna go like Crazy. You're insane, Crazy. I'd really appreciate that, Crazy. Yeah, Astral, Astral has my PayPal, yes. That is correct. I'm gonna send you my account details now, Crazy. I don't like this, but the fact you're willing to do it, I do seriously appreciate it, Crazy. Because I do want to get the outfit costume ready for PAX, just so I can like resize and everything like that. Why don't I do it? What the fuck? What? I thought I clicked on transfer. Okay. Ah, it's good. Okay. Just so I'm aware of it, yeah. Because I just feel bad. I don't want you overworking yourself, Astral, you know? Alright, there you go, Crazy. Your help have helped me a majority of my accommodation, which saved me a ton of money. That's why Worm has me over at his place, because I helped him stay at my hotel, and I was like saying to Worm, yeah, pay how much you want to do, especially the one we first went to. That hotel was insane. I want my bucket list is going back to the hotel again. I mean, I can just Google it. I can give that money back into helping the stream. Yes, please. Because I'm pretty sure everybody, including Rain, would love to see me in a maid outfits. And I want Worm to do a stream part of him doing a house tour, and I'm always there in my maid outfit in the background. I think that'd be funny as hell. Yeah, honestly, Astral, you're so nice. We really do appreciate that, bro. How much do I need? I can double check again to see what the actual amount is on the funding. I think it was around like $80 something, I think. Do I not have the app? I do have the app. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay, buddy. For some reason, the cart is now empty because I took too long. So, Excel should be fine, right? You guys are my favorite people ever. It's the least I can do. Thank you. I think an Excel should be fine. Excel should be okay. Dude, what the fuck? It's saying add a cart, but it's loading, but it's not there though. So confusing. It's not there anymore. Pink made outfit. Oh my god, crazy. Yeah, that's fine, crazy. That's fine, crazy. Thank you, crazy. You're so kind, crazy. Seriously, I do appreciate it, crazy. Thank you, crazy. That's much more than fine. I do appreciate it, crazy. I'll do it on a computer, not my phone. It'll be easier to do it. Because I want to get this out of the way. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong with Sea of Thieves, but it's getting stupid. I don't know why it's doing this. Move. I might have to cancel it, uninstall it. I might have to uninstall it. Just to reinstall it again. I'm gonna have to uninstall it. If it's corrupted, then might as well just get rid of all of it. Sorry guys, no Sea of Thieves, unfortunately, which I'm so sad about. If I had it on PlayStation 5, I would have... If I knew about this, I would have installed on my PlayStation 5 already. So I already have like a backup. So, I'm so upset about that. It is, seriously, yeah. Wait, for us? You're calling me Astral. So yeah, no Sea of Thieves, which is such a shame. I got rid of Gartic phone by accident. Oh, I'm so mad about that, dude. I really am. Yeah, you little shit. I'm really upset about that. And I'm all upset about me not able to find this, like... Alright, so this is the website. Yeah, I'm already logged in already. Excel size. Okay, so you reckon Excel is a good size? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if this is fine to do. I love the little chicken and the little thing. Crazy, it's funny. What happened? Hello? Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. I'm gonna lock that in. Fuck that. That's so annoying. Okay, but yes. Seriously, depends on the dimensions of the dress size, but it might work. The Excel might work. Let's add the cart. And then those leg stockings I want to get to. Pink leggings. Pink leggings. There was one with a frill on it. Is the music not too loud? I don't know why. I think the music is me right now. What the fuck is that? Okay. Is it stockings? Might have to do stockings. I mean, maybe frill necks, maybe, but I don't know why I can't find it. Oh my god, Zom. Zom would love that shit. It's not here at all. Oh, there it is. That's the one I want to get, but... Oh, it comes with that. Oh, the dress. I'm not paying $40 for that. It signed me out. This website's dodgy. my god, that's actually insane. It signed me out. Oh, okay, I was right there. Okay. Found them. They're right there. Holy shit. Let's go. Pink, please. Pink, pink, pink. One size. Yep. Add to cart, please. And now we're missing now. It is a pink wig. There was a nice one I saw before that I really liked that I would love to have. Because we can style it, and that's what I like about it. Oh, for real, man. There was one here that I saw that looked really nice. But you can't really do much of these because they're going to come in like a really shitty look of it. There was one here that was pretty decent. $23. I'm trying to look for something that's cheap. Nothing wrong with that. Where is it? I have to go to the next page maybe because it's not here. I don't know why it's not here. Yeah, homies. Yeah, homosexual is different. 100% is different. I mean, what the frick? $300? That's crazy. That's so dumb. I'm just trying to find okay, I can't really find anything much here, but always the gayest motherfuckers, I swear to god. Yeah, because we're not afraid to like say funny things like that. If somebody would refuse to talk like that, they're definitely either homophobic or they're closeted. Really? Okay, well I can't afford that, and I don't want Crazy to send me more money, and the amount he's got now is clearly enough. So what do you reckon here? I reckon the first page is fine, but something that's like wavy, maybe like that. Maybe something that could be styled as well. I think that's fine like that. Wavy, yeah, it's wavy. That's fine. I like that. That's fine. It's for human hair wigs. Oh, okay. All right. This one here. Okay, it's okay. Add to cart. Wait, average. Centimeters. Okay, alright. Add a cart. Wow. Oh, okay, Crazy. Do not worry about the extra 10. I'll pay the $10, okay, Crazy? So, hopefully that's alright like that, hopefully. The big thing I'm hoping for is it comes in like... I want to know when shipping is. Checkout. I want to go check out. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So when's the estimate day? 6 to 10 business days. That's fine. We can do that. That's fine. Oh, $126. I could Crazy. I could do $26. Crazy. I could do $26. Just 100 is fine. Crazy. Seriously, Crazy. I appreciate it. Crazy. Yeah, 26 is perfectly fine. So yeah, yep, just doxing myself on stream, don't mind me. Okay, so we're all good to go. This is fine. Just in case, just I'm not showing the card off stream. I do appreciate it, Crazy, seriously. Ordered, successful. That's crazy. Chat, we did it. We officially got the maid outfit. Whoever is here, you guys are so amazing people. We've now got the thing. Oh my god. How would I rate my experience? 5 stars to make sure that they don't scam me. I cannot wait for my order. Yeah, it's fine. No, not tips, please. Submit review. Yay, I haven't been around for a while, so at least I can do. Oh, thank you, Crazy. The fact that I'm going to be seeing you next month, Crazy, is going to be great. So that's enough for me, dude. Okay. So the best thing is, the estimate shipping date is between the 23rd of September and the 5th of October. That is a few days before I have to go. That's wild. Seriously, do appreciate it. Crazy. Seriously crazy. I do appreciate it. Crazy. Seriously. Thank you. Seriously crazy. Thank you. No, seriously. You helped me out a lot. I really, really appreciate it. Crazy. Did I still delete the website? Alright. So, estimate date between the 23rd of September and the 5th of October. We've got Lolita maid outfit, cute dress woman Japanese cosplayer costume with women's satin bow stocking with high stocking with a bow. And last one, pink wig with bangs, short wavy pink wig with bob, 14-inch bowl. Hopefully they'll fit me. Should be a one size fit all. The total of $126. Oh my god. That's, oh my goodness. Who was excited to see me in that? And the funny thing is, I'm not sure if anybody was here or not. Somebody got this like I did. The maid outfit fits perfectly. It's another guy who did that. How funny is that? He got the blue one. It's so funny. Oh, that looks good. That looks nice. These outfits look. These actually look genuinely really nice. That's pretty nice. Yeah, that's what's gonna look like. So Astral, I might need help with setting things up. Message. I got a message from the thing. Yay, order is yay. Cool. Thank you, Crazy. Seriously, I really appreciate it, Crazy. The fabric is good. All the pieces are here. The headband's a little small, but otherwise I'm happy with it. The picture is sitting down, but it looks great in general. Fits me very, very well. Can you please help me put it on and set everything up, please, Astral? It's cute. I need to wish it so wish the wrinkle sizes are very accurate though. Oh, the wrinkle sizes are accurate apparently. Okay. Oh, look at that. They got like other costumes here. This is what the outfit's gonna look like on me. This is what the outfit is. That is pretty much what I'm gonna be wearing. So I'm gonna have like little cuffs right here. Should I get gloves? Does it make sense to have gloves on? And that's gonna be, oh, that's on my waist as well. Okay. Yeah, it's very cute. So I'll have to wear that around there. Bust to be here. I might have to get some fake boobs on me to make it look funny. Make it fit me properly, you know? And the little bow looks cute too. I have to put it around my head like that. And that's like a little frill around there. Gloves are the devil. Don't you dare get gloves. But it fits that though. I don't know. I mean, I want to do it, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I do want to get it there. Yeah. Okay, I want to get the gloves then. I want to get the gloves. Just shove pillows in your shirt. Dude, I used to do that when I was a kid. What the hell? I'm very happy with that. Seriously, I really appreciate it, Crazy. That's so nice, Crazy, of you doing that. Thank you. Yeah, I will. No, I won't. I'll get something else. Now I've got enough money tomorrow to spend on for the barbecue. Because we got Zom, we got maybe Ruspin, we got Rogue and Charcoal. Rogue and Charcoal are going to be coming down later on the night. We're going to be streaming all the way until then. And we're going to also have a bunch of people coming on as well. And we're just going to have a fun time. Oh, Wizma! No way, Whimsy! Hey, Whimsy! How are you, dude? Hello! How are you, dude? We're doing a fundraiser. A personal fundraiser of mine. And my mate Worm as well. If you want to follow Worm, let's see a funny thing he did on his clips. Let's see what he did. Let's see what he did on his funny clips. Yeah, what he did here. Are we doing well, by the way? I'm doing well, bro.
Controller in your hand?
Oh, Ryan. Oh, Ryan, get in there and swing your hammer! Swing it! Swing it away! Go! Go, Ryan! Yes! 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 Still, man. Still got it, buddy. Still.
Did you guys hear that? I hope you guys heard that. I wasn't too loud. Too. By the way, we got an outfit I'm wearing. It's this. I think I was watching that stream too. Oh my god, yeah. We're wearing that. Whims. We're wearing that. We ordered it in because we maxed out our donation fundraiser. So yeah, very happy with that. Yeah, so I'm gonna be wearing that in October, between the 11th and the 12th of October, and we'll be going around doing stuff. Oh my gosh, should I wear the maid outfit in the aquarium? Okay, wherever I go in Melbourne, I have to wear my maid outfit. That's PAX, the aquarium, getting drinks. I'm gonna wear it everywhere. I'm going to wear it everywhere. That is a promise. I am wearing it everywhere. I'm gonna wear it everywhere. Maybe I'll bring some manga down with me and during the festivals. Read during the yeah, you should. Yeah, crazy. You should, bro. Read some. Oh, you're reading right now, crazy. Whims. I hope you're doing well, by the way, broski. Hope everything's doing well for you right there. If you guys don't know, Whims is the person who made my basically my subscriber badges, the hooks, and I changed them around to mix it between myself as well as Whims. So yeah, please check them out as well. They make really cool art stuff as well. Whims is in the UK, so that's really cool. But yes, we are going. Yeah, I love that. Alright, we're going to now go to play some games finally after this whole time. Found that Sea of Thieves couldn't work, so we need to do it again. We need to do it again. Let's see what the game's going to be. Mixed around. I saw Sea of Thieves again without even realizing it. Where's Sea of Thieves? There it is. Get rid of Sea of Thieves. There's everything here. Get rid of Sea of Thieves again right there. Alright, mix it around. No, seriously, Whims, that's fine. Do not feel bad. The fact you're here in your time in this stream is amazing already. You're just hanging out, having a good time. As long as you're having fun and you have great do everything is, but all I have is I swear to God, if you give me like channel point redeeming of showing my tits, I'm gonna calm you out for like. Alright, 3, 2, 1, spin the game. What's our first game? It's been 2 hours and 20 minutes in. We are still going live all the way to the afternoon with Big Audie Worm. That's what the first game's gonna be. Yes! 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 Oh my god! Yes! Oh! Yes! Oh! Okay, crazy. That's all good, bro. Enjoy eating. What this is pretty much me playing a Pokemon game that's modded, and it's a Nuzlocke challenge, and it's fossil Pokemon only. Thank you for the money! Thank you for the money! Thank you! Thank you for the 95 bits! Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Thank you, dude. Didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for the 95 bits. Thank you. Thank you, seriously. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go full screen for a bit. I'm going to set some stuff up. Hopefully we can get this going through. Oh, that's good enough. That's more than good enough, seriously. That's more than good enough. Seriously, I do appreciate that, bro. I do appreciate it, seriously, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you. First things first, we need to get through some stuff. This is Bleach, by the way. This is from Bleach. Really, really good. Ad break coming up, guys. We've got ad break coming up, guys. Whoever is having ads, I'm sorry. But we got ad break very, very soon. So I need to start Pokemon. I'm so excited, Pokemon. I'm so excited. I'm sorry, Astral, but if I didn't know VIP couldn't actually eliminate ads, I would have not given to you in the first place. This is like Pokemon Emerald, Boob. Well, Astral, if you get ads, it's supporting me, Astral. So think it like that. I won't get much from it, but it's better than nothing in it. Pokemon Emerald version, ads are over. I'm normal. I'm normal. That was so funny. Worst shift. Ads over. I'm normal now. That's actually so funny. If there's anything you want me to play on here, by the way, anybody? So Wims, thank you for playing that. We're going to do a big audio one style here in the charity and anything like that. If you donate, play a random song and we'll play it in the stream. Whatever song it is, we'll play it, okay? Sounds like a good deal, everybody. So if you donate now, piss me off with ads, I rage when I see them. Really? Because it stops you from having a good time. That makes sense. I don't blame you, bro. So right now we're looking for a naughty program that allows me to play modded games. I'm trying to look for that now. So just give me a bit. We're still playing games, even though it's been 2.5 hours. We just haven't played games yet. Yeah, of course. I appreciate that. Actually. So, Wims, have I known you almost as long as Astral? Have I known you since Instagram days, or have I known you a bit sooner? I don't know. I just feel like I've known you that way, I think. It's hard to tell. I think it's like GBA. I think I have to look up GBA. I think GBA. Because I need to look for the right one, else I'll lose my progress. What's playing now, the music? Hey, it's this song. Good song. This is annoying. I don't know why this downloads. The Forge. Wait, retro. This is it? Oh my god, I might have found it. I might have found it, chat. Okay, holy shit. I found it. Okay, it might have got the wrong one maybe, because it's asking to install it. You made me go check to see how long I've known you for. It's been like 3 years. Yeah, you've almost, Astral, I think you've known me the longest of me being Hook Sniffer. You definitely have. Before it was like Adam Anime Lover was like my Instagram thing. It's been a long time, Astral. And to this day, I still appreciate all the support you give me, dude. Let it be in Discord DMs, let it be through Instagram. But honestly, you just being here and to this day of knowing me still and being still supportive is just from the bottom of my heart. What the fuck happened to the music? Okay. But yeah, it's so nice, Astral. I really appreciate it, bro. I might have just lost my save. So I might have lost my run. There's no... Yeah? Really? Can you please tell me what it is? Because I'm so sorry, but I don't think I remember when we first met. Was it would you like a video of mine? I think. I don't know why I can't find the program for it. So mad, bro. We have to like restart every time and that kind of stuff. I can't believe. Wait, N64 setup? Bro, I just installed the wrong thing. I installed the wrong thing. I just installed the wrong program. That's insane. I can't believe it. Is it Lunos? Wait a minute. If I go to my desktop, maybe show desktop, and it should be there.
Radio on blast, make the moment last. She got solar power. Minutes feel like hours. She knew she was the baddest.
Rico, Moab, Valorant. No, it's not there. Okay, I thought I was smart for a second, but I guess it's not there. Roblox Studios, no. Should I just like maybe just Google on Road? I remember my New Zealand friends stopped streaming. I decided to find a new Overwatch streamer. And I found you playing. I thought you were really fun. I started popping in the chat. Oh, so you found me through Twitch. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, that's nice. That's really nice, actually. I'm sorry to hear the New Zealand friends stop streaming. What are the odds of being next door to me in Australia? I really do appreciate you being here, Ashwell, seriously. To this day, seriously. So I might have to go to my channel and find the program that I'm playing this on. I don't think I'll play it. I think I edited it out, I'm pretty sure, I think. It's a little bit annoying. Can I please tell me I actually got the program that I even did it what I got with? Please, I beg you, bro. I'm very excited. I have no clue if this is impossible to do, but I really hope it can be, because I've always wanted to play a full ROM game. It's not here. And this looks like the perfect one, because I was randomized of looking for a streamer, and that time I'm so happy I let him playing. That's so nice. Yeah. I don't know what happened to Flaky. Is Flaky still around? Because I still have his shirt. I still have his shirt, dude. Oh, sorry.
Straight son.
Sorry.
I'm worried about
I was slouching too much, sorry. So this is the program that I want to play, which is this, Pokemon Imperium. But I want to make sure that I've got the... I think I have no choice to risk it. I might as well play it. I might have no choice. A taco person? That's crazy. Holy shit, bro. I have to adjust everything around here, maybe. Give me a second, I'm so sorry. Alright. I might have to restart, which is so sad, but I have no choice. Does it even tell me what the program is on here? Tiny only run. Let's see how we go. Holy moly. But in I think it's an emulator of Emerald, and it's pretty much just a bunch of Pokemon. For God's sakes. You're not gonna tell me what the actual program is? The combo literally went from him saying he thought I killed myself or something, and he made fun of me being Mexican right after. What an asshole. Hope he loses all his money, stops being rich. That's crazy. What a laughing day. Hope you're okay, Ashel, from that. Okay. I'm so mad I lost it. I just lost Aerodactyl. I might have no choice to get rid of Aerodactyl. Alright, let's do it. I might have no choice to just blood it up now. Wait, that's the wrong thing too. I can't even use that program. Yeah, it's a wrong thing. It's not even like an actual thing. I'd have to go through all the apps then and programs to see if there's anything that's similar. I thought it was very funny, don't worry. He's very used to my episodes, so when I delete my account for a bit, he just got concerned but we're chilling. Oh, that's good. I'm very happy about that. Yeah, I was worried for a second for a bit when you decided to go AWOL for a bit, dude. As long as you're okay, it's fine. Installed apps. So, not bonjour. I'm just gonna be a bit quiet for a second. I was looking for programs that I've got that I want to see. Grenade, Indigo, Copilot, CurseForge. Not CurseForge, right? It might be CurseForge. I don't have it on me. Install paywall done. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'd appreciate that. Okay, Astral. I can't believe we got our outfit. I can't believe that. I'm so surprised about that. Doom, Epic, Hollow Knight, Logitech. This song was added in from April, Overwatch, Paint, Peak, Hellier, Portal, Repo, Real Pugs, Roblox, Steam. I don't think this is it either. Can programs just get uninstalled without even being touched? Because I don't know why. Like, I can't find anywhere here. Where is the program that I had to open up this game? Notepad, NVIDIA, Opal. This is so weird. Streams are single-handedly a thing that regrets me. It's very, very funny. Oh my god. It's just socializing, I'm pretty sure. And it's catching up people you care about. That normally is a very big helpful thing when it comes to mentality stuff. I do it all the time. Do not worry. I prefer catching up people. That's what I was doing when I went AWOL myself. Okay, there's nothing here for me to install. I should have had a backup file. Is there nothing here that I had? No. Is this it? I don't know what this is. Action, that doesn't help at all. And first of all, mix it up and I can't believe I can't find what this is. If the program is not here that plays, it's not RetroArch either, right? I'm just gonna play and see what happens. It still didn't install. This is wild. Yeah, it's less stressful than talking to people one-on-one. It helps a lot, otherwise I'm off the shits, then Skull might legitimately kidnap me. Oh, sorry about that, dude. As long as you're happy and you're doing a life, that's all that matters. But I can see that too. However, I can see that as well. Now, where is the program? Can I please open up the program then? If it's been installed? Okay. Okay, I might need help from old mate now. From my tech support guy. Because Kobe's not here. So I mean, I might need help when he have a... It's playing Phasmophobia. I have no clue what's going on. That's good. Did I just go through like random programs and just open them up and see what happens? That's not it either. Here's an app on your PC. Did I just type in GBA? GBA. I should have prepared this. I don't know why I can't find this thing. GBA code shader? That's not it. I'm gonna have to Google it. I just don't understand like where the program even went. I didn't even record that long ago. That's the wild part. It wasn't even that long ago that I did this. Nothing here at all. not Overwolf, right? No, it's not Overwolf. The things are here, but where's the program? Okay. This is not it. This is not load core. I don't think I did because I don't know. I don't think I remember deleting anything. I can't open up anything. Just read back my file. Load 4, load content. If I just type in GBA and oh my god. I might have to just re-download GBA emulator. Visual Boy? Do I even have... I don't know, Advance. GBA. I don't understand this. Visual. Could that be it? That's not it. Okay. Well, I think I have to restart. I have to just go through the game over and over again and just... Oh my god. I just don't understand why it's gone. It's really Should I advance? Oh, please download, please. I think once we get it, that should be fine. Alright. Visual Boy. The good thing is I don't have to worry about sprites or anything because I've already got everything already. Happened recently. Then load file. What that is? That's my file, and that's Aerodactyl. We're back, gamers. We're back, gamers. We're back. We're so back, gamers. We're so back. Holy shit. I'm so mad about that, but very happy we got it back in now. I feel like we should probably get rid of the music just because we should free ship the music here. So, yeah, we got Aerodactyl and I deleted the goddamn Pokemon by mistake. Okay, there you go. So, computer's doing its best to homophobic you, I swear. Yeah, literally, dude. Yeah, honestly, that's how it feels, dude. So, I feel like that should be like that. I should have like in my head a little bit bigger or smaller. I don't know. That's fine like that, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we got. Can I like lock it full screen? Like lock it full screen. I don't know what that means, but where's full screen? Can I just like lock into full screen? Emulator next frame, pause, auto frame, option, video. Keep the window on top. Start full screen. So nothing happens? Okay, cool. So it's stuck like that. Cool. Okay. Let's lock in the okay. What? Why? Okay. Can you see what my problem is? It's just making it smaller and bigger every time I move around with it. I don't like that. Tools, cheat, OBS, view layout. Control video states.
Okay, that's so annoying. Alright. Alright, let's go controller. Oh god. What the frick? No. Where's my sound, by the way, too? Where's my... I have no sound. Hello? Okay, and now it's not responding. So I want to use my controller because it's going to be so confusing on the mouse and keyboard. It's fine. Good enough, I guess. That's fine. Okay, let's just close it. It works, which I'm happy with. Play that again, I guess. Please, please. Recent save. Open recent. And then load last save. Yeah, cool. We got controller, we got sound. That's fine. We're okay now, chat. Let's pause the music now. Yay. But I'm very sorry to say, I need to go to the bathroom. because I'm busting to go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry. yeah, I will. Hang on. What is Visual Boy? Okay, can you guys see the game? What's the game? There it is. Alright, I'll load down a bit. Mute that. Play music. BRB, boys. BRB. What? Dude. Is it not working anymore? My command? It's not working at all, bro. It makes no sense.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Hello. Hello. Okay, so I want to stand up. I don't know. I prefer standing up. No better. Hello. Hello. A bit more like that. A bit more like that. A bit more lower. Because I want to stand up. Yeah, I want to stand up like that. Like that, maybe. So let's just move that a bit more up like that. And move this a bit more higher up as well. Like that, like that, yeah. Cool. Hello, 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 hello. Are we doing well, everybody? Whoever is here still? Hope you're doing great today. Okay, so let's play some Pokemon. Alright. Show. Okay, how's the game? Game sounds okay? Not too loud? Is it okay? Where's the game sound? The game sound got turned off again? Oh my god, that's right. There we go. Okay. Cool. I might turn down the game sound for me though. Just in case it might be a bit too obnoxious for me though. Decrease. Oh, okay, but it's like decrease. Okay. Okay. Okay, is that better? Not too bad like that. Just so that in case people want to do any donations or anything like that, I bet. Okay, so we now... Oh yeah, I should probably record maybe if I wanted to. Hey guys, this is the official next episode on my Pokemon Nuzlocke Challenge. I might do this actually. Hello everybody, my name is Hooksniffer and welcome back to another video. Today we are playing Pokemon Empoleon, Emerald Empoleon ROM hack. And we are doing fossils only. It's a randomization. It's gonna be very, very hard, but I'm looking forward to checking it out. If you guys like what I do here today, please hit the like button. I really appreciate it. Thank you for checking out this video. What is your favorite fossil Pokemon? Let me know. Right now, we're doing a charity foundation right now, raising money for funds, and we cannot contain our excitement. We're having a great time, everything right now, but yeah, exactly, follow and like, yeah. All right, so let's get right back into it. We are now officially got our first Pokemon, which I'm quite very, very excited for. So we got a dinosaur. We got Aerodactyl. So can I change the nickname? Oh, it's an Aerodactyl. It's Aerodactyl. I need to change the nickname though. Oh, hang on. Okay, you know what I'm just gonna load the game again. This time. Yes, there we go. It's very cute. So I'm sorry to say, but there was a name that I fell in love with ever since we got the name for it. And it's gonna probably ruin the reputation of how cute the Pokemon is. So, where is it? My little brother nicknamed it, by the way, too. So, I think it was going to be called... Yes, found it. Alright. I'm so sorry, Astral. Where is it? Let me see. I'll let you see what happened with this. A, and then D, then I, C, and then wait, is it K? If it's me, I'm kicking his ass. You'll be seeing him tomorrow, dude. Ask Ducktail, so my Sheila. How do I spell this? Am I having issues with this? Ask. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Astral. R-A-R-S-E-A-D-E I-C-K Yeah. You might see him tomorrow, Astral, if you come on tomorrow. Am I having issues with this? I can't believe how much I'm having issues with this. Yeah. T-Y... L. I might have to... Oh! Shit! Ah, that's fine. Ah, Sticktail. Great name. Alright, so we're just playing Pokemon Buzz randomized. And it's, yeah, this is my game. It's, yeah, it's really cool. I like it. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. Sticktail is focusing attention on me. So the name? Is it getting a bit questionable about the name? Alright, let's go. Let's see how we go. We got this now. We should probably now start training. Well, let's see what's in my bag right now. Do I have any Pokeballs right now? I got nothing on me. So with this game, unfortunately, it's all about... the game's very hard. So they want you to cheat a fair bit to make it fair for yourself. But I want to restrict the actual items though. So I want to just want to practice on my game, you know? Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, Dust Skull, that's pretty good. Sticktail. Sticktail, let's go. Wing Attack, Supersonic, Bite. Oh, we got Bite. That's pretty good, actually. Does it sound not bad? Sound okay? Alright. Yay! And the thing is with this randomizer, by the way, you can get legendaries, by the way. So it can get pretty intense sometimes. Yeah, so I can get random legendaries. Nightshade. Oh no, not Nightshade. Oh no. Oh god. Bite. Yes. Okay, cool. Alright. Right now, I'm just leveling up and maxing out my Pokemon just to make it a bit easier. So hopefully we can just go up here and maybe get some potions, hopefully. I don't know, because I'm a bit low right now. But yeah. The more potions I get, the better. Oh god, it's a Scyther. It's a Scyther. I know what I'm gonna do with a Scyther. Wing Attack. It's a Wing Attack. Yes. Yes. Awesome. Yay, level 7. Yay. Okay. I'm very nervous. This might be a big challenge to me. Might be a big challenge. So every time we find a fossil Pokemon, we need to catch it. And that's going to be part of our party. So this makes it very, very hard because there's such a little amount of fossil Pokemon. Hello. Yep. We need to buy items in the mart. Yep, I got potion. Cool. I already healed Sticktail already. That is fine. That's okay. So Astral, what time is it for you right now, Astral? What have you been up to, Astral? You've been relaxing, chilling? Potion. We need all the potions we need. Okay. Go down. Okay. So, I'm a little bit nervous with this whole fiasco. Only because I might have to restart, which I don't want to. I went to work. What the hell is that? That's a legendary. That's a Regirock. This could be hard for me. Yeah, that's a legendary, dude. Can I do Supersonic and make it, like, scary? No, attack missed! Thank God, stupid. Come on, Supersonic, please, Supersonic speed! Supersonic speed! I should save, by the way. I should probably save. In case I need to save. Supersonic speed. Okay. Save state. There. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, so bite. Bite! Bite! Flinched! Yes, it's flinching! It's flinching! It's flinching! 2 flinches in a row! 2 flinches in a row! And we killed the motherfucker! We killed Reggie Rock! Yes! Let's go! We killed Reggie Rock. Let's go. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy for that, Reggie Rock. Oh, Chimchar! It's a Chimchar! Oh my god, do you know a lot about Pokemon, Astral? Are you familiar with Astral? Are you familiar with Pokemon? Do you know a lot about Pokemon stuff? Big attack! You're dead! You're dead! You're dead! Ah. If we actually do find a fossil Pokemon, I'll be so happy with that. So we need to kill... We need... That's God. My level 7 Dicktail is taking on God. Yeah, sure. I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Because there are a lot of dinosaurs in it. I could try and go for a Supersonic, make it confused, and then bite. Supersonic. No, it missed! Semi-toss? Is that a fighting move? Thank God. Okay, cool. Please! No, why is it missing? Punishment? What does punishment mean? Cool. Okay. Okay, come on. Please hurt yourself. Yes! You dumb fuck! Now let's just bite. Bite. Now flinch. Flinch! It's confused. Come on. Oh my god, no way! Come on. We beat God! This has to be a crazy start for this series. We actually beat God. We beat the God of Earth, and we beat God himself. There's no way. We killed God! Oh, that's right. I want to do something funny now. Sorry, I hate Astral, but I feel it's gonna be funny as hell, dude. 1 second, Astral. I can't believe we just beat God. We just defeated God. I can't believe that. What are the odds of us doing that? I can't believe we beat God. That's so funny. Oh god. And text file. Update at font to that font color gradient. Yeah, correction. Color black. Perfect. I think we should like, it's not hard. Well, Blaze Mage name. That's crazy. We beat God! We beat God! I can't believe that! We beat God! It's level 9 now. I can't believe we just beat God. And it was recorded. I mean, the reason why I'm making such a big deal about it is that is the base stats of a legendary. The fact that my Aerodactyl or my Arstic Tail pretty much did that is astonishing because Arceus has crazy base stats when it first starts out. So now we got attack 26, speed is 30, so this guy's pretty quick. Well, we'll do Roar. Do we do Roar? What does Roar do exactly? Makes the foes flee in the end of battle. No, we don't want that. We don't. I mean, Scary Face is pretty good because we want to do sharply reduced speed. So let's just get rid of it. Yes, we want to get rid of Roar. Yeah, fuck Roar. Yeah, we want. Yeah. So you know what's crazy? We could farm that if we wanted to, but we're not going to. Oh, for God's sakes! Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. Oh, Chimchar again. Yay, Chimchar. Chimchar. Alright. Okay. A baby, I'm sorry, it's Chimchar, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, little one. Chimchar flinched. I think Bite might be such a crazy thing to have. Should I have Crunch and Bite for Aerodactyl for Arstic Tail? Okay, let's see what this character's gonna have. This includes boss battles too, and random trainers will have random Pokemon as well. And by the way, this game, by the way, this has every single Pokemon known to man, from the crazy Pokemon that's pretty much everyone knows about, from the sheer fact that is it's just crazy how many Pokemon there is. Very, very cool. Love that. Yeah, it's fine like that, I think. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so this character's named May. So let's see what she has. Let's see, the Pokemon found on Route 03 include... Oh, shit! Oh, by the way, my name's Who. Because I wasn't expecting to get an Aerodactyl me getting through this run because I was restarting my game. So I was meant to put in Hook, but it was called Who instead. There's Ho. So H-O-O. Oh, I see. My dad gave you a Pokemon as a gift. Since we're here, let's have a battle. I'll give you a taste of what being a trainer is like. Imagine like a 13-year-old girl saying that to you. Would you like punch her in the face? Sure, fucking I would. Alright, where you go? Okay, first off, what the fuck is that? Wing attack. Fucking dead cunt, you fucking dead, Go, let's go. Nice, we did it. And the best part is I should have healed my poke. My I think I know why my dad has my eye on you now. I mean, you just got that Pokemon, but it already likes you. I'm not Scaly, I'm sorry. You might be able to befriend any kind of Pokemon easily. Well, it's time for me to head back to the lab. Okay. Aren't you creepy? Yay, we did it! Yay! We defeated a legendary rock. Yeah, we did it! We defeated God himself, which is pretty fucking crazy. We did it! Yay! So what's the best nature for Aerodactyl? Best nature for Aerodactyl. Out of a nature, maximizes physical attack. My headache pill is at work, so I might have to hop off soon. Oh, that's all good. No worries, Astral. That's alright, man. Have a good one, bro. I'll talk to you very soon, Astral. I'm sorry to hear that your headache's not working, bro. They're making it faster. Yeah, speed. So I want Jolly. But yeah, please go whenever you can, Astral. I will not mind you, like, getting off, bro. It's fine, dude. We want Jolly nature for this guy. So seriously, have a good one. Seriously, Astral. I really do appreciate you being here. So have a good one. And thank you so much for watching this whole stream, Astral. I really do appreciate it, bro. Alright. Okay, hello, May. Oh, hello, yeah, let's hurry home. Bye-bye. Bye, fucking crazy bitch. Let's go through here. Let's go, 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 go. Okay. That's fine. Hi. Oh, hi, who? I heard you beat May on your first try. That's excellent. May's been helping me out with my research for a long time. May has an extensive history of a trainer already. Well, she's terrible. Here, who? I ordered this for my research, but I think you'll have this for the Pokédex. Ooh, we've seen the Pokédex. Yeah, let's go. Pokédex is a high-tech tool that automatically makes a record of any Pokemon you meet and catch. My kid, May, goes everywhere with it. Whenever my kid catches a rare Pokemon, the record is data in the Pokédex. Why May looks for me while I'm out doing field work and shows me. Also, who? I gave these to May already. I swear these are these starting items are getting more and more advanced. Think back in my day, we had to walk up to the mart uphill both ways with no items, or I disagree. Take these. Yeah, so we need to get rid of a bunch of these items, always sell them. Okay. Good luck with the Pokemon journey, I'll be rooting for you. Alright. We got a bunch of items now. So yeah, fucking it's crazy. Do we want to raise the power of flying or ice or dark because of... Boost the power of physical type moves, yes. So let's give that to Aerodactyl. What is that? No, those are physical? Psychic type moves. I'm actually silly. Fighting moves, dark. Yeah, I'll give Aerodactyl that one. Just because I want that one to be better for Aerodactyl. So, get rid of that. Pokeballs, okay. Oran Babies, no. Shining Charm. So I really want to get rid of all these, but can't really do much about it, can we? That's fine. That's okay. Is Mum here? Hello, Mum. Wait, who? Who, did you introduce yourself to Professor Birch? Oh, what adorable Pokemon. You got it from Professor Birch. How nice. You're the father's child, alright. You look good together with Pokemon. Here, honey, if you're going out for an adventure, take these, Infinite Candy. I do not want to use Infinite Candy because I think it's cheating. I think there's a max level you can have per area so you're not too broken. So that's why it gets hard, because it does not matter if you have Infinite Candy. It has a cap though. Put away Infinite Candy, key your pocket. Yeah, Pokeval. I know what Pokeval is. What is that? What is Pokeval? I don't know what that is. And Infinite Repel. Okay, we like that. We like Infinite Repel. And Dead Max. Okay. Infinite Candy is basically a rare candy they'll never run out, and it's a key item. I also gave you a Pokemon Pokeval that will heal your party every time and from everywhere. Infinite Repel, which is repels that will never run out, and it's a brand new dex to help you out find Pokemon. Cool. Wait, it'll help me find Pokemon? Can I look for fossil Pokemon? Hang on. Where was it? Where's Pokeval? I want to use that. I want to look for fossil Pokemon. Where's Pokeval? Oh no, hang on. I think it's in my Pokedex. Pokedex. Search. This top bottom. Yeah, that's 893. What even is that? Crazy. Very unknown. Zadude. Whoa, lazy name. Alright, anyway, let's go back and just keep going through here. And hopefully we don't encounter God again. Okay. Not bad. We got this. If we max up the Pokemon, we should be fine, I think. Be fine, honestly, the way I feel. Right, you're dead. Nom 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 nom. You're dead. Okay. Gain 10 XP. Good job, bro. Good job. Alright. Go over here. And we just go through here now. New area now. Hopefully we can find a fossil Pokemon, please. I don't know what we're going to find. Oh, that's cute. It's a Dweeble. Let's kill it. Arsene Dicktail. Go for it, man. It's raining. No, not raining. When can Arsene Dicktail get a Mega Evolution? That's what I want to know. Oh, simply dead. Okay.
Let's just put it there like that. Cool. Yep. Cool. Not bad, not bad. I just want to like just go around through here and just see what's actually around here. It's a Garchomp! Oh my god, it's a Garchomp! That's sick. Oh my god, it's Garchomp. Wow. Let's bite it. Sandstorm? Okay. Wait, does Sandstorm is still a thing? How if Sandstorm is active, ground type Pokemon increase damage? Or no, increased defense in Sandstorm, don't they? I'm assuming. Ah, level 11. Yay, level 11. Okay. Cool. Okay. I think in like maybe 5 minutes, I might end the episode. Oh, it's a Sandslash. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my god, it's so cute. That's so nice. Okay, let's go to Bite. Spiky Shield. Okay, protect yourself. Okay. Protect yourself. No. Oh no, I got hit by a spiky thing. Oh no. Yeah, Sandslash looks really cool in that. Hey. Okay. I think I should go somewhere else now because... Oh, there we go. We got a trainer battle. Okay. If they got a fossil Pokemon, I'll be so mad. I swear to God, if they got a fossil Pokemon. I'll be so upset. I'll be so mad, dude. Okay. What's one? Oh, Venorat. That's cute. Nice. Go Arstic Tail. Let's see how you go, Arstic Tail. Quick attack. Go! Yes! Okay. Okay, that's not much. That's not much at all. 80. Cool. Now, I just want to see what's around this area here. I can't believe got Revarsius. Another Garchomp. Okay, buddy. You can calm down. Okay, calm down, buddy. Okay. Alright, bite. Bite. Nom. Oh wow, we got a lot of experience from that. Okay. I'm hoping we get like the basic. Oh, that's cute. Oh wow. I mean, if we were doing dinosaur themed and prehistoric animal themes, that could count as being Arthropleura, one of the biggest millipedes to be discovered. It was as long as a car, and if it stands upright, because it's the body proportion of the muscle tissues apparently in the structure, the proportion itself can go high, and apparently it can stand up as tall as a man. Not the entire thing, but it can just do like that, you know, like a snake, like that. So cool. Fucking push it, nerd. Good dinosaur nerd. Yeah, you're dead. Willipede. Okay. And level 12 now, yay! Now it's getting more speed and less special attack. That's what we want. We want it to be as fast as possible. We want to outspeed everything. That's what we want. That's a whole goal for this. Oh, Cadnia! That's cute. We like that. My worry is if we do get a randomized Pokemon, it might be the next evolution, which I don't like. I just prefer it being part with it, for it to evolve and be that part of the journey, I think. That's what I like about that kind of thing. Okay, so let's just go. Okay, as we just farm around here, see what we get, we'll be fine. No way! No way! No! No, it's a Cradily! It's a Cradily! Oh my god, it's a Cradily! No way! It's Cradily! I just jinxed myself. There is no way. I need to supersonic it so I can confuse it and capture it. It's a girl too. What are we gonna call it? Because that's so cool. I can't believe we got that. We got a Cradily! No way, we got a Cradily! Okay, let's do a Pokeball. Okay. Please, Pokeball, please, Pokeball, please, Pokeball, please, Pokeball, please, Pokeball, please, Pokeball. Okay, don't worry. It didn't work. Okay. I'm pretty sure if we just keep on attacking it, it should be fine, I guess, hopefully. Hopefully. Should be okay. See how we go, though. See how we go. I can't believe we got Cradily. That's so good. What are we gonna call it? What are we gonna call it? Please capture it. It might be a good time. Come on! No! It's not snapped out of confusion! No! No, don't snap out of confusion! You piece of shit. Even if we do kill it by accident, I can just find another one because that's around here. So... No, I just want to capture it anyway. Yeah. I'm just gonna keep on spamming it. Let's hope for the best. The catch rate is very difficult too. I don't know why. It's just it's not doing it for some reason. Please don't get poisoned. Oh thank God, I didn't get poisoned. Oh thank God. Oh thank God. Haha. So let's just let's try and Supersonic it again. And hopefully, because that Supersonic is actually pretty good. Not gonna lie. Please hurt yourself. Please hurt yourself. Please hurt yourself. It doesn't want to do anything. That's so annoying. Okay. Hopefully, it should be fine if we just keep on doing it. If you're gonna be like that, I guess, an annoying piece of shit. Oh! No! So close! No way! Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. What are we gonna call her? I really am curious what we're gonna call her. So it's a Cradily and to her. So I got a feeling it had something to do with maybe like a poison or like, yeah, we got it. We got Cradily. Oh my God, we got Cradily. That's so good, dude. We got Cradily. Oh, that's so cool. Cradily, the barnacle Pokemon. It drags its heavy body along the seafloor. It makes its nest in the shallows of warm sea. Cradily can be seen on branches when the tide goes out. Cradilies can hang on branches of trees. Imagine seeing it on a tree. And it's just hanging near the shorelines. Alright, and that's it. Nicknaming it. And then we're going to save the file. Save it. Save slot. And that's it. That's all there is to it. That is it. Quick go. That is it for today's episode of Pokemon Nuzlocke Challenge. I cannot believe we actually got another one. I was all expecting it to be so soon. And to be a next evolution legendary too. Not legendary, but like we took on Arceus. So thank you so much for watching this video. I really appreciate you guys watching this playlist of the whole thing. If you're watching this in the future and if I make more videos, this is the start of it, the epilogue, which is right there. You can hold on to it right there. And also subscribe to my main channel as well. And my other channels will be in the description down below. And hopefully you enjoy this video. Please comment the best nickname for Cradily. It is a girl. And it's a giant barnacle. And yeah, some sort of something sus, I can imagine it. But seriously, yeah, thank you for checking out this video. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next episode. Bye-bye! That is how you do a video series. And let's close that down because we're done now with that segment of Pokemon. We're going to change it down to just chatting for now. Let's do a game. Just chatting. Alright. What the fuck? Okay, done. Not good already? Alright, whatever. Alright. So move that down a bit. I was honestly waiting for us to like just lose the Pokemon. I don't know why. I was waiting for that to happen. Waiting for that to be a thing. Okay. Move that down like that. Cool. Move that chat there, move that a bit more forward back there like that. Move that a bit more higher up so I can see it better on the screen. Wow, that's cool. We actually got Cradily. That's really cool. I am very, very happy with that information we got there. What are the odds though? Oh, that's so cool. Any more music we can play? Oh, okay.
channel. Playlist. We got a playlist. Yeah, here we go.
The production of this tape was done by Jaden Kamstra. This tape is a compilation of tracks he has made over the last 6 months. Listen closely and enjoy.
Let's just play this one here because it's a bit more different. Alright. Pretty sure we're all good now with the spin wheel now. I cannot believe we actually got that. What are the odds? I am so surprised. We not only got Pokemon, but we got progression on my series as well. That's so good. Can I play just chatting, please? I'm still a little bit disappointed with us not playing Sea of Thieves. So sad about that. I really am. Alright. It's been spinning around. Full screen. Alright, next game. 3, 2, 1, spin! I'm actually quite interested in what the next game's gonna be. What is the next game gonna be? I'm not gonna look. Overwatch! Nice, buddy. We got Overwatch time. Overwatch. So whoever is here in the chat and we play some Overwatch together, I will not know who plays some Overwatch. Yeah, while so I've streamed Overwatch. What are the odds? I'm so surprised about that. Okay. Installation recap? No, I don't want that. Whoop. Whoop. No. That's fine. Whoever is interested, let's play some Overwatch together for a bit. What is this? What? No, I want Overwatch. I don't want that. I said no. Alright. Overwatch time. I feel like the music's a bit too loud, I feel. Wait, what can I go there? Really? Music, thank you. Alright, not bad. Pretty good. So we got the Cassidy gun, which is really cool. I'm happy with the Cassidy gun. I want to play around with it. I can't believe we got it. Alright, that's Cassidy's gun. Ugh, shit. Shit. God, fucking damn it. Okay. Okay, Cassidy. And there it is. Now, which one is it to emote? Where is it? Which button is it to, like, oh my god. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's sick. Oh, that's so cool. It's such a finicky thing you can do. Oh my god, imagine just doing that. And it's like a bam, 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 bam. Oh. The whole idea about being good with Cassidy is like always being on lineup headshots, apparently. It's always good to have, apparently. Good luck, have fun, boys. Hope we all play well. I show opium? Opium, that's what a wild thing to do. Alright, we're gonna get rid of Ash, Hanzo, and Widowmaker. I mean, I want to get rid of like maybe Doomfist, maybe like Sombra and Moira. Sounds good. Okay. I'm just hoping Hog doesn't get banned. I don't know why, but Hog might get banned. Oh, thank God. Okay, cool. Okay. He did. Okay, that's good. Alright. What skin do we want? Midas, Noxus. I don't know. I feel like haven't. Now, Haunted Dog is gonna be good. I like Haunted Dog a bit better. Nice. Hello, guys. Hello. 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 Let's go. No, you banned Doom. I'm sorry, I didn't realize they wanted Doom. I'm sorry. You know, you banned. Probably they actually want Doom. They couldn't finish their frowny face. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, dude. Man, I flicked that too hard. Oh, Reinhardt. What are they doing? Oh, God. Oh, dude. Jesus Christ. The robot stopped me from going there. Ah, God. Yeah. Ah. Oh, so close. Oh, imagine I got that. Yo. Sorry, my bad. Oh, dude. Sorry. Reinhardt's here? No, he's right there. Oh, free push, it's fine. Ugh. Thank you, Zenny. They're right there. Oh, no way, I was out of reach. Nice, Tracer. Run. He's one. Good shit. Nice. Akiri, soldier bit back there. Okay, that's alright. No way. Oh shit. My bad. Thank you. No, thank you. Ah, no. I got all. Yo, how are you, Taco? How are you, bro? Thank you. Ah, shit. I blame you for that, bro. How are you? You're just lurking? No worries, bro. You're just lurking. That's alright, bro. I'll be doing well, though. Thank you for the like, bro. Just popped in. I appreciate, bro. Appreciate, bro. I hope you enjoy yourself, bro. I appreciate the support, dude. Thank you. I got ultimate for the next fight. There's a bunch of events going on today. Oh, sick. Nice. That's alright, dude. That's alright. Well, thank you for being here, then. Thank you. Thank you. They got Mercy now. Don't worry. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No, sorry. No, Ana. Thank you. Oh, God. That's okay. Free push is fine. So I got push for the next fight. I can push them away. No way, bro. No! Oh, bro. Oh my god. That's alright. We got a bit anyway, so we got plenty of time. That's alright. It's regroup. It's fine, guys. Regroup. There's a Cassidy apparently nearby. Way up. Be very, very careful, guys. No, come on, no. No, thank you. They really fucked that for me. God damn, I did. Holy shit, bro. And more Cassidy. Zaya. Oh, God. No. Be very careful of that. Let's go. No, bro. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh my god. Huge. Good sleep, bro. Help me out a lot. Soldier right there. You can try and get the soldier if you want to. Where's soldier go? Is he up there still? Oh, good shit. Nice. Someone's up there. Yeah, you got this. Okay, cool, thank you. Cassidy back up there again. Oh, no. No, dude. Oh, my God. Ah, that was a mistake. My bad. Sorry. No, what? I'm backing off. Fuck that. It's alright, it's okay. Dude. No! Ah, okay, that's fine. Ana, no! That's right. I got ult. Oh, Zai down there. Oh, damn. Bro, no. No, please. How far away is was that hallway? Dude! Okay, whatever. That's alright. Dude, that all the way down is so far. Thank you. Where is that? Dude. So sorry, dude. Alright. Nice. That's okay, Sojin. That's fine. It's okay, Sojin. Like, we're on the other side to see what we got. And a boost, nice. No! They got a lot of damage, thank you. Oh, Mercy! I'm so sorry, dude. That's alright. That's alright. We'd be able to keep holding it. I reckon we can win this. Just win the next fight. They're all here, by the way. They're all here. No! Why would you bubble your supporter? That's crazy. Thank you, thank you. Nah, that's fine. I don't care. Oh, Bob's here, Bob's here, Bob's here. Oh, Bob's here. Oh. We got overtime anyway, so. If we just get them off the thing afterward, it's fine. Rip. Yeah, I think it's got too much damage on us, I think. That's alright, GG's well play, guys. That's good. GG's, boys. We'll play well, guys. GG's. Yeah. Alright. That is off, exit, and then we go to full screen, and we go there, and then we go to this one here, and then we go to that one there. That is just chatting. Alright, next game, 3, 2, 1, spin. Make Hook watch something he'll hate? Dude, there's no one in chat right now, so I can't really do that. That shouldn't count because there's nothing here that I can do. Alright, let's respin that again. Because I know no one's in the chat right now, so it's fine. So I can just do it again. Alright. Try it again. 3, 2, 1, spin. Cabin Factory? Oh, Christ. I don't even know what Cabin Factory is. Alright, let's see what Cabin Factory is all about. Cabin Factory... Forest, no, where's Cabin Factory? Came together, there we go, Cabin Factory. Alright. No music now. No music. I feel like this might be a scary game. Use it if options don't work. Yeah, I might just do TX1. Yeah. I should remember that for now on for all my games. Just in case. Do that. And one. Get rid of that one. That one sucks. What the? Dude. Oh my god. I have sticky keys like crazy. Alright. Pretty sure it's over here now. Move over. Alright. Alright. Like that. Cool. In here is okay, hopefully. There we go. Okay. Increase the sound. So I know it's gonna be a scary game. That's why I know for sure. Okay. Yo, Curb. Oh, I'm back from Phasmophobia, dude. We're about to play a scary game. You want to watch me play a scary game? All right, let's just check out this scary game. I don't know what this is about, but all I know is that we want to make sure that we have everything here we need. Oh, Twitch mode. There's a Twitch mode. Okay, whatever. No wait to play this till October. But it's part of the spin wheel. You reckon so? Wait until October when it's to Halloween? You reckon so? Is it really that scary? But like a spooky, yeah. Okay. That's alright. You would say? Alright, all good. No worries. Let's just try that again then. Alright. Another spin wheel. No worries. Alright. Spin, we'll spin the wheel. I would just give that person another spin. Yeah, bro, yeah. Oh no. We're done now. There's no more spin wheels now. So everyone's spin wheels has now been redeemed now. I did a bunch of like an hour and a half. I hope Phasmophobia was good, bro. I hope you guys had a good time. I never got into Phasmophobia. I don't know, just never really. No, it wasn't really my kind of tea, you know, of a game. My best mate that you played with last night, she was really into it. All right, spin this again. 3, 2, 1, spin. You die every time? It's this thing you have to really learn how the game works, I feel that way too as well. Oh, we're playing Claude again? I don't know, that was a bit of a mixed bag for me. Okay, let's play Claude. The dinosaur game. I love dinosaurs. I'm used to console. Oh, yeah. I play consoles too, bro. Well, I use different games, different consoles. So Claude is a demo dinosaur game. So Claude. Alright. I love dinos. Dinosaurs are so fucking cool. You have a game for me? Oh yeah. I'm curious. What game is it, bro? I'm wondering, man. Path of Titan. What is that? What is Path of Titans? Is it free? Because I won't mind trying that if you have that, just in case. What kind of game is it? Looks so silly, this game. I don't know. USD? Oh, I can't afford that. I got money I need to spend tomorrow for the barbecue. I'm so sorry, dude. We got the outfit, by the way. I'm not sure if you're here or not, but we got the outfit. The whole maid thing. We don't have it in Australia. Path of Titans. We don't have that here. Wow, we don't have that. That game? I don't have it here. It's not on my Steam page. Oh, I know that game. Oh, yeah. I'm very picky when it comes to dinosaur games. I don't know. It's weird. I just know you gotta look up on the internet. Ah, got you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I prefer being a person than being a dinosaur. It looks fun. It looks cool. That's actually kind of neat, actually. Look a trailer for it. Where's the trailer? Can I see a trailer, please? Trailer. Oh, Xbox. It's a launch title. Came out 3 years ago. Oh my god, Google Chrome, please. Google Chrome. I beg you. Thank you. Alright, pause music. Oh, T-Rex. It's like Isles. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like Isles either. I found that a bit boring. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Cool. Yeah, T-Rex's jaws are so powerful and so crazy. Graphics are way better? Yeah. I feel that way. Ah, T-Rex, rawr. Oh, as you see a baby Triceratops, there's always a mama or a dad. Yeah, I knew it. That was so silly. Oh wow. It looks alright. Oh, he died. The T-Rex is flat out died. Hey, Amber, you're here too late, Amber. The spin wheel is already done. And we played a 1 game of Overwatch before, Amber. So sorry, dude. When we play a game next, we'll do another spin wheel for you, Amber. Hope you're doing well, Amber. All the spin wheels are done now, by the way. All we have to do now. Looks better way now. There were patch updates. Oh, nice, dude. I think it's because for me with the Isles, I just don't like the actual thing. Yeah, it's just only fair. Otherwise, the games will go too long. But honestly, Amber, if you do want to play a game, on the comp grind, are you actually? Well, I lost my game, Amber, so I'm not so sure if you want to play Overwatch with me, bro. I lost my last comp game. If you're willing to play that with me on comp, I will play another game with you on Overwatch. Yeah, that looks cool. That looks fun. That looks alright. What's the top comment say? I'm glad to see more dinosaur games again released. All of this. Alright, let's see what the newest one. Dude, my favorite thing I love doing, Silver 5. My favorite thing about YouTube comments is seeing the most unhinged comments that are like in the new ones like this. So in 2025, I could say, in 2025, I could say that the game turned out better than the trailer. That's kind of cool. Why do they keep banning Ana? It's because people don't know how to handle Ana. That's the issue. And if people don't know how to handle Ana, and if Ana's shut them down too quickly, they win the fights easily. There's just not knowing how to do that. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. This game needs better animation and insta-kills for small creatures. The game is played why peanut pie in Poland. Oh, you can't buy it in Poland? Can you? Do you need help? Oh, different languages. I love dinosaur games. I've been waiting for this game to come out and I'm so excited. Gameplay, please. Game Pass, please. Right? All right, Amber. We're going to Overwatch now. Sorry. Sorry. We're going to Overwatch. This because Amber's here and I feel bad. And if Amber is fine with me playing with her, that's fine. Amber, we got the maid outfit, by the way, Amber. Astral Runic was here before. And the crazy son of a bitch, crazy bro, he decided to buy and give me money to get the actual maid outfit, which is insane. I cannot believe he did that. So I'm going to now officially be wearing my outfit for the entire time I'll be over there in PAX in Melbourne. That'll be the aquarium, by the way. So very, very funny stuff. Where are you, Amber? I can't see here. Are you Ruby or are you... I don't know which one you are, Amber. I'll have to wait for you, bro. Hang on. If you want to add me, Amber, that's my BT right there. So... But yeah. I'm very happy with how everything's been turning out, though, with the whole charity foundation. We still have another good couple of hours to go. We're almost at 4 hours, but we almost got 6 more hours, which is perfectly fine. So maybe after this, I might have to take a bit of a break after Overwatch so I can have lunch. And once I have lunch, I'll quickly come back. I'll quickly eat, and then we'll come back, okay? This way I keep this going, you know, I keep the momentum going. And just so Mama Hawk and Papa Hawk are not getting annoyed at me for not eating lunch. So whenever you are ready, Amber, I'll be right here chilling. By the way, bit of a quick shout out to an old community member of mine. I'm not too sure if you remember them, Amber, but their name is Pokey. And they've actually recently went to a convention of selling stickers. And these stickers are quite cute. Very, very cute stickers. Like, look at that. She drew that. I mean, they drew that, sorry. I think the pronouns are they, them. You can't play right now? I'm walking to the shops? Amber. Dude. I wish I knew that, like, a bit ago. Okay, in that case, I might then go out for lunch then. Not go out for lunch. Have lunch now and wait for you to come back. Sounds good? Add me later? Yep, no worries, dude. Okay. Well, so if I do a BRB for 30 minutes, Amber, you reckon you'll be okay to come back on afterwards, Amber? By the time you come back anyway, I'll just play a game afterwards. That sounds good, Amber. Bam. Luca. Yeah, I might play music now and just go BRB now. Yeah, all right. So all right, so talk to you guys in a second. I've got 30 minutes starting now, and we are going to go BRB and have lunch. So talk to you guys very, very soon. Thank you for everybody who's here, and I'll bid you guys farewell for now. And thank you so much, everybody, for being here and supporting. Is amazing, and we all appreciate that. One and I will be joining us in 2 hours. Him and I will be playing community games together, so that'll be a very fun time. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here, and I'll be back. See you guys in 30 minutes. Alrighty. Officially back now. Alright. Hello. How are we? Are we doing well, everybody? We are going to be maybe playing some more Overwatch, but I might just consider maybe doing a bit more another spin wheel game and wait for Pokey to come back. Whoever is here, thank you for still being here and lurking. I appreciate you guys being here regardless. I like how this is red now. That's kind of neat. I like how it's red. That's really cool. Yeah, it suits the colors. Really neat. Alright, so maybe not Overwatch for now. Well, I reckon we just leave Overwatch for now. Let's open up another spin wheel. Is the spin wheel? Oh my god, did I lose by accident? I think I got scared by my own ad break. That's crazy. I was scared by my own ad break. Alright, so 3, 2, 1, spin. Ah, Jackbox. Ah, it's so depressing. Ah, man. You get to receive these as well. Yeah. Might be hard right now to do a spin wheel just because no one's really here. I don't know why it's so difficult. I might maybe play some more Overwatch, but at the same time, I just don't feel like playing Overwatch at the moment. I want to play Overwatch with people, or with friends, not by myself, because I hate that. So maybe. No spin wheel. See what happens with the spin wheel. Of course. I don't know if I want to play Pokemon either. I don't know, eh? Could play Pokemon, I guess. I just would rather have people watch, I guess, but I don't know what I want to do. I'm a bit stuck right now. Oh man, I don't know what I want to do. What do I want to play? There's not much I really feel like playing. That's why. I don't know why. I'm just having issues thinking what I want to play. Maybe Doom? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like playing Doom maybe? Yeah, let's play Doom. I'll play Doom for like, yeah, half an hour, see what happens with everybody, whoever rocks up. Alright, Doom. Doom. Why is it not working? Thank you. That's annoying. Alright, play some Doom. Now where is it? I lost Doom. No way. There it is. Alright. Play some Doom. No music, please. I don't think the music should be fitting for this. Ugh. Uh-oh. Don't like that. Okay. Oh, good start. Doom. 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 Where's my mouse? Hello? My mouse was gone. There we go. Campaign. Back to here again. Ultra violence. Oh, it's so hard. Let's continue. Let's see how we go. Yikes. Let's see how we go. Into the fire. What's this noise I'm hearing? Oh, I'm in hell. What the hell? I'm in hell. Oh, I got points available. Acquired. Oh, extra scan technology requirement powers of improved effects of power-ups. Yeah, sure. Healing. Please, I need healing. No, not really there. That's me. Yeah. Waha. Wait, can I see anything down here? Oh, little item down there. Hello? Rack that into it. Hee hee hee, haha, hee hee, hello. Very pretty. Oh.
Set up a portal device at the tomb. Use the light poles to mark our path.
The light poles. Oh, big door. I get in there? I cannot. Yeah. Super shotgun. Maybe this one for that. Ooh, oh, shield. Need shield. Definitely need more shield. Whoa, what the hell? How do we get in now? How do we get in now? There's a map. So that's, how do we get in now? Ah. No. Can I get downstairs? We can't, can we? Okay, that's fine. Can I just jump down here and just... Ah! Hehe. Ah! Rara! Ah. Are we in the right area? Where even are we? I have no idea. I have no clue where I am now. Oh, what's that? Oh! What is that? That music. Gauss cannon. Damn. That's cool. Cool gun. Ah. Yay. Bam. Oh, health. 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 Yes. Smack you up. Smack you up, bro. Ah! Sorry. Oh, God. Yay. Please. Yay. Oh, God. Ah, hello. Are you okay? Smack your legs. Ha ha ha. Oh, aren't you cool? What, why is it affecting my OBS with this game? I should be doing that. That's concerning. Without me thinking, I might end stream without knowing. Now, secret. How do I get up there? Huh. Can I get up there? Ah. What the why? Why is it doing this? Why is it doing that? Why is it affecting my chat? That's so weird. Okay. Can I climb on that, maybe? No, I cannot. Don't worry. It's okay. Oh, big giant dead monster. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Ooh. Why is that music? Jesus Christ, the music. We want more ammo. Yeah, maybe. Anything else we can go around here? Up here? What's that? Ooh. Oh, I can't. I need a green card, I'm guessing. Makes sense. It's weird. It feels like I'm at the end of the game already because we're in actual hell. Oh. Hehehe. 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 Ha ha ha. I got him. Ha ha. That's great. Yeah. Yeah. Ha ha. Oh god, another one. Ah, come on, come on. No, I killed him. Ah! Please, 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 please. Oh, hello. Ah, Jesus Christ. Hell no. Hell no. Ah! God damn. Oh god. Oh god. Please, please. Ah! Yes. Smack ya. Ah. Yeah. Just saw most of the music as well. That's kind of cool. Oh, hello. Yeah. Down. Down. Bye. Oh. Hello. Ah, big guy. Damn. What? Oh. Please. Please. Did I get my chainsaw? Chainsaw. Chainsaw. Whoa. Anybody else around? Oh, hello. Hee. I think that's everyone, I think. Oh. Am I missing anyone here? Oh, there you are. Hello. Yeah. Oh. Ah! Oh! 2 Hell Knights? No! Ah! I killed myself! Oh no! I blew myself up because of the explosions. Oh no! Wait, how can I? Dude, am I actually stuck here? Dude, okay, yeah, I get it. Left from last checkpoint, but hang on a second. Why can't I leave? Oh, there we go. Wow, so, okay, that's weird. Wait, I'm back in the game again. Oh, God. Oh, man. Can I? No! Okay, I guess I have no choice to go to video. Borderless, please. Yes, please. Wait, it's still borderless though. Huh? What? But I can't leave. Okay, I guess I'm trapped now. Cool, I guess. Weapon points available. Weapon points available. Oh. Well, kill multiple demons with a super shotgun at least 30 times. Oh, okay. Rapid fire. Okay. Okay. Alright, whatever. That's fun. Everyone's back again. No. Whee! Aha. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam. Haha, yaha. And we... Okay, so I have to do everything all over again. That's fine, I guess. Back. Bam. 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 Ah! Oh! Oh! Jesus. 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 Oh! Yeah. Oh no! I died again! Oh my god! This is so fucking hard, bro. Oh. Well, that's 2 spin wheels then. Now that I'm finally out the screen. 2 spin wheels then. Oh my god. Dude. Oh man. Oh. Okay. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Oh, that's Reaper. That's games. Oh, wait, what the hell? Is this not... Oh, why did it not do it then? Okay, so punishment, Silk Song, not the Silk Song. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let's see what the... Let's see. We got 2 spins now. Use the whole idea of it. Oh boy. Bye. Bye-bye, Mama Hope. Love you very much. All right. Let's see how we go with this. Can we play some music in the background while I'm suffering? What? Dude, man, I'm not doing this, eh? This sucks. Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds good. All right, stand up. Everybody, stand up. Okay. So we're gonna do this now. Okay. Wow, I got nice looks down there. That looks nice down there. That's cool. All right. Count of 3. Have some gamer stuff. Gamer stuff sounds so good right now. Not even cold anymore. It's like lukewarm now. It sucks. Okay. On a count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Spin. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? You're kidding me. Butterfly sit-ups? Aw, man. Butterfly sit-ups. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, sorry. Sorry. You heard that. Sorry. Oh, what the frick? Dude. So. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's just shuffle again. And it's butterfly sit-ups. Okay. I count 3. 3, 2. 3, 2. Oh, my stomach is so sore. Oh, my muscle. Oh my chest. My hurts so much. Oh god. Okay. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh shit. 7, 8, 9, 10. What's 10? Oh. Alright. Okay. Put on properly. Good qualified, yeah, fine. Alright, next spin wheel.
3, 2, 1. Spin. What? Come on, man. Ah. Alright, okay. So, I need to do it properly this time. So, that is pretty much anything like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, God. Oh. I think that's how you do it. I'm just exhausted at this point. I'm just so tired. I'm tired of all the bullshit. Christ. Roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Ah. Let's get back to Doom. What am I saying like that? Alright. Back to Doom. Let's get back into it again. Resume, please. Let's just not be stupid, eh? I almost fell. I was gonna fall down. How do I get there? I want to get there. How do I get there? How do I get there? Can I shoot him from here? I can. Oh. He smacked his mate. Oh, look at that. Blade. Blade. I really want to know how I'll even get that area. What is the map area like? There's a predator thing right there. Oh, it's over there. Okay. So the other, where we died last. Okay. Can I get anyone from here? Hello? I can't, can I? Ah. If I died from these guys, I'll be so mad, bro. Where is he? Oh, God. Ah! There he is, 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 there he is. Jesus Christmas. You want to go, cunt? Oh, you better run away, you better run away. Oh, thank you. You gonna come back, or? God damn. Oh, I heard him, I heard him. Oh, God, I hear him, I hear him. Oh, God. He's just camping. He's literally camping there. What an asshole. He's literally camping. Ah! Oh, God. Ah! What about tactics? Alright, not bad, not bad. Ah! Hello? There you are. Yay! Yay! Smack you in the face, you little shit. Ah! No, maybe some ammo. Oi, come back here. Come back here, bro. Ah! Okay. More ammo. I mean, more health. More health the better. I need more and more health. And armor as well. Armor can be very helpful as well. Is there ammo I can get? Yeah, there's. Okay, cool. I can max out that one there. So, you shield as well. Is there more shield downstairs? Oh, there is. I need to get that guard though. That guard's gonna be so annoying. Ah! God! Holy shit, bro. Die, 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 die. This gun sucks. Oh my God! Ah! Ah! Why can't I climb up there?
I'm going. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this. I'm going. I'm going. I'm going. Chainsaw. Chainsaw, please. Chainsaw, please. Chainsaw. Yeah. Ha. Ah, hello. I can't get in there yet. Ah, why not? Yee ha ha yaha yaha yaha. Where are you? Hell Knight. Hell Knight. I see you. Ah! Oh god. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I'm bringing around the Rosie. Bring around the Rosie. Oh Jesus Christ. Ah! Woohoo! Oh ha ha, yes. Yes. And yes! Smack ya in the face. Hello. Nah, no more, no more, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Oh! Oh! Yeah, flamethrowers. Aren't you special? Ah, God, hello. Smack that, yeah, smack. Ah, God! Ah! Jesus Christ. Hello? Stop being up there, bro. Stop being up there. Can you stop, please, sir? Die. Thank you. Ah! Stop it. Please stop, sir. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Stop. Ah! No! Thank you. Yay. Ah! Now, where the big boys at? I know they're here. Health bar, please. Where are you? Where are they? Where are they? Here you are, big boy. No, there you are. Smacking, 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 smack, 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 yeah, yeah, yay. Damn, they dead. You dead, son. 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 We did it, chat. We did it. Yay. Now let's just look around. Oh, maybe not the fire, maybe. I just want to see if I'm missing anything. The more ammo we get, the better. Hey, prepare yourself. I've got experience of playing hardcore games like Halo Infinite, Halo 2, Halo 1. It's just 3 taps, you're dead. It's just the way it is. Oh, hello. Yay. Oh, more up here. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. So, can I get these ones here? These count more ammo for me? It's like Borderlands or... Oh, yeah, okay. It is. Up here, maybe? Anything around here? No, there's nothing really. What's on the map? Is it... Okay, am I missing the secret area? It looks like I am. How do I get to that said area? Huh. Am I just stupid? I don't know where I'm going. Jump. I just went around circles. I went around circles. Okay. Clearly, these glasses do not work. Oh, this one here. Yay. Ah, wrong one. Wrong one. I got yellow, didn't I? Oh, I need to get back upstairs. Oh, imagine if I just forgot about that. I can just see myself just forgetting about that and just literally just not understanding where... Did I not get the... Hello? What item did I just got? It was a skull, right? Where is it? Dude, there's no way I'm stuck. Okay. What? Come on. What was the key card I got then? It's not blue. It's not... It's not... Is it red? Did I got a red one? What color was it? Does it still have the colors there? Yeah, of course I get rid of the colors. Make it even harder. Oh, for God's sakes. Ooh, where I have to go? Where I have to go? Tell me. Somebody, please tell me where I have to go. Clearly, I'm missing the plot here. Because clearly, I don't know what's happening. Dude, can't get down, maybe? I don't know. Dude. Jump there. How do I get that one now? How do I get to there? Oh, armor. Oh my god, we got yellow key. Alright. We got yellow key, yay! Is there anywhere else I can really go though, around this area though? Maybe, seems like it. Oh, I guess not. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hee. Place it there like that. I feel like this game's a little bit loud. You guys, at least. Why can't, oh, dude? Why can't I exit this? I have to slow down the sound for you guys then on this auto thing. That's a bit better. Oh, it's this area here. Oh, we got a Predacon. Yay. Maybe a bit higher, maybe. Do 40. 41. Yeah, which are the angels, right? The bite of 87. That's an E. Yay! Yay! We love added plot stuff. Oh, is that all there? Oh, there it is. Oh, ammo. Is that ammo? Okay, cool. That's... Oh, hello. Damn. Yay. Smack you. Smack you. Ah! Smack you. You're dead. Ah! Ah! I'm gonna be dead in a second. Dude. I need to get better at my aiming, seriously. Oh, aren't you big? You're a big boy, aren't ya? Ah, God. Nah, no, I want to heal you. Fuck you. Oh, God, what was the point of me doing that? Ah! You're dead, you're dead, you're dead. Health, please, health, please. Health. Ah, fuck! At least we're not stuck in the same area. I'm happy with that. Give me a second. I'm just gonna listen to my little brother doing a voice message. Well, back to the spin wheel. I reckon we do one more attempt, and if we die again, I'm gonna do a different game. Sounds good. I might just do Overwatch then afterwards. Then I might just do Overwatch, and I'll do a spin wheel on the characters. Why does it sound better then? It sounds better now. I want to do it now after we do this now. All right, we'll do that then. We'll do spin wheel random characters because thankfully I got that. Oh, damn! I exceeded myself very well with that. I'll play some music. Okay, now let's go through it now. All right, stand up again. Go for it. Okay. All right. So count of 3, 3, 2, 1, spin. All right. Spin. Oh, did you see that? The frame dropped. You piece of shit. Fuck. BRB. God damn it. Alright, I'm back. All because I died in Doom. Alright. We'll do a couple of fork spoons. This is what it looks like. Do a couple of fork spoons. Oh! That's 2 times I dropped this almost. Ah! It's so uneven. Okay. Alright, done. Punishment's done. Happy RB again. Alrighty. Let's now choose the hero I'm gonna play for Overwatch. I am quite keen to see how we're gonna do this one. Actually, I like this idea. If I were to play Overwatch, I always want to play random characters. Yeah, let's see how we go with that. I'm quite excited. Alright. Where's our hero gonna be for this one, for this game? Let's see how we go. 3, 2, 1. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be, chat? Who's it gonna be? Who are we gonna play? Pharah! Ooh, I like that. That sounds fun. Let's play some Pharah then, shall we? Pharah sounds fun. Oopsies, oopsies. Pharah. That sounds actually fun as fuck. What the frick? Okay. Oh, found game straight away. Jesus Christ, I found a game already. Good luck, have fun, boys. Hope we'll play well. Oh, me, Pharah. I'm actually really excited to play Pharah. I don't know why. I'm just excited to play different characters, completely different. I don't often play. Dude, I was mute. I was unmuted. Oh man. ASAP. And that's later. Oh, I can't see my characters right now. Why's my frames going bad? Oh, my frames are doing terrible right now. Why is it? That's weird. Why is this doing this? Oh, I don't really know the basics of Pharah is. It's been too long since I played Pharah. Oh no! Ooh, ooh. Okay. Ah, Lucio! Dude, what's with the frames, dude? What the freak, dude? Thank you, Spammer. Thank you, Spammer. Ah! How'd you even get me from there? How did you even get me? I want to see this. Oh, he followed me, bro. He followed me, bro. Oh my god, it's embarrassing. Okay, let's try that again. We just got annihilated. Ah, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. The song sounds nice. I like the song. Wow. Ah, whoa. Thank you. Ah, no, Ash, no. No. Help me, please. Help me, please. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Please. I beg you, please. I'll be so surprised to win this. Oh no! Soldier! No! I went backwards. I went backwards. What did I go backwards for? I'm trapped. Yay, they're dead. No! Ah. Oh, yeah, we're gone. Yay. Ah. 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 Woo. Ah. 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 Piss off, bro. Ah, it's a Lucio. Oh, my God. This is actually so scary. Teddy Dune. Oh, no. A queen. Queen, no. Oh, no. These are games like kind of fixing itself a bit more, which is good. I forgot Squid was part of the song. It's behind us. Lucio. Lucio's here. Ah, no. No. Oh, my God. Lord thing got me. Oh, my God. There's no way. Oh, my God. Come on. Ah, fell. What? Oh, come on. Come on, please. Please, I beg you, soldier. Please, soldier, please. No way. No, why you went downstairs, soldier? Ah, no. So confused with that. Oh God. Whoa. That's funny. Ah! Welcome back, bro. Welcome back, man. Hope you're doing well, bro. Ah! How's Palia, bro? How are you, man? We're now choosing random spin wheel in Overwatch games. You're tired? Sorry to hear about that, bro. Yeah, I'm happy to hear about that. It was, apparently, according to Llama last night, there was a new update, apparently. Apparently, according to the newest things. No! Die, please, sir! Oh, Palia. New update for Palia, apparently. Ah! Oh my God. That was a new update on Palia. Like, apparently it's a whole different thing, apparently, with like animals and that kind of stuff. Good job. Yeah, I'm not bothering with losing games for that kind of stuff. That farmhouse, yeah. Yeah, there's no point adding punishments for losing quick play in Overwatch, because if you're playing quick play, you're bound to lose. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're bound to lose games in Overwatch. Okay, let's see what we're gonna get for the next one. So in 1 hour, maybe 1 hour, also, aside from Waffle Buzzer, the Rise Crazy Fun, anyone else we have computed to the fundraiser? Llama. That's everybody else, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And Astral gave me $5. I'm on my way back now. Should be good to go. Stream also, man. Yes, I'll be here. Okay. All right. Let's see how we go on this wheel. All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's spin. Ooh. All right. See what we got. Junkrat again? Are you serious? We got Junkrat again! That's crazy! We got Junkrat again! Okay. Alright. Alright. Back to it again. Junkrat it is. Cool. Junkrat it is. I mean, I just adjusted my camera here. It's good. What time's it for you right now, Kirby? Is it late for you now, Kirby? Or is it not too bad for you right now, Kirby? This song is a cover of random VTubers. 9, damn, bro. Wait, no, 11. 11, 19. Nice, dude. Oh, come on. No way. Oh, no. It sucks. Why is it so small? There we go. There we go. That looks good. Nice. Now that's a border. I like the little glowing effect to it. Yeah, we tried playing Palia. Well, I tried playing Palia. It was alright. I don't mind it. It's pretty cool. Not my kind of thing, unfortunately. I found it a bit too, like, I don't know, nothing really was going on, in my opinion, besides having all of the wild, wacky stuff you can be able to do. By the way, this music is not my choice of music, by the way. This was all chosen from my chat. So Kirby, if you want to, feel free to like add your own music if you want to. Yeah, questioning, yeah. That's cool. What is that badge you got there? God Banana badge. This lighted banana badge was scored by sharing a LOL's worthy clip during April Fool's Week. What clip did you show that gave you a badge, dude? That's cool. Oh, you know what? I forgot to get rid of the bloody gun. Oh, man. Good luck, have fun, boys. Hope we all play well today. So it's like, it's that, and then, okay. Apple Crumble, stop playing Overwatch. Too bad it's not optional. Based, that's how you based. The person knows what they're talking about. Ah! Lol. Upstairs we go. Upstairs we go. Hehehehe. Die. Anna right there. Yeah, it's setting up, bro. Yay. Woo! Good shit, boys. Good shit. Well done. Nice. I hear a Reaper. He's above. Well done. Cool. What the hell? Please. Come on, boys. Hack it in then. Bro, no way, bro. Yay. Yee. Sounds like Scooby-Doo for a second. Ree. Wee. Nice. Watch out, Anna and Victor. Yay! Double kill. Let's go. Jesus Christ. Good job. Whoa. Nice. Well done, team. How? Okay. Alright, bro, I'm gonna get bed. I'll probably catch you in the morning if you're still live. Well, tomorrow morning, I'll be doing IRL stuff. So thanks for the like, bro. Have a good night, bro. Have a good one. I'll talk to you very soon, bro. Have a good one, bro. Bye. Thank you for being here, by the way. Appreciate it, bro. Have a good one, bro. Bye-bye. Love you. See you, man. Bro. One morning for you is night. Yes, true, true. I'm so sorry. So sorry. So sorry. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Ah, what the fuck? You wanna try me, bro? You wanna try me? You wanna try me? Oh, shit. Ah, no. Oh, God. I'm out of here. Fuck this. I'm out of here. Fuck this. I'm out. I'm out. Bye. That's okay, that's okay, it's all good, it's all good. No worries. We're doing pretty well already, so it doesn't really matter if we lose a few fights or not. Oh god, Venture, 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 venture. Venture dead, venture dead. Just above, it's above. Honor above, honor above. Oh god, I need back off, sorry, sorry. Yeah, my bad. Have fun. Alright. Alright. I'm back, I'm back, I'm back. Rape it behind, rape it behind, rape it behind. Oh, shit. Oh, yes. Queen, 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 queen. Reaper, Reaper's still behind. He's still nanoed. Man, GG's, boys. Man, that kind of sucked. But at least some of us had a good time, I guess. GG's, boys. GG's. Damn, boys. Pretty good. Not gonna lie. Pretty good. Alright. Let's try this. Let's get spin wheel time. Spin wheel time. Alright. Let's now see how we go. Let's spin wheel now. We'll just do a bit of a rough around, I reckon. Just keep a bit of shuffle, 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 shuffle. And then we're going to go 3, 2, 1, spin! Alright. Hey, got endorsement. Let's go. We got endorsement. What I got? Oh, Baptiste! Oh, uh-oh. Oh, Baptiste. Ooh. I don't know, hey. I'm not good at supports. Oh, we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Ah, man. Wow, let's go for it, I guess. Did I hear DPS? Yes, Whimsma, you did. Oh, I'm playing quick play, by the way. Do you want to play a game with me, bro? Yeah, I'm not playing Baptiste. I'm playing random heroes. So if you want to play on quick play, it's up to you, bro. So yes, it's up to you though, Whimsma. I hope you're doing well, by the way. Thank you for still being here, by the way, bro. If you want to, we can play quick play and we can do a spin wheel for you and you play that character. If you want to, it's up to you, dude. It's up to you, bro. It's up to you if you want to do the spin wheel, if you want to join me on the spin wheel action, bro. It's up to you, bro. Did you also, by the way, Wisma, did you hear that I actually got the Max charity, not charity, foundation stuff? If I play with you, I'll hit, oh, sorry, yeah, true. Yeah, it's not fun having that ping. Yeah, we hit it. Can you see it? 265 out of 200. And the amazing Fat Llama has done 100 right there. And Crazy Bro has also done amazing amount of work as well. Yeah, and guess what? I've now ordered my outfit, by the way, that I'm wearing next month. You want to see it? It's pretty crazy. Yeah, this is what I'm wearing in Melbourne. I'm wearing that as well. Nah, that's okay, dude. It's fine, bro. Your time is the best charity I could ever ask for. Seriously, bro. It is the best I can really ask. So yeah, I'm also got a wig with it too, and longings as well. 4 a.m. Dude. I'm happy you're here, boo. I'm happy here, bro. I'm happy you're here, man. Seriously, always remember, dude, don't feel like obligated to be here, by the way. Look at a cute little duck. Hey, you got a combo. Look at that combo right there of the duck. There's a combo emote here, by the way. Pretty cool, pretty cool. All right, let's practice Baptiste. Yeah, bro. Very, very happy with that. So the whole idea of me wearing that maid outfit is I'm gonna be wearing that through the convention area, as well as an aquarium and every other place we're gonna be going to when we're streaming. When we're not streaming, I'll be pretty much just been wearing my normal outfits. Was he really? Oh, cool. Any tips you gotta give me about Baptiste then? That was like shit all training now. Christ. Kings Row. Kings Row. But not really. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Good luck, have fun, boys. Hope we all play well. Not off that attitude. Q and healing. Legit, that's literally it. Yeah, for sure, man. Did you hear that guy? It was like, no, we're gonna lose. True, true, true. Bifrost Desert, Archeops. How come it's not showing the skins? Funky, funky, funky. Funky's cool. Nah, actually, let's be Pirate. Pirate, 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 pirate. We might lose this game just because I'm a healer. I'm not used to it. Yeah, why is this? It must be my frames dropping. My frames are dropping. Oh my god, what's wrong with my game? Okay, now it's 120 now. That's so weird. Okay, weird. Alright. Hopefully get some good games with this, hopefully. Ah. What's music? Is it not playing? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, but make sure you don't hit the picks. Try healing DPS. Maybe don't. Trust me. Okay. Okay. I got that. God. Jesus Christ. I'm going back inside. I'm going back inside. Oh my god. You hear the game? Okay, by the way. Is it not too loud? Yeah. Whoa. Nice, 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 nice. Seems like find me. Awesome, awesome. Yay! Ah, God. Ah, yo, Win! How are you, man? Hello, welcome to the stream, bro. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. If I got the Winston, holy shit, imagine we got the Winston. Next month's gonna be a convention too, really? There's a convention happening right now in Brisbane. A few of my friends are there, apparently. Junkrat, Silly, and Mantis. That's crazy, oh my god. Welcome though, Win. Hope you're doing well, Win. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing a random spin wheel. Doing good, I saw your stream, I thought your name looked oddly familiar. Really? You found me? Thank you, man. Hope you're having a great day today, though. Thank you for coming here, then. I hope you're having a great day wherever you are around the world. So, we're pretty much doing a charity foundation of like a personal fundraiser for myself and my friend for next month. And all the funds we're going to be having are all going towards pretty much the entire entertainment only. Whether it be drinks, equipment, props and everything like that. All the money we're making with that. For example, I ordered a pink maid outfit. So I'll be going to PAX next month wearing a maid outfit. So that's going to be very, very fun. It'll be very fun doing that. It's going to be very embarrassing. We'll see how we go, though. Be very funny, though. Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah. And the crazy thing is we want to go to different places. I want to go to the museum and the aquarium. So imagine wearing that while having that whole thing there. It's yeah. No. Shh. I'm cosplaying Hammond Vox. I'm not too sure who that is. I'm so sorry, dude. But yeah. Yeah, very, very excited for that, though. Very, very keen to see what shenanigans we're going to be doing. It's a full-on maid outfit. After this game, I'll go to full screen. I'll show you. Hazman Hotel. Yeah, I never play Hazman Hotel. Very sorry. Never played that, sorry. Okay. Right? Emote. Oh, there we go. What emotes do I even have with this character? Copper Dance. Series, you're good. Yeah, hee, I'm a pirate. Hee. Just watching my friends just dying around me while doing this emote. Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh, my frames. My thing didn't pop up. What the frick? I had a really cool pop-up here. Thanks for the follow, dude. I didn't get any notifications. I'm so sorry, dude. Pretty sure to follow, though, regardless, bro. Ah! Whoa! Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. I love Digital Circus, though. That's a good series. It's very fun. Oh, no, really? Are you sure that'd be okay for you to do? Like, did you want to... Can't donate, so I had to follow. You want to donate? Dude, please don't. You don't have to, bro, but I really much appreciate it. Any amount is fine. I don't care how much it is. Be $1, $2, just, it's perfectly fine. I do appreciate that, bro. That's so nice of you, dude. Holy shit, bro. Wait, you can't donate even though you're a follower? Oh my God, Complex. Wow, left the game. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Ah, God. Hopefully I get the notification pop up for your donation if you do actually end up donating. I don't want to say donate, as in oh, you can't, so have a follow. I'm so sorry. I'm dyslexic. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry, man. I did not read that properly. Basically, none of my RLs can't all this. Oh, really? Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear that, bro. If I was there, I would definitely go into the convention with you, bro. I'm sorry to hear that, though. Oh, yeah. I love how you have to use the P word. That's funny as hell. Good job. Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Good job, guys. But thank you, I do appreciate the follow, though. That's great of you to do the follow. Yeah.
I'm gonna try and look for it.
Yeah. Easy. Whenever you can. Oh, you bought your cosplay. Yeah, true, yeah. It'd be like that. As long as you're having a fun time, that's what really matters. Oh, God. Ah. Winston. Aha. Yippee. So who's the character that you're cosplaying as, dude? Ah! Jesus Christ! Dude. Oh my god. 110 pounds. 100 pounds. Jesus. That in Australia, that's like around $500, right? No, come on. Please. No, please. No one's getting hit by that. No. Why? You piece of shit. I mean, some cosplays can be more than that sometimes. If you're lucky, it'd be cheaper. Honestly, some cosplays can be very, very expensive. Boxer has been Hotel, but a human version, kind of, because I don't want to wear the TV head. Yeah, it all depends how much you want to invest into that kind of stuff. But yeah, win. So I call you win. So yeah, my mate outfit I'm wearing for next month in PAX, that costs $100, $126 in total. So yeah, it's pretty wild. 400 pounds for a custom cosplay. I think I've seen that one. Is that the one I think it is? I think I remember that one. I think I remember that. Ah, God. Winston. May ult. That's alright. That Winston's a bit of a bully, isn't he? Ah, come on. Hurry up! Let me get back in the fight, please! I need to support my friends. So Win, if you don't know what I'm doing right now, I'm doing random hero spins. So I have a bunch of heroes that have a spin wheel. We play random people. Very soon I'll be playing up with a guy. Very soon on Overwatch maybe, or Gartic Phone. Or Big Audio One, that's his name. I recommend him. He's very, very cool. I recommend Big Audio One. No. Ah, no. Come on. And posted progress from the marker on Twitter. Oh, nice dude. Ah. Oh, okay. Ah, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, I'm in his chat sometimes. Oh, you know Big Audio One? Nice. I'm his best mate, bro. Well, not really best mate, but like I'm quite close with him. And next month, I'm going to be going to basically Melbourne with him next month. We're going to be doing a mega weekend stream together. So I'm looking forward to it. He's being very generous to me, so I want to do a fundraiser to help him out with funds and expenses. Well, that being drinking alcohol, going to random places. And yeah, you have! Yeah! Welcome! That's awesome. Thank you for being here, then. I appreciate how you recognize that. That's really cool, bro. I've almost got ult. So if we are able to hold this fight off here, we might be able to do something with that. I'm gonna fucking die. Oh, Jesus. No. That's alright.
Got it.
That's alright. That's fine. I think we want to play Overwatch so badly. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry.
Run away.
It's alright. It's okay. We can regroup. It's okay.
That's okay.
It's all good. I got ult next fight. It's okay. If you want to play Overwatch, you can, bro. No one's stopping you, bro. Winston. Come on. No, please.
Touch a card.
Yes, let's go. Ram, get your fucking ass back here, Ram. Thank you, man. You still yay? How am I to heal you, bro? Oh god. Winston here. No. Ah! That's alright. Winston's almost dead. He's almost dead. Ah, damn it. That's okay. I've got some kills with my ult, so I'm happy with that. I don't blame you, bro. I miss my wife. It's a whole man. Oh my god. GG boys. We play well. That was fun. I actually had a fun time. I don't care about winning or losing. It's a fucking game. Move on. As long as we have fun, that's all that matters. How's it going, boys? We all played very, very well regardless. We played very well, everybody. GG's, boys. Man, I also miss playing Hazard, but I keep getting counterpicked. That's crazy. In quick play as well? That's so sad. Like, why? I don't understand that. That's crazy. It's crazy that people do that. I don't understand that. That's so weird. Yay! Do we get any more loot boxes? Be able to pick up tank? Oh, true. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude. We got a free loot box. Oh, the loot box is gonna be. What's what it is? What it is? That's cute as fuck. I love that. That's so cute. FO! Nice. We got a battle pass. What's the battle pass gonna be? We got Kiriko. We got Kiriko skateboard. Kiriko! Ah! Awesome. All right. Next spin wheel. Next spin wheel. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get on the next spin wheel. Shuffle, shuffle. They switched to high DPS to kill me and sit there like oh, and I got to get teabagged. I think it's best to play Overwatch with your mates. Just and like, it's an unfortunate thing, but games be like that. It's so sad. It's such a shitty thing to think about, but you have to kind of accept it, unfortunately, because people are fuckheads online, and you can either just laugh it off or just ignore it and move on. That's why I don't care when I lose games. I try my best every single time I play games, but I just have a good time. I had a fun time playing Baptiste. That was fun as hell. That was really fun. All right, 3, 2, 1, spin. Spin! Hello! 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 I'm sorry. How are you, man? Oh, the Reaper. You're the Reaper! I play Wife Wheeler! Worst part is every game I open. Wham! Toxicity. That's so shitty. I'm sorry to hear that. Wims! I'm playing Wife Wheeler! We're playing Wife Wheeler! I'm doing well, man. You do well on the Reaper. Thanks for being here, by the way. Hey! Thanks for the follow. What was that? Dude, my pop-up sucks. You backflipped? You backflipped? Yeah. Oh, man, that was funny. Man, my pop-up thing sucks. Why is that bad? Why? I'm so sorry about that. I wish there was a better notification for that. But thank you so much for the follow. I really much appreciate it. Lurking, my food alive. Oh, enjoy your food, bro. Enjoy your food. What food you got to do? What food you get? Can you give me the food? Can you like Uber eat me the food? When I was younger, when I was your age, I used to have an Uber Eats redeeming thing on my channel. How it was like a fuckload amount of channel points. And somebody redeemed it one time, and I was trying to lose weight, and they made me get 2 burgers from McDonald's, and they made me watch Nikocado Avocado while I was eating it. That was a clip in my channel of me just watching Nikocado Avocado when he was fat. And I was eating a burger. I started crying because I was trying to lose weight, and I had like 2 big burgers I was eating. It was terrible. Yummy fish and chips and crispy fish and rice. Ooh, lovely. I've been eating salad because I'm a fat piece of shit, and I've been doing a spin wheel of punishments. So this is pretty much the spin wheel of that. Not gonna lie, my friends ordered me food because I barely eat enough. Oh, that's so sweet, actually. That's really good you got friends like that. That's what Big Audio Worm's doing for me right now, actually. Big Audio Worm does that. He invited me over to his house, and yeah, he basically gave me a nice place to go to, which is such a nice gesture for him to do, seriously. It's so nice of him, honestly. Wait, I just realized my little dinosaur's not lighting up. What the frick? I'm so sorry, buddy. How rude of me. How rude. My little dinosaur's not lighting up. Yeah, there he is. Oh, by the way, you want to see me? Okay, you want to see this? This was me in Japan, in Osaka, a Monster Hunter collaboration at Universal Studios. And I have like a crazy photo. And this was such a good photo of me. It's really, really cool. That's me in 2017, I'm pretty sure. That's a Rathalos. That thing, by the way, that is a life-size statue. They made a life-size monster from Monster Hunter, and that is how, actually, that's how big it is. It's so cool. I love Rathalos. My go-to monster, though, I love so much, is called the Javarus. Or Glavenus. It's, oh, so fucking cool, bro. Good luck, have fun, boys. Hope we all play well. Speaking of, haven't eaten well. Also, that looks awesome as fuck. Yeah, that's cool, eh? It's sick. I love it. I love it. I love it. But yeah, hype though. Thank you for the hyper hop. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your games. Oh shit. My camera. My camera. All right. How do I play Life Wheeler? How do I play Life Wheeler? How do I do it? How do I play Life Wheeler? I want to meet Connor Hazard voice actor. Oh, cool. I bet he'd be really cool to meet. Full side. Weaver and Liv. Nice. By the way, next gold gun, I'll be getting Life Wheeler for you, bro. That's my next gold gun skin. For Life Wheeler for you, bro. Such a pretty skin that is. So pretty. I'll get it after this. I'll see how much I got after this. I might be a bit little off by a little bit. You don't have that skin? I'm so sorry, dude. Pineapple pizza. Pineapple pizza. Oh. Let's go. Hello. feels like a threat. Yeah, it is a threat actually. Alright, see what we got. See what we got. See what we got. Who's behind us? So we got that. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Come on, come on. Come on. No! Ah, no! Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on! No! Ah! Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure I do have some sort of amount of gold points, I think, maybe. Depends.
Back again for another try.
So what else can Life Wheeler do? Like you do that. Oh, that's really cool. The sound effect's so nice. Good job, boys. Good job, boys. Come on. Who needs healing? Who needs healing? I don't want to eat that much yesterday. Oh, my friends were sad they couldn't get the Uber for me because we're all brokies. No, that's so sad. I'm so sorry. No, no, no. Ah, Jesus Christ. Ah, bye, 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 bye. Bro is not wasting their money. Oh, true. Yeah, true. Actually, but they're not wasting their money. They chose to do that for you. That's a very nice gesture. I'm so sorry.
I love pushing this barricade.
Come on, come on. Ah! No, Junkrat! No! Hehehehe. Hehehehe. Yeah! Ah! Ah! Please, 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 I beg you, please. I'm backing off, I'm backing off. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Push, 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 push. Use your platform when there's a trap to help someone. Oh, okay, got you, got you. Ah! Die, 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 die. Oh my god, boy, he's so slow. We want one, man. No! Wait. I'm okay. No! Oh god. I want me to chat somewhere else. The chat looks better there, maybe. Oh my god, that was, oh man. That was scary. You called me lacking, shut up. Nurse Joy, no. No! Should we be pushing? Should we be pushing? We are pushing actually, holy shit. Oh no! Ah! Yay! No! Fuck! Damn it. I'm so mad. By the way, I'm not sure if you'll be here tomorrow morning when I stream again tomorrow morning, but I'll be streaming maybe on the same side as Worm. And pretty much what's going to happen is we are going to be... He's going to help me out get out of the forest. And it's very, very funny. Because I'm going to go to the forest. And I'm going to pretend I'm lost. And Worm's going to get me out of there. He's going to tell me where to go. Like directions. I'm going to be outside. Doing a broadcast. Be very, very funny. No. Yay. Oh, Kiri! What's Kiri doing? You piece of shit, Kiri. Oh, that was a good thing I did there. Was it? Hehehe. Ah, no, 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 no. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm glad they made Lafayette attack much faster. You think so, Hype? I can't tell any difference. I don't play healer. Ah! He feels like a great long-range threat like Zen. He does, actually. Nice, dude. Yes. Let's go, boys. Let's go, let's go. They buffed the speed? Nice. That's cool. Five. Wait, who's behind? Who's behind? Who's behind? I hear someone behind us. Support's fun. Oh, nice. No, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. No. No! Oh, no! Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If we win this, I'll be so surprised. We actually won. Damage is a least played role for me. Really? For me, it's everything else but Roadhog. GG, well played, boys. We played very, very well. Good job, everybody. Good job. That was good. We did very, very well. And girls, I'm sorry. I'm not sexist, I swear. We all did very, very well. Everybody did. All the boys and girls. Oh, that's so good. Yay. Yay. Absolutely marvelous. I'm sorry, dude. Let's get a loot box. Let's see what we get in the loot box. Blue. I'm not surprised. Oh, wow. Oh, lovely. All right, let's see what we get for my... Do we have enough to get the new skin? Heroes, where are you? No, not Yu Yang. No, not Yu Yang. No. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait. Oh, so close. Dude. Why feel so impactful, especially? What about the Jedalus goons? I'm sorry. I'm off by a bit. I'm off by 400 credits. I promise you, I'm going to be getting Life Wheeler as a golden skin. I swear, I'm going to do it, okay? Honestly, bro. I'm definitely going to do it. I'm definitely going to do it, okay? Guess what? I just fucking did it. Gold Life Wheel skin. Gold Life Wheel skin. Let's go. Look how pretty that is. Yes. Yeah. Awesome. Did it. How many gold do we even have now? We got Doofist, Joker Queen, Reinhardt, Zaya, Hanzo, Genji, that's 6, Reaper 7, Torbjorn's 8, the Widowmaker's 9, Mercy's 10, and yeah, I'm a Brig main though. Dude, okay, next one I'm gonna get is Brigitte for you, bro. Brigitte, I promise you, bro. Well. Wafflenator is here. Okay, now that was cool. Well done. Good job, everybody. That was great. That was good. All right, let's go. I'm a happy Warfield main. Yes, you are, dude. All right. Spin wheel time. What's we gonna play next character? This is fun. I'm doing great. I've been streaming for 5 hours and I'm in pain. My mouth tastes like onions and shallots. I hate it. It fucking sucks. And also we got the outfit. Wafflenator, we got the outfit. We got it ordered. It's ordered. It's on its way, Wafflenator. I'm scared. I'm looking forward to it though, but I'm scared. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got the wig as well. We got the wig and the stockings as well. Oh, thanks to Crazy. Crazy helped out with the funds for it. Which is so good. I'm sorry. Yes. I'll be doing lots of cosplay photo shoots. I might go up to random cosplay groups that are made and be like, can I take a photo of you guys? Like, I would be covering the group photos. You're gonna rock the shit out of that, bro. I'm gonna try and get some like fake tits and get some good tits on there. It'd be so funny if we did that. We'd go like nearest sex shop and get some plastic surgery tits. We should do that. Nah, it depends how much they cost. If there's any like sex shops around the area, get some like fake boobs on here. It'll be funny as hell. Because I got the wig. I'll suit that a lot actually. I'm hoping by the time I get my outfit, I will hopefully have enough time to straighten up my hair and everything like that. Be like a little girly, you know. Your stockings too. I reckon the stockings may not fit. I'm just saying, they may not fit. Which I'm so excited for. I'm really excited. I'm so excited. So I'm basically going to be a maid for PAX Oz, which is the biggest gaming convention in Australia, and the aquarium, and the museum, and the house. I'm so excited. Very excited. Very excited. 3, 2, 1, spin! All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got, boys. Wafflenator, hope you're doing well, by the way, bro. Hope you're doing well. Sojin! Oh, let's go with Soldier. You wanna play some Overwatch, Wafflenator? You're doing well. You wanna play some Overwatch? You wanna play some random quick plays or random people to play? Wafflenator, your little character's eating the battle pass. What is this? Sojin skin looks pretty cool, not gonna lie. I like how it looks. Very, very pretty. It turns out you can convert stuff. Sure, I'll be happy to join, but I might screw your queues. Oh, I don't care. You still doing places? I don't care. We're playing quick play, Waffle. I don't care. Can I even do Brick right now? Hang on. If I can convert the skins now, I want to see if I can actually do it. I can't. Oh, because I like to see competitive points. I think it's typical, very good that the same Thief Sojin, I think feels bland. Dude, right? And the whole thing is getting overhyped with Cassidy's gun. And that random basketball player, that company probably gave Blizzard $1 million. Be like, yeah, this random basketball player plays Cassidy. Do a challenge for him. It is really cool, but the mythic skins should be the biggest thing for Overwatch, including the battle pass. Cyberpunk is great too. I like Cyberpunk, but she just feels so generic. Women in Cyberpunk setting, yeah, right. Like honestly, there are some things I don't mind about the skin for this particular character for Sojin. If we go to it, it's devastating, absolutely devastating. I can't get the skin. I can't get it. Yeah, that's the only way of getting it. That's the only way of getting it. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I hate it. I want to buy this so badly. I can't. I just can't. No. I don't mind it. The maximum is pretty sick. I like how this looks around the areas. Oh yeah, compared to other ones, it's a bit of a mixed bag for me. I don't know. It's hard for me to decide just because I don't have a personal preference. But it does remind me a lot of original skin back in Overwatch 1 first came out. So Waffle, let me know if you want me to invite you and we can play some games together. And we'll do your spin wheel. I'm playing Sojin. So yeah. I like the engine jet stuff around Sojin's back and legs. Yes, that's what I mentioned in my reaction video on Overwatch on my YouTube channel. Because I do reactions and commentary on skins on characters in my YouTube channel. So if you want to, Hyper, I hate doing product placements. But yeah, if you want to go to my main channel right there, it is right there. My latest thing was Hollow Knight Silk Song. But I also do reviews on Overwatch stuff. It should be an Overwatch playlist and a bunch of Battle Pass stuff there, including this one right here. A gun is fantastic in first person view. Is it really? Ooh. Yeah, the thing I love about those kind of guns is the effort they go into when it comes to being detailed and that kind of stuff. It's really nice. I like how they do that. It's really neat. It's really neat. I like how they do it. Very, very cool. I don't mind it. It's very, very neat with with the perspective that they have with the particular skins. Oh, thanks, man. You don't have to, but I appreciate it, bro. Anything is honestly enough, bro. Any kind of support. As long as you enjoy it with what I do, I don't mind whatever you want to do, bro. Off topic, I think my cosplay will arrive soon. Hopefully. I hope so, bro. I hope so, bro. I hope so, bro. I hope so, honestly, bro. Next one. Invite. Yeah, buddy. Wafflenator is here. By the way, off topic as well. I think that Class 09 had a best soundtrack. So good. So good. Wafflenator. Wafflenator. Check out Sojin gun in range. So good. Ah, will do. Doing fantastic, man. Doing absolutely sensational. How about you, man? How about yourself? You doing good? Nice, bro. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try out the new Sojin skin because old mate wanted me to have a look at it. Give me 1 second. What the? Yeah. Where is it? Oh my god. Am I? Oh wait, hang on. Wait, Mythic. Try. Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad. I wish you can join because I really do miss hanging out with you, bro. Oh yeah. Hooky! Worm's here! Hello, Worm! This gun is golden! Look at the gun! Ah! Get my ass on now. You fucking bro, you fucking swear to God you don't. I've been here, Worm, for 6 hours. Non-stop exercising on the floor, rinsing my dick on the carpet. I now got 3rd-degree carpet burn, and my entire stomach system tastes like shallots and onions. I hate it. I had so much of those goddamn salads. I think I played with it a few times, but it was a horrible lag and rubbery. It was nice. Dude, please join us, bro. Yeah, win. Win knows you, Worm. Oh, you're Optimus Prime. Oh, look at you go. Oh, did you know I pulled the Lich King? The Lich King thing? Yeah, get that cock ready for burnt hill. Imagine, gang. Oh, nice, dude. I pulled it, I'm pretty sure. In the loot box is pretty sick. What's going on? Yeah, I'll make win. Yeah, yeah. I love your thing, bro. Is that the max as well for your hammer? Nice, dude. Alright, Worm. When you come on, Worm, I want you to be part of the funny spin wheel with us. Not the punishments, but the Overwatch skins. Be very, very fun. I would, but I'm laggy so much. I mess up a lot and don't want to cause any annoyance. Where's I? It's fine. Oh, no worries, bro. That's all good. That's all good. Are we going VC? We'll go in game chat. We'll go in game chat. That's perfectly fine. Because I want to talk to random people and annoy people. We had some guy before. I was like, good luck, have fun, boys. And then some random guy was like, I never have fun. I'm like, not with that attitude, you little piece of shit.
Well, it's playing Overwatch, so that tracks.
But it's a video game. If you can't be fucked to get upset about a game or focusing on that, just go off, though. I can't play Overwatch, sadly, dude. Oh, that's right. I forgot your laptop's a piece of shit. I forgot. I'm so sorry, Worm. Alright, we'll
If
go.
we're doing quick play, you can play on Xbox.
Yeah, Worm, don't you have your Xbox set up, bro? And we'll go on pie chat.
Mind you, he might be busy.
Yeah, it's Waffle right now, yeah. Yeah, it's Waffle.
Worm.
Yeah. Can you hear it? Can you hear everybody properly? Oh, thank you for the emote. Oh, thank you. Overwatch is great fun. I don't know why people get tilted by playing. Because they put so much goddamn money into it. They want to enjoy the game, but they can't because they're stupid. Thank you. Appreciate it. We got stickers from Astral Rinnick. It's on my thing right there. Very, very cool. Thank you for that. So yeah, Worm, are you able to get on with on Xbox? So we'd be able to like have you on here, bro? Because we want to have you, bro. Even if it's on Discord. It doesn't really matter. We want more people better. And you, okay, play on Xbox? Yeah, it's all matters. Dude, Hyper, you get me, bro. That's exactly how I do it. I don't care if I win or lose games. Just play the next game. If you're getting tilted or mad about it, hop off the game. Take a wank. Get the frustration out of your system and just harden the fuck up. It's a video game, move on. Who cares? Honestly. That's what I always tell people. But yes, Worm, if you can come on, it'd be great to have you on a spin wheel with random heroes. Because I'm playing Sojin. In the next game, we're playing together. And Waffle might be playing Reinhardt. We don't know. So, if we
Do you want me on the spin wheel as well, or do you? Want
yes,
me to play whatever?
you'll be on the spin wheel as well, bro. I always say it's best to lose at great games than to win on game. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Hey! Did you know that?
Better to play with friends.
True. Did you know that on the spin wheel, if I land on Roadhog, I have to take a punishment spin wheel? Your BRB? No worries, wins. No worries, bro. Thank you for being here, bro. I always say it's best to lose a great game than a game when you smurf. Yeah, I understand smurfing. If you're having issues in your rank, just play different competitive games and just keep practicing. If you're getting smurfed by the smurfs, who cares, honestly? Alright, we're going to spin you a wheel, Waffle. We'll see what you're going to get, Waffle, while we're waiting for Worm to reply back. We're going to go here. So, Waffle, you are ready to spin. Are you ready for it? Let me know when you're ready to spin, Waffle. Whenever you're ready. 3, 2, 1, spin! See what you're going to get, Waffle. I'm going to be Sojin, a DPS, and Wafflenator is going to be in 3, 2, 1. You're Winston, Waffle. You're coming Winston. Winton. Good shit, Waffle. That's actually funny as hell. Good job. Nice. We love a good Winston. Nice, dude. Ah, that's okay. That's a cool skin. That's so cool. The little things on his like barrel right there. You're on the phone call. You got important monkey business. He's got important monkey business. They added like little details on Winston's facial expression. It looks like he's actually listening to somebody on the phone call. It's so neat. Have you got the skin for that emote as well? Because I'm pretty sure he was like in a business suit.
I think I did, but I think it was like a what do you call it? A purple skin, like an epic one, I think.
Oh, yeah. I get that. Just give me a second. I'm gonna turn down the music a bit more, so and put the game a bit more higher up, just so we able to hear everything. I think that's good.
Can check it.
Please, yeah. I would love to. This is a bit more balanced because we can have more people on. I want the chat and hear you guys properly. Freya. Have you been playing the new hero, by the way? The Wu-Tang. Have you been playing him a bit?
Wait, I haven't played him once. I think I in like the beta, like for 5 minutes in the training ground. That's like it.
Oh, that's alright. As long as you had to guard him, that's alright. He's actually quite interesting. You can guide that little ball, by the way, with your cursor. Yeah, it's pretty neat what he can do.
Yeah, flicking our balls around at everyone.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Nice.
All I know is I've been playing a lot of games with him where I've been hearing his ult go off and it's like, they won't cut well!
Dude, that's why I keep hearing you say that. I keep thinking like, Waffle, bro, what are you saying, bro? Oh my goodness. So, do mythic weapon skins have like different things they can do, like emotes, or is it just an emote weapon only?
Nah. Oh, they have a, like, when you hit reload,
yep.
like the R key or whatever you got your reload bound to, like they'll do a flourish animation.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so like you can see Cassidy.
Yep. Yeah, I just unlocked that. It's so cool. It's so nice. I love it.
Yeah, so there's like different levels. So everyone's got a flourish animation, everyone's got a kill animation, but there's like there's no different colors or anything like there is for the mythic skins. It's just like different levels.
Ah, got you. I love that though. It's so
The
cool.
Reaper one's cool.
Dude, when he's like scything his thing, yeah, it's so cool because my favorite weapons are scythes. So that's really cool to me. It's fucking sick. Love that so much.
What's really cool is like it'll do it once, and then if you keep tapping it, like tap, it'll like keep switching the guns like I'm doing it.
Oh, I think I get that. Hyper said
Yeah.
as long as
So
I
see,
like
like you do it once.
Yeah.
It just does that, but then if you keep tapping it down,
Oh.
it'll like actually switch. It'll do one at a time.
Oh yeah. Nice. As much as I like the idea of mythic weapons, I wish they weren't as expensive as a mythic. Yeah, that's weird. I wish they did half the amount, like half the credit currency. Instead of being like 80, it should be 40 for weapon.
I don't mind too much because it's kind of like, you know, there's probably going to be heroes like, you know, I didn't bother getting Diva's mythic skin, for example, because I don't play Diva, you know, so I think it's good because it kind of means that like every character you got 2 options per season where then maybe there's something for your character.
Not gonna lie, I can actually agree that too. Actually, that's not a bad idea. You can just do whatever. Yeah, I can see that one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can see where both you guys come from with that. Why can't it be both? Just have like different options, you know? I'm still waiting for the Venture Mythic. Hyper, are you a Venture fan as well? Because we got a community member called Rice, and he loves Venture. That's so cool. I love that. I love how I can see it. Before you couldn't see it. Is that true? When they first introduced this? That's so cool.
What, the flourishes? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I remember like doing it. I'm not sure which thing it was. Or I think it was Ryan. And nobody could see when I was doing it. I like Venture, but I can't play them. Yeah, that's alright. Oh, you just like them as a character. Yeah. That's cool. That's understandable.
Hope shines now.
Also, my connection is on Wi-Fi. It's not great with dive heroes. Oh, because you get like the connection issues. True. Also, Waffle, remember how I had those issues with my sound with my headphones?
Oh yeah, did you get that fixed?
I had no choice but to have a very long cord on me and plug it in for now on when I'm streaming, just like a better sound. It is what it is. Apparently, according to people that helping me out, there's not much I can really do. It's either I prioritize the microphone on the input and output, or I prioritize my sound. It's either one or the other. It can't be both, apparently. I'm a level 41 on Venture. Damn, yeah.
It could be someone's vary, but like sometimes, like Windows 11 especially, it's really weird with the devices. Like sometimes it'll connect. Like I've had this problem with. I've got different ones to you, and I got the the kitten headphones I've got. They're Razer Krakens as well.
Yeah.
So like they'll do weird things with this moment. Make sense. In fact, I don't even know how it decides which mode to use it. But it's like when you connect on Bluetooth, sometimes it'll connect. Like, have you ever had a pair of like shitty Bluetooth dongle things for your phone?
Oh,
and it'll sound like really crappy when you're talking on voice to someone. And then sometimes you put a pair of like Apple AirPods in or whatever, and they sound really good. Like there's, I think it's so hard to explain. It's like there's 2 different kinds of protocol that they can use, like a high quality one and a low quality one. And I think, like especially for Bluetooth headphones that can connect to phones as well, sometimes they get like confused and it'll use the shitty.
That's so weird.
Quality one.
Because I get like something along the
That's
lines
a guess.
of that.
I'm not saying that. I've had that with my Krakens before, and I don't even remember what I did to fix it. I think it flashed its firmware or something. It's really stupid.
My issue with my ones is I want mine to be connected to my phone, so I can just like wear it while I'm gaming, and then if I get a phone call, I can answer with my headphones, use my microphone to talk while I'm talking to someone while I'm gaming or on the computer. But when I Bluetooth,
You can get wireless headphones that'll do that, but they're definitely pretty expensive.
Oh, that's my ones. Kraken V4, they can swap different devices on Bluetooth. But for some reason, with my one to my phone, it will get connected and it will disconnect after a few seconds. It won't lock in the connection apparently on the Bluetooth on the phone.
Weird.
It's so annoying. So I just gave up on it. I'm like, yeah, I'm not bothering with it. I really want to have that because my other ones did that perfectly. The ones before my Razor Krakens, my Hammerheads. So I don't know. It's very weird, but I guess people with technology nowadays don't prioritize Bluetooth anymore. They just want to do other things, I guess.
Hey, it's still pretty good. Like, I mean, Bluetooth never fails. Oh, yeah, obviously it can, but you know, like I've got my car's friggin' ancient, right? My car's so old, it's got a friggin' tape deck in it. Yeah, not even a CD player. So the way I get my phone, like, I don't know if you've probably seen these around, like the ones they go into one of those cigarette lighter plug holes in the
those ones. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got one of those that connects to my phone, and then it does like a little short range FM
See you,
radio.
bro. Have a good one. Thanks for being here, bro. Have a good one, man. Enjoy your loot boxes. Oh, so yeah, I remember those when I was growing up. Yeah, tuning.
Yeah. So like, I've got one of those I bought. I'm not kidding. Probably.
One has that too.
15 odd years ago,
and
it still works. Like I've had it over 2 cars.
What?
And, like 15 years, and like 3, 4 iPhones, and the thing just still works. Like
That's
I've never had to replace it.
What brand is that? Really, plug in the brand.
I don't know. I think it was a Belkin or something. It was like
I never heard of it.
I don't even know if they make them. Yeah.
Never heard of it.
But it probably cost me like $100 and something bucks. Like.
And it lasts you 15 years. Wow. Wait, $100+ 15 years ago? That's expensive back then because the way I feel.
Well, yeah, but like not as expensive as it could have been.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know because I feel like in 2003. Getting a tech item that was worth $290 to $300, that is like rich level shit because not much people back then will have that value for that kind of thing, in my opinion. Because when I got my Nintendo 64 when I was growing up, that cost my parents like $190 to $200 Nowadays,
yeah, with
$800.
inflation, that's probably like $400 or $500
yeah,
now.
Which is crazy. Yeah, no, so you get what I'm saying. Because back then it's expensive, but now it's times 2 because of inflation and all the tech stuff being so expensive to be producing.
Well, actually, Nintendo, I think it was Nintendo. They actually copped a bit of like bad press a while ago because I think Sony might have done it too. I said, like if you look back over history, like it doesn't matter what you're talking about, Super Nintendo, N64, PlayStation, whatever, like all the way through, even up through the PS4.
Yeah.
It was pretty much always just kind of a guaranteed thing. It's like, 2 or 3 years in to the console generation, when they were making it a bit cheaper, because like on launch they're usually losing money on the consoles and trying to make it up with game sales.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Usually a year or 2 in,
yeah,
they get like cheaper to make, like just because it costs of scale and stuff. So like they start making their money back on consoles in like year 2 or 3, and then they actually like lower the price of the consoles, maybe $50 or $100, or they do like a slim version and they get cheaper.
Yeah.
And
like, dude. I fell for that.
And like and this actually like the last, I think it was earlier this year. I think Sony did it with the PS5 and Nintendo did it with even the original Switch. Like think about how old the original Switch is now.
Yes.
They raised the price like $50 instead of lowering it, and everyone's like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?"
Yeah,
like,
I don't know why they did that.
It's like, why are these old things getting more expensive? Like, fair enough, the new one's going up, but why are the old ones getting more expensive?
Right?
And they're just like, inflation.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. I don't understand why companies be like that. It's such a bizarre choice.
Yeah.
And all because of higher-ups too. All about higher-ups. Oh, sorry?
They can't hear me. They can only get one side of the conversation, I think, because...
Wait, right now? They can't hear you right now?
Well, I'm guessing they can't hear me, because I've got you muted on my other screen, but I just noticed you're not on the game screen.
Oh, well, I made sure that the game sound is here. Yeah, we can hear Waffle, yeah.
Oh, wait, no, you can hear me?
This is the shit that I grew up with. This is my gaming. I love Nintendo 64.
Oh, cool, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, see, $200. $200 it was back then. $200. It's crazy how different it is now.
I remember absolutely getting sucked in with like GoldenEye and Mario.
Oh my, yeah, I love
those games growing up.
I was scared of the single player I was more into Turok and Banjo-Kazooie and Mario Kart, of course, Mario Kart.
I loved Banjo-Kazooie. I never actually played much of Turok. I played a little bit in like
I
the
love
shops,
Turok,
whatever.
dude. Turok was, hang on. Turok was so good, bro. Love
I think they
Turok.
bring Turok out on Steam a while back.
They did. They remakes, yeah. Dinosaur Hunter right there. Yeah. Turok Dinosaur Hunter. Love that.
Wave Race. God, I remember that. That was
Yeah, bro. What Wave Race, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shadows of the Empire. I fucking love that game.
Yeah, I love the
The first
Ocarina of
level with the
Time.
snow speeder, and you had
Yeah.
fly the grappling hook around the walker things and tie them up, make them fall down.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. Doom 64. Oh, God, yeah, there's GoldenEye right there. Oh, yeah, I remember the magazines too. Yeah, Worm to 7.
Oh,
Yeah, they were
Nintendo.
fun.
What was it? Nintendo magazine system. There was like a specific Australian one.
Yeah, I'll look it up now. Look it up now. Magazine Australia.
And do you remember how like people always had like pictures in the letters page of like people like Mario beating up Sonic and stuff?
That's crazy. Did they actually posted that? That's crazy.
Yeah, all the time. Like this was like there was no friendly. Yeah, I remember that Mario Land too. That was on the Game Boy. I had that game. It was
Yes,
amazing.
that's sick. You had the
still,
posters, dude. Really? That's sick.
I didn't have them all, but I had, especially those early ones. I had all those.
Do you remember
They were
Kinder
cool.
Surprise? Holy shit.
Yeah. God.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Do you know what I grew up with when I was growing up? Mad
Yeah, this was
Magazine.
amazing.
Love Mad Magazine.
Yeah.
That was wild. I want to. Oh, there it is, Banjo-Kazooie. Bear it all. That's great. And Yoshi's Story. I love Yoshi's Story. Had such a cute soundtrack.
I'm actually very. This is a hot take. I hated Yoshi's Story because it was like so babyfied after Yoshi's Island. Like I love.
Yeah, Yoshi's Island was so
Yoshi's Story
dark
was like,
compared to stories. Yeah, dude,
I was
right?
like, fucking kid game. Ugh.
Yeah, oh, dude, I didn't mind.
I was only
yeah.
like 12 or whatever at the time, but I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I didn't mind Yoshi's Story. I'd never finished it. I think I was like maybe like 30% in. I was more into the Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo was my jam when I was growing up as well. Super.
Same.
I love Super Nintendo. That was so good. No, where's Super Nintendo? No, not support. Super. It's called SNES, I'm pretty sure. Super Nintendo. Yeah, I love this shit. Love these.
Did you have a Super Game Boy?
A Super Game Boy? I don't think so. No, sorry, man.
Oh, I love that thing. It
Hmm.
was like a cartridge you could plug into the SNES, and then you could plug a Game Boy.
Oh my
cartridge
god, yeah,
into
I
it,
remember that.
play
Oh
on
my god, I
TV.
remember that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a thing. I never got into it though. But yeah, that's so cool though.
I love that.
Was this the one that I got? No, that's a different one. That's not my one. It was a different one. Oh, SNES and SNES. What's the difference between them? Weird.
Super Nintendo came after.
Oh.
NES was like the original, and then there's.
Oh, in that
SNES was
case, I might have got a different one maybe. Because, oh, no. This one's different. That one's different.
SNES was right before the N64.
That's why I have it then. That's why. Because my parents got it for me. What even is this?
To this day, I regret it.
Yeah, yeah.
I've still got my original NES, and I've still got my. I've still got my original SNES.
Pop Mole, I don't-
Super Nintendo, and I've still got my
I don't-
original N64. But I haven't got my original NES because I sold my NES when I was a kid to buy
Yeah,
my
yeah.
Super Nintendo.
Hello! Thank you for the raid, Ding. Thank you for the raid.
Scarlet One if you see her.
What are you doing on Marvel Rivals, Ding? What's up? 5 win streaks in this clip. Good job, Ding. How you been doing, brother? I'm doing I found a fundraiser. Do you remember Ding? Do you remember Ding? Waffle? It was originally called Ding McKay. I remember your name was, bro. You doing alright, man? Ding, doing good. I've been streaming now for like fucking 6 and a bit hours. And we're doing some random like charity foundation stuff. And I'm doing spin wheels. It's wild. I'm so sore from doing all these exercising and that kind of stuff. I got an ad break coming up. But yes, I do remember so much of those different variation of games, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it, bro. But yeah, there was so much games I grew up on when I was a kid on the Super Nintendo. I call it Super Nintendo I was growing up, but I don't know. There was a game called Caveman, and that was so fun. That was a great game. I didn't finish it because it was too
remember that
hard.
one.
It was very hard. I'll show you what it looked like on the scenes. No, we want this one. Caveman game. It was real. The art for the cover was really cool. Where was it? Not here. There was a few Caveman games when I was growing up, but not
Joe and Mac. I remember seeing Joe and Mac in the magazines.
Oh yeah, SNES. Here we go. That's what it is. Sorry I can't stick around much longer. Have a wonderful stream and good luck to you again. Oh, thank you, man. Oh, it was good talking to you as well. Thank you, Ding, for the thing, by the way. I really do appreciate the raid. Whoever is here from Ding McKay, my name is Hook Sniffer. Thank you for the lurkers from Ding McKay. Hope we're all doing fantastic today. I love playing a variety of different games, and right now we're doing a charity foundation. Well, charity, but like it's a fundraiser. Any money you put towards the donation link over the thingy or Tangia all goes towards activities and fun things we'll be doing in October with the big man himself, Big Audio One. So this is called Prehistoric Man. That's what I grew up with when I was a kid. I grew up with that.
Oh, cool.
That was really.
Was it one of those ones that had like a different name in different countries?
Not gonna lie, it might be actually. Wait.
Because I think I remember Star Fox. I think that was Starwing in Australia or something.
Really? I think it was Star. Yeah, I think so. It's hard to tell. What the? It was rated R.
So were we waiting for Worm? Or are we playing Overwatch? Or what are we doing? We're just chatting. I don't care either way.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Worm. He just vanished. Worm literally just vanished. Oh, he's streaming now. Worm's streaming now.
I'm streaming?
Oh, Worm's streaming now, I'm pretty sure. I think he is. Yeah, he's live now. He's live now. Oh, cool. Awesome. Awesome. Can we do like a collab with Worm? Do you know how? Are we able to do that? Send Worm an invite for a collab. I don't know what we're doing, eh? Like, I thought Worm's gonna join us, but he might be just doing his own thing, maybe. I'm keen for Overwatch, though. Oh my god, Doom's been playing the entire time. Holy shit, no wonder my computer's been lagging. Holy shit, bro. Wow, that explains a lot. Oops. My bad. Doom was playing the entire time. I'm gonna see if Worm is live. Oh shit. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. We'll see what Worm's doing. Hopefully Worm can do the... How do I do collabs again? How do I invite a collab with Worm? Yo, so what's the plan? Do you want to play a game or you want to wait for Worm to see what he's doing on his stream? Yo.
Yeah, I think we need to get... If Worm, like, I don't think he's going to get a new PC. I think we might need to get... you know how he streams Overwatch through his Xbox? I think maybe what we need to get him is like a capture card or something, so he can, like, you know, plug that into his laptop and like have that go from his, like, go through his TV, so he could play his Xbox and still like stream with all his alerts and...
Yeah, honestly, that's what I've got. I'll definitely recommend that to him. I think he has to get that, to be honest, because I think his computer is like dying, I reckon. Especially with his graphics card.
It's cheaper than a new laptop if it's, yeah, as an option.
Oh, exactly, yeah. I reckon we should do that then. I reckon that'll be good to recommend it to Worm. Because the capture cards are very good. That's how I've been doing my Resident Evil gameplay, while just capturing it over from my PlayStation 5 on my computer. And I just played a controller while still getting my alerts and all that kind of stuff. I did that Resident Evil as well. Not Resident Evil, Dead Space as well on the PlayStation. That was very
yeah, Dead Space. Yeah, I played Dead Space on the PlayStation when I was house sitting for my parents last year.
Dead Space 1 on the PlayStation 3 scared the shit out of me.
Do you mean the original?
Yeah,
or the
original,
remake?
yes.
I played the remake.
Oh yeah, I played the remake for Halloween last year, but I played the original as well.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I played the original on the Xbox back in the day.
Oh, nice, bro. Nice, bro. It's so good. Dude, the ending made me shut my pants. I was not expecting the ending to be that plot twist.
The moons.
Not just the moon, but like just the fact that you see Isaac taking his helmet off the first time so you can actually see him, and you
Oh,
think
you mean
he's
the
safe.
first game ending? Sorry.
Yeah, first ending. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
And the jump scare.
Yeah, literally a jump scare of like basically him having a psychotic episode of his crazy deranged dead girlfriend that basically the arc implemented to his mind, and it's like a massive jump scare. That got me so good when I was a kid.
So, I'm curious as to your opinion. What do you think was better? Remember how the original Dead Space 1, he was like a silent protagonist, like Gordon Freeman, and then they had him voiced in number 2.
I didn't like it.
But when they did the remake, they had him voiced. Do you prefer the remake with the voice?
Silent,
or the original
silence
with
better.
silent?
Sometimes writing can ruin tensions with people comment about something. I've been having that issue with Resident Evil Village. A fucked up thing will happen or a crazy thing happens, and then Isaac, I think his name was Isaac, he would say something stupid. I'm like, oh, that happened, or what the fuck? And I'm like, dude, you don't ruin the intention, bro. The tension's crazy. That's why I prefer silent characters. Because I prefer doing the commentary for myself and not hearing a random person.
It's a lost art.
It's
easier to it's easier to self-insert when the character doesn't have like a personality.
Yeah, so you can create the personality for yourself. That's why Let's Plays were so good with silent characters.
Yeah, it's more immersive.
But sometimes they do it well. Like Far Cry did it pretty well in Far Cry 3. That was funny as hell. With Jason, it was funny as hell. With his random comments and everything like that. And it started progressing, getting more and more in those kind of games, and he's became a mute for different characters after a while. But yes, what is the plan? Do we want to play a game by ourselves, or we want to see what Worm's up to, see what he wants to do? Does he want to go on a call?
I am completely at your disposal, mate. I'm happy to just go with the flow.
Okay. I want to check up on Worm, we'll see what he's up to. Can you please give me a huge favor and please check up on his stream and see what he's up to, please?
I can do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have him stream on my one as well. And also, how do I do an invite for Worm? Join Arcs. Okay, Arcs to join stream anytime. Knock. Yes, I can do knock. Yes. I think I just got it. I think I got it. Bruh. Has Wham joined?
I'm just waiting for chat to catch up.
That's all good. I sent an invite. I sent an invite.
I mean, maybe he's going to play Overwatch without it being on screen.
He can do that. Maybe. It'll be a bit boring for chat though, because I won't be seeing him playing the game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Which is why it would be really good to get him a capture card.
Yeah, they're not bad. The Elgato capture cards are not that bad if you go to like JB's. Depends. Because I got the
yeah, well, that's what I use.
Yeah, I got the HD 60S. I'd had issues setting it up and everything like that, but once you get the idea of what goes in and what goes out, it's pretty self-explanatory sometimes. In that case, we'll see what Worm's up to, but if he's just gonna chill. Because I think it makes sense if we just joined our chats together, so I gotta see chat as well at the exact same time.
So what do you want to do? Do you want to join Discord or
join Discord? I reckon join Discord because I think it's unfair to have Worm having me in his title and we just do our separate things. I would rather be with Worm the entire time. So,
100%.
Yeah,
let's go into Worm's Discord then.
I'll end the collaboration on the thing. There's no point doing that. I'll jump into that one there. I'll go General 1. Yo! Doing fantastic, man. I'm doing absolutely sensational. Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? It is the The second day on the weekend of the Hook and Worm Extravaganza. Hey, gay boo. Hello, Amber. Yeah. Oh, that's me, according to one of my chatters, Amber. She's a bit of a troublemaker, but we love her for that. Mm-hmm. Take your time, bro. Mm-hmm. Second, sorry.
Eating men rice. Oh, I love that.
You hear it? Talking to worms,
Right,
sorry.
Oh, wrong screen. Sorry. Thanks, mate. Thanks, Rice.
Oh my god. Did you want to try and do a collaboration maybe, Worm? So we get all the chats together? That's what I was asking you. I don't know. What's up? What? We don't know how to do it.
Well, we're three intelligent, good-looking people, and we can't work it out, so...
Says you, bro. What the hell?
If you hit like there's a knock button that comes up.
There's a knock-up button. Yeah, I've got the invite right here.
All right.
Just try that. See if that.
I'm gonna do one thing at a time here. I just want to watch. I've been looking forward to watching these videos from Rice because, man, this play lunch. I'm into this. I'm all in on play lunch, man. Oh, is this the one they did with Barry
I don't know
Hall?
what to do, eh? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do because Worm's watching something and we're kind of like, I want to like have this stream up to see what he's looking at. That makes my make a bit easier, maybe. I don't know. I might just do that actually. It might be easier just to see what they're up to as well.
I love the background. I told you, man. I was a big Sydney Swans. Well, I mean, I know I didn't play for Sydney for.
Yeah. Where's Discord here?
Oh, how's the theater they played in there, Rice? That
this
looks
cool?
fucking awesome.
Paste. Bruh. Where is Discord? That's Discord.
Dude, are they do a costume change?
Was Rice off at
Oh,
like
sorry.
a Play Lunch specific concert, or was this like a big concert event with a whole bunch of?
Sorry,
bands?
Waffle. Give me two. I can't actually hear what you're saying at the moment. Sorry. Sorry, say that again.
I'm just saying, was this? I was just asking Rice. Was this a like a big concert thing that was happening across like a whole bunch of bands, or just like one specific?
No, it was one specific. It's
Llama.
It looks like the kind of venue I reckon.
Llama.
Like if
I
you listen to
ordered
some
it.
of the Play Lunches
I
tracks,
ordered the thing.
this is a real sort of a proper venue.
I'll be
for
doing
them, I
well,
think.
Llama. How's your day been today?
A really good one.
Get with the
Sorry, mate. I'll
bro.
play the music. I just
Thank
turn it down a
you.
little tiny
lovely.
bit so I can hear
I'm
Waffle.
gay now. Look at that.
Hey, look who we got. We got Fox in here. We got M. We got Amber. Welcome, all three of you.
It's hard to hear over one.
Lovely
oh, yeah,
M.
he's a bit loud, isn't he?
Oh,
yeah,
M.
he's a bit loud.
Speaking of mate,
I'll
did
be
you see
doing
the
well.
Cowboys week 1?
I'd be doing well, dude. I'd be doing well, Llama. Thank you, Llama, for the
Oh, they're doing
resub. I
Australian
appreciate it.
tour,
You
right.
shouldn't have
So
done
you're going
that,
right there.
Llama.
This
I
is the-
appreciate
this
Llama.
seems like the kind of arena that you'd want.
You're making dumplings. Oh, that's awesome, Llama. That's sick.
You missed it. Oh, that's okay, mate.
This,
You got
this
plenty more
band
weeks
looks really
to
cool,
come.
not
But you know
gonna
what?
lie,
I've
from
started
Worm's
watching
looking
it.
at.
I've started
How was your
watching
morning,
that,
Llama? Dude, we
Calvin
did a
Jerry Jones
bunch
and
of
Dallas
stuff this
Cowboys
morning. My
documentary on Netflix.
stomach is so sore,
That
Llama.
eight-part
It
series.
sucks.
Fuck, that is good,
God,
man.
my stomach is so
For
sore.
anyone
My
who
mouth
loves that
entire
kind of stuff, like that, this is
oh,
as
shit.
good.
My entire stomach is filled of onions and shallots because I had so much salad. Wild. It sucks. I hate it. Oh god. I was doing lots and lots of spinning wheels as well. We did like a total this morning, an hour and a half worth of spin wheels of exercising. I shit you not. It was crazy. So I'm kind of just waiting with Worm, I guess.
David Schwimmer and Cuba Gooding Jr. Is it, or is that a different one? I watched that one.
This concert looks so fun. It looks so nice.
Rice would have had a fucking ball there. He reckons he's lost his voice.
Oh, that's great. Him and another community mate of mine went with him, and they went there together. It was so cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you remember Charcoal?
I'm embarrassed to say a little bit. I'm not familiar with him.
He's the most racist community member I've ever had. So I would have thought he'd ring a bell. I'm kidding.
I'm not going to stop telling everyone to watch Alien Earth. That show is the shit. Oh, it is the shit. I thought you were going to say, I thought you liked it. So it's an actual documentary. And, I've got to check that out then, because I've seen the biopic. That was who is that fruity person talking in the back? That fruity person talking in the back is my delectable, going to be my delectable co-host of PAX Weekend, Mr. Hook Sniffer.
He's hiring me. He needs money to hire me.
Didn't cost me much, but I am.
$200? What do you mean? We already make Max already. Yeah, I'm a maid. I'm a pink frilly maid, and he's gonna have me over. Yeah, literally $10 interest. Just a reminder, whoever is here.
Watch this one as well, Rice.
That's cool.
It shows a lot of missing evidence that basically prove. I mean, I think you'd have to be pretty naive to think that he didn't. You'd have to be pretty.
There's some good viewings too.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Well, you can talk too, by the way, mate. You don't have to type stuff in. That's the whole point of being in the VC.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Unless
but
you-
it's kind of weird because I've got like Hook's talking, but he's muted in the VC, and he's got your stream up.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Waffle. I'm muted Overwatch. I'm muted Overwatch. I'm muted Overwatch.
I've got Hook's stream unmuted and your stream muted, and both of them up in the voice chat. Up.
So sorry, Waffle. Okay.
Yeah, 100% he did it. Fucking Johnny Cochran, what a fucking lawyer though.
Johnny what?
If I ever get in trouble, I'm
What was his last name?
Cock.
Oh, wow. Did he win the case or did he lose no nut in November?
Including a hearsay quote from OJ, so saying if she didn't open the door with a knife, she would still be alive. Yeah, and you know the fucking idiot that OJ is. But by the way, great, fantastic running back though. Like if you look at him as a football player, one of the fucking best to ever play the running game in NFL. Dude, didn't he a few years later write a book, If I Did It, or something like that? What a fucking idiot, man. Like, how dumb do you have to fucking be? What a fucking moron, man. He's such a fucking idiot, man.
I wish I could have my own opinion on it, but I have no clue much about the whole case. I know that he did some fucked up stuff and the courthouse was pretty funny apparently. But yeah, I did not know much about it.
Oh, these guys seem alright, Rice.
So, what is this exactly? Is this like a small band mixed together, or is it like a main band itself? Like one band
Yeah,
only?
Play Lunch is the main band he went
Ah,
to go
cool.
see. This was the opening act.
Oh, that's nice. That's cool. Nice small people.
Yeah, they look good. Alright.
You know, we actually have, in a roundabout way, we actually have, like, O.J. Simpson to thank for, like, Kim Kardashian and all that shit.
I suppose so, yeah. I mean, yeah, with you mean respect to Jenner and all that.
Yeah, because, like, O.J. Simpson's lawyer was Kim Kardashian's father. He was, like, the ex-husband of...
Look at that sexy man right there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
There's so much of us.
They sort of got, they really got popular because of, like, that connection.
Well, I mean,
If you go away,
we have to thank them for that, do we? We have to thank them for those two individuals.
Yes.
That
That's
was
the real
Paris-
crime.
He was wasn't the only lawyer. He was OJ's friend. That's right. Yeah, wasn't he the one that helped him when he was running from the cops? If memory serves. They have one of his lawyers in the interview, and I want to punch him in the face every time he opens his mouth. Oh, it obviously wasn't Johnny you're talking about. Someone else. Hello, Waffle. Hello, Hook. Hello, buddy. Hello, mate.
I multiplied. We're all waving. Look at me all. Look at me.
We're gonna close this on. Yeah, M. It's called the Gambler and His Cowboys, the Jerry Jones Dallas Cowboys documentary. Check it out. If you like Dallas, if you're a Dallas supporter, even if you're an NFL supporter, I think it's fucking great to go. It's a great documentary. Best one that I've seen.
Oh, that timing.
Oh, are we gonna do a worm together? Are we, Hook?
Yeah, I was doing the wave, and it passed down to my next score. Wow, really well. That's sick. That was awesome.
Watching you stream up there. Alright, and yeah, so we got to send a big thanks out to Bonkers, man. Bonkers made a donation as well to our fund. Man, we're gonna do some fucking crazy shit. We're gonna do some crazy shit on PAX weekend.
For example, we're going to be going to an aquarium while I'll be wearing a pretty frilly pink maid outfit.
Wait, no, you're not wearing the maid outfit to the aquarium, dude. We're gonna wear it to PAX. We're not wearing it to the
Yeah,
aquarium.
we are.
No, we're not.
We're streaming us going to the aquarium.
We can stream it. We'll stream it. We're not.
You know what?
You're
You
not
know what?
wearing that.
Why not?
Worm hates this idea. Make it a new donation.
Nah. I'm not taking it.
Do you not like the idea, Worm? Do you like that public stuff?
I like the idea, man. I don't like the idea of people getting the fuck kicked out of us because we're walking it. Like PAX is.
I'm 6'3", dude. If they see a 6'3" guy wearing a pink maid, I don't think they're gonna bother touching me. Okay.
It's not even about. They're gonna throw you the fuck out of there, man.
Ah, true. Yeah.
Yeah, but then I've got to change the fucking stream over though, Rice. To be honest, it's fuck, man. Aren't we gonna play some community games and stuff? Do the community games. We're gonna get bonkers. Do you like Jackbox and Gardic Phone? We'll get him in, man.
Well, we can play some Overwatch or something, or we can play whatever.
If we can't play Overwatch with
I'm
Worm,
not gonna stop you.
I'd rather do stuff together with you, Worm. That's the whole idea of this whole thing. I'd rather play games with you, bro.
Each other off, like fucking, I'll hand you and you hand me, sort of thing. You want to do that?
Is that the whole idea?
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah. Can we play some Overwatch later on, Waffle, and just like have some games afterwards? Yeah, because once again, I would rather do everything with Worm and everything like that. So we could play some Jack Off TV. Well, okay, guys, Jack Off on another TV. Add some cleaning stuff to it.
Oh fuck, do you bonkers? Well, mate, look. Well, if are you saying you're leaving now, or you leave soon? Is that what you're saying?
I think they have to leave now.
And just really quickly on your chat there, Hook. Llama said she's making dumplings.
Mhm.
Good luck.
Dumplings are very
fucking
tricky.
Hard, man.
He's very
They
tricky.
are very, very fucking hard to make. You got, mate. If you could do that, Llama, I'd love to hear from you.
We would like to see pictures, Llama. And if they're burnt,
Is it your
Llama,
first time, or have you done it before? That's what she said.
Ha. I'm assuming Llama's done it before because she likes experimenting with a lot of things. She has a hyperfixation on so much different stuff, and once she gets onto the hyperfixation, she perfects it. You know the little Yoshi I've got in that little corner there with my my Cotton Young Yoshi? Yeah, Llama made that. She was into so much crocheting. We were playing games together for like I want to say a month straight of her crocheting random stuff. She was making stuff for Kayla Wu, one for me, and she was practicing all this different stuff. And then she started making stuff for Kayla and I when we met up in Sydney. So Llama is very talented for the most randomest thing. And Llama is insane at drawing too and painting as well. She's got some art stuff that I've got, and she has crazy art stuff. She even made my Hook Sniffer logo. I'm proud to say that Llama made me my Hook Sniffer logo with the hook through it.
She's got a lot of talent, mate. And
Yeah.
We're not talking about how to cook it though, Rice. We're actually talking about the fundamentals of making it.
Oh yeah, making it, prepping it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Step one, open phone.
Open phone.
Let's go with that.
And I am sorry, Waffle. Like I mean, I would play Overwatch in a heartbeat. It's just,
Nah, mate,
it's just,
you've got. Yeah, no, I get it.
If I put the Xbox in, I've got to take the fucking webcam out. I've got to connect that in there. I've got to set that up, turn it on.
It is
I was having this sort of conversation with Book earlier. I did sort of mention it to you before, but I'm guessing you probably were busy and you haven't thought too much about it. But I was kind of thinking, like, as a stopgap, you know, if the PC's kind of going, let me try throwing Overwatch at it now, maybe a better solution is, rather than spending a shit ton of money on your laptop, which obviously for reasons you don't want to do that right now, maybe it would be better to get like, you know, we've mentioned all those capture cards, like they let you.
Yeah, capture cards
Here's
are really
the
good.
question, though, Waffle, right? Like, I'm gonna make an analogy to you, okay? So when it comes to cooking in the kitchen, right? When I buy equipment, doesn't matter whether it's a fucking 50-cent peeler or a brand new fucking cookware set. Whatever it is, I ask myself one fundamental question before I buy it. Am I going to get the use out of this product that I'm going to pay for it?
I feel like
And
you
if
are
the
with the
answer
capture
is no,
card.
yeah, if the answer is no, then I probably wouldn't buy the product.
Yeah,
And
very much
the
up to you.
capture
If
card-
you're not streaming Overwatch.
I know,
these
I know
days.
exactly right. And so the
Oh,
question with the capture card is,
true.
it's not that expensive, but am I going to get the use out of the capture card? Because
Well,
I
let's
don't
say
really
it
want to
really
go on there
depends, 'cause
all the time.
Yeah, no, I get that, because it's like, I was just thinking in terms of like, you know, if
Great
if you've
idea,
got-
by the way.
Yeah, but like, you know, you get that way you can have hypothetically, or other games too. If someone sends you a game on Xbox to play, you can play that, and then you've got like you can have your stream up on your PC, and you can have all your audits and stuff.
Save your computer, all the hassle with different games.
Yeah,
It's not, to be honest with you, it's not even the logistics of streaming through the Xbox that's the concern. It's whether I'm actually going to play the game, because I don't like.
You're playing those games.
Well, that's the thing. I appreciate people that enjoy the games that we play on the stream.
I don't.
And the nice things that are said. Fuck, you're not talking to you. But the reality is, in my heart of hearts, man, it's not something I want. It's something I would like to move more away from rather than towards.
Mhm,
If
mhm.
that
Totally
makes
get
sense.
Yeah.
So it's not that I don't enjoy them. It's just if you offer me the choice between coming in here and just chatting like I am now and playing some music versus playing, say, Overwatch or any other game, it's a bit of a no-brainer that I'm going to take the chatting. That's just what I enjoy. I like doing it. I feel like it's more interactive with the people that come in here. When I play Overwatch, the problem is when I play Overwatch, man, that's where my fucking blinkers are. I'm just watching and playing Overwatch, man.
I feel that.
Oh, I get that.
Hmm.
Yeah, as I said, and it's, you got to look at a second screen for your chat and all that stuff, and it's yeah, no, I get it. It's just a
Mhm.
suggestion.
Yeah, but no, don't get me wrong. If that was the avenue I was looking to go down, man, I would absolutely take you up on that. And by the way, thanks for the information about the gimbal, man. I went and had a look at that too. We're going to be buying that, if not next week, the week after.
Nice.
The hell's a gimbal? What is
That is the one
that?
I'm going to get.
What's a gimbal?
That's the one I'm going to get there. Yeah.
I'm scared. What is that? Educate me,
Gimbal?
please.
It's this fucking big dildo that I stick up your ass. with.
I knew it! I knew it! You're gonna peg me, bro. Fuck
14
you.
inches, man.
That's,
14
that's a
inches.
donation goal.
Oh no, it's a what do you call it? Like a selfie stick hook.
Oh, those fancy ones, the fancy boy ones.
Yeah.
Lovely,
So
lovely.
Waffle sent me the details on one of them. So
Good job. I got a good tripod for my phone as well, so I'll be bringing that down as well. Do not worry.
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. We're gonna get some wireless mics, and we're gonna get a few
Please,
battery packs as
if
well.
we can get wireless mics, that'll probably be the best thing we can ever do. That's the only thing I would love to have. That's the top of the list.
That's what we're doing.
Wireless.
We're gonna be open and honest to everything we're gonna be spending and what we're gonna be spending.
Yes, please, because I would rather have better microphone for everyone to hear us properly without having everyone on top of each other, because it's just such a fucking mess. Because I edit videos, as you guys know, I prioritize so much sound, and sound is such an important thing because it gets your attention and you know what's going on. You can hear all the funny things where everybody can hear everything that's going on around you, besides one mic with a bunch of people around it. Yeah, that's my thing.
Yeah, there's a couple of good brands. There's Rode and
Rode's good.
Yeah, Rode and DJI. They both do little clip-on ones that you can get like little 2-packs of.
Yeah. So my thing is with me not understanding the foundation of the wireless microphones, how does that work with having multiple microphones into one source device? How does that work?
I don't know. I actually asked them that question because I didn't know if it works in tandem with Twitch as well when you stream IRL off a phone, and
Well,
they
it
couldn't
should,
really give
because
me the...
it's like I haven't used it much, but like I've got a little set of the Rode ones bought a few years ago. Again, another waste of money for me. But like basically the way it works is you don't connect like 2 microphones to the phone. You connect a little like a little hub box thing
Yeah.
to the phone, and like you connect 2 mics to, or 3 mics to that little box, so then they're all talking to it.
Oh, and
So
then
you only got like one
sees
going
back to the device.
Yeah,
So-
but I mean, like, whether that's going to work with the Twitch app, though, is the question that I've got.
It should.
It should.
Well, here's the thing. Theoretically, my AirPods should work with it as well. In terms of
I'm
using
guessing
the
it
microphone,
doesn't.
And it doesn't. It doesn't.
Maybe I should
So-
experiment with my ones.
Please, Waffle, if you can experiment a
want
bunch
to.
of things to help us out with the sources for next month, that'll save us so
And
much of a
we'll pay you
hassle.
back, and like we'll experiment with you too. You know, like we'll experiment a little bit on each other. It'll be
How
really
much
great.
a waffle can be shoved in somebody's asshole without it breaking? And the momentum of the syrup.
I've got a video that answers that question.
Who told? Don't say that, people. Don't tell people that. No, don't show it on stream. That was meant to be a private DM.
Nah, fuck that, man. It's gonna be public in a second.
Fuck.
Everyone's already seen that. The damage has been done.
Fuck you.
I'm gonna get it, man. I'm gonna find that fucking thing while you guys are talking. By the way, so Bonkers, I don't know if you need to take off, man, but again, thank you very much. It's that was above and beyond, man. And like I said, we're gonna.
We do appreciate it so much, bro.
Everyone else who
All special
donates.
treatments.
We're gonna find some other special way to say thank Bonkers as well, man. 'cause,
We're gonna be bonking each
Bonkers,
other's
that's a
asses.
mate. Well, that's probably the best way to honor him, really, isn't it? Man, he said some beautiful fucking words about myself and the stream and the community the other day. It fucking meant the world to me. So.
What the fuck? What about me?
Fuck you. Why would he waste his time telling us something about it? He's a classy guy, man. He wouldn't do that shit.
I love that.
Where is the clip? I don't even know where it is, man. I've got too many fucking clips. Someone keeps clipping all my shit.
You can filter it. You can search it up, bro. There's like a little search bar in the clips. It go from categories of games and somebody who clipped it.
That's right. Where is
I
it?
did
Should be
that.
pretty hard to it should be pretty easy to spot. wouldn't it?
Videos, clips, and then go to search bar. That's in the category of clips.
I don't know what I'm searching for. That's the problem.
Oh, you go to so in your creator dashboard, you go to the array right there. So you go a bit more. So okay. If you're in your thing already,
All done by Hook Sniffer.
yeah, there's a lot of me actually. So it should be a search bar a bit more on the top, on the same line as edit videos. It should give you like a search option that allows you to go through what games you're playing in the past, who made the clips, and that's like the best way I can really explain it. Waffle here.
This was fucking lit. I know this wasn't the video, but I just want to watch this one really quickly. I fucking love this.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy I made an emo of that. It was so funny, dude. I wanted to keep in the part you looked away to make sure no one saw you. I want to keep that, but it's too many frames. I like the repeat idea of you just dancing back. It's so funny, bro.
Spank it. Spank that ball.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. 100%.
I'll have to find it the other way, man. I'll have to go to the fucking clips. That's M's emote, isn't it, Fox? Oh, Mr. Bubbles. M's got a remote like that, don't you, M? Well, M's used it before, I think. Maybe that's where it is.
We said M Zone for a second.
Clips. Here we go. Filters. I don't know who clipped it either.
Oh, do you not know? What were you doing at the time when the clip was being made? What were you doing at the time?
It was PAX. It was PAX.
So it was IRL. Rip. Oh, there'll be so much IRL clips then.
That's alright. I'll find it, man. I'll find it. Couldn't be. How hard is it, honestly, to find? October. Here we go.
Oh, good start. You're in October, right?
Yeah, fuck, I'm smart, man. The game train. That's what it was. A dragon fucking clipped it, man.
Dude, we have to play Ace Mine in the 5th grader game.
Switched it over.
We have to play that game Ace Mine.
Can't make it full screen. Dude. I love you Hook in the background.
Yeah, bro, I was thrusting so much, dude. My favorite one is the llama clip that she made. It was Waffle talking to chat. He was sitting on the couch talking to chat, and you and me were wrestling on my bed in the background, making noises and spanking, and he was basically his arm. It was just wrestling around. It was so funny. And the best part is
absolutely sauced.
we were sauced with a capital S, bro. Being sauced is an understatement, bro.
Oh, that's a nice little cuddle at the end there, man.
It was really cute. Yeah, it was so cute. Yeah.
Oh, dude, this one that Mud clips, right? Hands down the funniest fucking thing I've ever done on this stream, man. I have never laughed so hard at anything that I did fucking doing this, man. Oh my god.
Hey, Griff, how are you, man?
Oh, Grifter's here, Mr. Grifter. He's a Grifter.
I'm the hooker. He's trying to get to me. Trying to get me to his house. I'm charging you $200.
Hook was at the fucking supermarket on the phone to us on a VC call, and he was asking the shop attendant where the tape was.
Yeah, I was trying to get tape for the Reinhardt wizard hammer, and we ran out of tape.
In the background, there's the wizard staff in the background there.
Yeah.
I just got to hear you have this conversation. Hold on.
Yeah, it was so good. I can't believe how funny that was.
Dude, just the way you were I'm filthy that they didn't go longer. I wish he'd made the clip longer because the shit that you were asking that guy.
Yeah, I just kept going. Yeah, he was being so chilled about it too. He was like, "Oh yeah, you need over here." So fucking funny. That's comedy. That is genuine comedy. Just literally being an idiot and just being funny about it. No one's getting hurt. No one's getting uncomfortable. He was having a good time with the boys.
The best kind
Everyone's
of humor, man.
locked in. Everyone's having fun.
Yeah, exactly, bro. All
Now,
matters.
I'm gonna try this knock thing to ask to join your stream, so I can see what you're trying to do. I'll see if this works. All right, so I'll knock. I'm knocking. Here I am.
Ah, fuck!
Knock,
Ow,
knock,
cunt!
knock, knock,
Ow!
heavens.
No, that hurt, dude. That hurt, bro. Can you not do that? Ow! Ow! That was not cool, bro. That hurt, bro. Fucking hurt.
It's okay. You know, pleasure is pain. Pain is pleasure.
Fuckhead.
Can chat hear your call? I don't know. Can chat hear my call?
I don't know. Can they?
Can they? That's the question.
I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah. As long as we get everybody together or something. No.
No, you can't hear him. Are you? Oh, it's Fox saying that. That doesn't mean anything.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, that's Fox.
Fucking asshole.
We can. All right.
Yeah, buddy. Let's go, buddy.
Get started. Get shared chat. All right, we'll get shared chat.
Yay! Hello. Oh, I can see Fox in my chat. Can somebody please time out Fox? Can somebody please time out Fox for 35 minutes?
I can't. I've tried.
You tried. You tried.
Turn on camera. I fucking always try to ban Fox.
Always ban Fox, please. No, seriously, Fox is a menace to society. Being too silly.
Need help with your camera. Yeah, Fox is a menace to society. It's fucking what the fuck?
Well, I can imagine Fox even saying that too. I'm coming for you, Hook. Dude, I don't know how old you are. Can you not say that, please?
Oh, dude. I don't know. I don't think it really matters, does it? Because we can hear everybody.
Well, I want to see chat at the same time. That's my thing. I want to see chat at the same time. That's my massive. Yeah. I love everybody equally.
There you go.
This chat is cooked 100%, boys. So what is the
so going
plan?
back to Griff's, man. Yeah, I am trying to get a hooker. This is the hooker on the screen I'm trying to get.
Yeah!
Right here.
Hello.
Trying to get this dirty fucking hooker.
I charge $200 for the weekend with free healthcare.
Yeah, but you don't get your money's worth for it, which makes it a little bit more.
As long as I have a good dick bigger than 1 inch, I'm happy with that.
So why are you selling happy?
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, mate. We're gonna start thinking about what we're gonna do. Now, hey, by the way, while I got Waffle, he had a great idea, man. So when we go into the aquarium and everything like that, you know what I'm gonna take you to the Queen Vic markets over here, man.
Please,
We're gonna go
dude.
look
I want to
dude,
do different
we're gonna-
places.
Great time.
I want to do different
Yeah,
things.
it's
Also,
pretty iconic spot. It's
yeah.
fucking stupid shit. We can
There's another thing I want to do as well. Mama Hook could not recommend this enough, and it's the Alcatraz. Apparently, Mama Hook wants me to go to the Alcatraz that's there. Apparently, it's really interesting. Yeah, it's like an Alcatraz trip. How you go and see prison cells in a place, and the tour guide treats you like prisoners. It's a really cool idea. Mama Hook went there.
It's a cocktail bar.
Is it really? Can we go
That's what
there?
it says
Can
here.
we go there?
Alcatraz, Melbourne, cell block 9592.
Can we go there? Can I wear my maid outfit and
World's first
thing?
prison-themed cocktail bar.
That's actually such a cool idea. Would you actually do that with me, Worm? That looks so cool! What the frick? That looks really cool! Dude, would you...
World of contraband and corruption at Alcatraz. The world's first immersive prison.
Oh, that's so cool, Rice.
Don your orange
Is it Rice?
collude and corrupt with the corrupt guards.
You can
and
do it while
enjoy
I
a
believe
rich-
you. I believe
I could just offer him your ass.
Dude, that's sexual assault, dude.
I don't give a shit, man. I want to get out. I want to get out, man. I want to get out. Highlights: immerse yourself in a bar behind bars. Oh, I wonder how that. Where the serving inmates are your bartenders. The guards are crooked, and you become part of history.
That's so cool. We have to ask him if we can stream it. We have to ask if we are streaming inside. We have
Oh, you
to. That'd be so cool.
See, I don't mind if you want to wear your outfit.
That would be
Yeah,
so
man.
funny. Imagine a prisoner maid outfit saying, "What's the charges? I poisoned my master." So wait, what Worm? You would think that's okay for me to wear my maid outfit in a bar that's Alcatraz themed, but not. That'd be funny though. That'd be so funny though. What's wrong with seeing a grown man wearing a pink maid outfit?
Your balls are gonna be hanging out of the fucking thing. That's what's wrong with it.
I'm wearing my
Not if he wears modest pants.
Yeah, I got. Modest panties. Oh, it's so good. All right. Well, okay, so we got some.
Really? Oh, that's a collector's item.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, we're gonna do.
We got Rhino here.
Rhino! Oh my God, Rhino! How are you, bro?
Into the old. I'm gonna see how many bottles I can stick up fucking Hook's ass before.
My record has been 3, so.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh my God.
I think the
this
balls
is-
hanging out adds dramatic effect. Yeah, I mean.
Oh my God, true.
Not for a fucking 8-year-old kid walking around the aquarium wanting to look at fishes. You know what I mean?
Not gonna lie, the actual skirt goes pretty low, so it goes almost.
Dude,
yeah.
we will wear it all fucking day on the Saturday. You can do it, and Mrs. Worm said you can wear it around the house as well if you want. She does.
Well, that's what you're doing.
But you see, there's a trick there. That I guarantee, Mrs. Worm said you can wear that around the house. That's just a way to get someone to do the housework on the weekend, isn't it?
That's
if
so
that was the
good.
case, I'd be
look,
permanently.
well, we got
I'd be
a maid
permanently.
now.
Oh my God.
It's gay boy season.
It is gay boy season, but nothing wrong with liking pink though. Nothing wrong with liking pink. Nothing wrong with it. That's why I'm wearing a pink outfit. So what is the plan? Yeah, good Rainy on. More people the better. What's the plan for the games? Are we going to play some Jack Off TV?
We need someone to jerk off over, and I mean, like Hook's not really doing it for me, and Waffle's playing hard to get, so you know. I wasn't talking about the pink. What were you talking about, Rainy?
What the frick? What's going on here? What the hell?
The pink maid is that a euphemism?
What's going on there, boys? What's happening there? What's happening in your pants right now? What?
So Hook, quickly, have you organized the outfit?
It's on its way, bro.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's on its way. Crazy bro helped me out heavily
Never
with
known
whole
someone
idea.
so desperate to get into a maid costume.
Yeah, as you get this, because the reason why I want to make sure it's all set up and everything before PAX, I just want to have everything all set up so we don't have to fuck around on the day. That's the whole reason why I want to do it. Yeah, the maid costume. Yeah. Everything else I don't care about. It's the maid costume. I want everything sorted.
Taking edibles and going to the aquarium, man. I would do that. I reckon.
That would be sick if we did that.
Yeah.
Would you
Yeah, but that's
actually?
not gonna happen.
No,
Dude,
edibles are
I-
so dangerous. I don't.
You're a handful at the best of times, Hook, let alone fucking when you're tripping.
I have to admit, my little brother, God bless his soul, he has informed me saying, you are more hyperactive than you are when you're stoned. And normally you have to be the opposite when you're high. And I freaked him out when he was stoned as well. So,
Hyperactive when they're stoned. or-
me. I'm hyperactive when I'm stoned.
What I was thinking, Ray.
Mhm. My little brother was freaking out. He was like, calm
You're
down.
not taking the right shit then.
No, it was regular weed. It was regular weed.
What the fuck are you taking? Oh yeah, is that
Well,
what they
I
told you?
actually get that because, like, you got ADHD too, don't you?
I don't know. Llama thinks I do. She self-diagnosed me.
Yeah, because ADHD, like, you'd think, like, stimulants do weird things to do with ADHD brains. Well, sorry, downers do weird things to do with ADHD brains. Like,
Yeah,
same
Robert.
thing.
Yeah, Robert. Yeah, Robert be like that.
Oh my!
Robert be like that,
Good.
what?
Just do us a favor, Hook and Waffle and Rainy. Just tune over to the stream for a second, or I'm gonna play this. Tune over to the stream for a second, or I'm gonna play this. Rice sent this in for you, Hook.
What the fuck is this kind? What the fuck is this kind?
Ready?
What the hell is this, dude?
Oh, we gotta play that. We gotta play that when he puts the maid uniform. I'll take my my Bluetooth speaker and we'll play that while we're walking around.
Oh my god.
Never change your name.
Oh my god.
Wow, bro. Oh, yes.
Balls hang low.
I mean, one way to find out.
Do they?
One way to find out. I mean, actually, depends on the season.
Depends on the season. Why do they shrink up in winter, do they?
Dude, I'm called a grower, not a shower.
Fucking A, they do, man. You don't understand. Do you know about shrinkage, Rainy?
Yeah.
It's like inflation, but the opposite.
Oh, fucking
Thanks,
obviously.
thanks,
no.
Hook.
Thanks, man.
Is hot the opposite of cold as well? All right.
Is wet the opposite of dry?
Pretty.
It depends what
Man,
kind of
that shit is
disease.
real. That shit is fucking real, the shrinkage, though.
Yes, it is 100%. Yes.
And the cold weather is a motherfucker for guys.
I think you have to be ginger and you have to be a bit overweight in order to have it. Anybody else, you're fine.
To have what?
Wait.
Shrinkage.
Yeah, shrinkage. Yeah, shrinkage.
Dude, I don't think that matters, dude.
You're not of that attitude.
I'm not saying it doesn't accentuate it. I'm saying I think it's broad over. Well, the men that I speak to, anyway.
Oh, yeah.
That Fox is getting into this.
I'm generally curious, like,
Good on you, Rice.
and over the years, in conversations with my male friends and colleagues, I have to admit, genitalia shrinkage hasn't really come up as a general topic of conversation.
Genital topic?
Well, you're not having deep enough conversations. That's all I'm gonna say, man.
Genital topic?
Is that because
Well,
cocks
like, yeah,
make up about
no,
60%
like,
of what we talk about.
Like seriously, I've never been standing around with the boys and had one of us go, "Oh, you know, boys, our dick's shrinking. That's rough, ain't it?" Like, no, never.
Well,
It's very rough.
I'll tell you, Waffle. I mean, we have pretty in-depth conversation. I will say one thing. I mean, I'd like to include you in this as well, Waffle. But Hook and I, we don't really have any sort of no-go when it comes to conversations. I reckon.
I think whenever Worm and I hanged out, I don't think we ever had a normal conversation. I don't think we ever had any normal conversation or sexual conversation.
Full stop.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it great with you guys.
We should try doing that, Hook.
What you should do, you should get like a little notebook and write common conversation starters or
Do like a laugh challenge.
Yeah.
Go each other's mouth. Yeah. Like little dating things.
All right, let's go.
Shrinkage is card number 37.
That's so
Normal
fun.
conversation started.
There's no way you're looking up now, dude. Don't spoil it.
We are.
Don't spoil
Alright,
it.
weather, their day or week, hobbies, interests, recommendation. No, I want actual questions. Okay, let's go with. I'm gonna ask you a question here, right? You gotta be serious about this, alright?
So we ask it?
What's one thing that's been inspiring you lately?
The thing that's been inspiring me lately, what inspires me lately is, oh god, what the frick? I don't think I have anything. I mean, my inspiration is my excitement for things I want to do in the future, and that's what inspires me, is my feelings of being excited to do something. Like this whole weekend, I've been motivated so much to do so much stuff for the weekend. And
That's a great answer.
And also, another thing as well, one more thing, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
Every
go,
time
go,
I
go,
look at a plane in the sky, I think of you, one.
Okay, Grand Autismo. We get it.
It's me just thinking me being
Why do
on
you
that
think of-
plane scene, bro. Just being on a plane
Oh, okay, I get
and
it.
going
I
to
get
the...
See, that was a good answer, man. You answered it really well, but it just felt fucking weird talking to you like that.
It did! Not gonna lie! I felt that same way too! That felt so
Yeah.
weird! It felt like it was scripted.
I mean, you didn't know.
It felt so
You
scripted.
answered it fine. Your wording was perfect, man. You articulated it excellent, and you made a really clear understanding of the question and the answer that you gave. Like everything was full marks for me.
Yeah.
It just felt fucking weird.
It just felt so unnatural, you know? It felt so unnatural.
Yeah.
Such a weird
And
sensation.
we want to be natural between each other. Like when we slip inside each other, we want to be natural about it. Yeah.
I mean, are you gonna go raw, or are you gonna like use some Gamer Subs lubricant?
So that depends. That depends. You want fucking like
that would be
you like a bit of
so
friction?
weird. Would you? Okay, Worm. Back to having the conversations, how we never have normal conversations. If you were to fuck me in the ass, would you use Gamer Subs lubricant?
If I wanted to fuck you in the ass, would
If you
I
do want
to,
to,
use some lube?
I hope you do. Just for personal preferences.
But being completely brutally and honest to you, man, I probably wouldn't because I like to hear a little bit of pain in the voice when.
You're
fucking
fucked. You're so fucked, dude. You're so fucked.
I'm being honest, man. Like, yeah, I
Hey,
want to know. I
Violet.
want to know that I'm making it. Hello, Violet.
Fucking hell, dude.
What's
You
the
want to hear my
worst thing about
pain when you
getting your
shove me in
prostate
your
exam?
ass?
Is it like? Is it? I don't know what it says about me. But
Is this a joke or-
my question that I was thinking was, the first thing that came into my head was, what flavor Gamer Subs are they using?
Doesn't really matter, 'cause I
normally
wouldn't do ass to
strawberry.
mouth, man. I wouldn't do
Strawberry.
ass to mouth anyway, so it doesn't really matter. If you
That's
want
me as
strawberry,
well.
I'll
What
give
the
you
hell? I don't like ass to mouth either. What the hell, Worm? I'm being serious. I don't like the idea of it. I'd rather pussy in mouth, you know?
Yeah, pussy to mouth's alright, but ass to mouth I wouldn't do. We talked about that on stream the other day. I'm not gonna go.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, man. Queef
Are
came
you
on with
kidding
the first thing
me?
we started talking about. Yeah, I'm serious.
Oh,
we had a full blown
okay.
half an hour, 45-minute
Alright,
conversation about.
Worm. Another question. You're eating somebody out and then queef.
Yeah.
Would you stop or would you keep going?
100%, I would stop, man. I couldn't do.
Yeah, same. I'll gag. I'm sorry.
A
I would.
queef,
I'd
a
like.
queef doesn't have an aroma. It's not a fart.
It's not about the aroma
It's-
of it. Though,
it's just
Rain.
ruining the
idea-
feeling.
It's just, yeah, it's like. I don't want to say it's like farting because farting's a bit different. I can
It
overcome
is.
a
It's a
fart,
bit
I was fucking-
sexist as well.
But it's in the same. It's in the same area, man. It's in the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
Rhino just put up a great joke. Don't read the chat. I'm going to read it too.
Okay.
So, what's the worst thing about getting a prostate exam? Feeling two hands on your shoulder. I like that, Rhino. That's fucking good, man.
That's good. Thanks for the love, Violet. Hope you
dear.
love her.
You're hearing three sexy voices right now, Coffee. You got Waffle, you got Hook, and you got Rainy. And then you got this fucking degenerate. So,
I thought you were going to call me a slur. I don't know why. I was waiting for you to call me a slur.
You are a fucking slut. What?
A
You don't think I'll
slur.
call you that? You are a
We're going to call me a
slur.
slur. I was waiting for you to drop the F-bomb.
You're a fucking hooer. I mean, Rain's voice is perfect. She's got a very sweet voice.
You guys are actually fucked.
Until you find out her
Nah, mate, I was-
personality, then it ruins the whole emotion.
You people have
That's a
gutter
good-
minds. Absolute gutter minds.
You're the fucking one still
Waffle,
here.
you're the
Waffle.
one
What does it
still
say about
here,
you?
yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck does it say about you?
He's having
You're
a
in the-
blast.
you're in the gutter with the
Waffle
rest-
has
I
the
watched
same
the
mindset as
live
chat.
stream.
Waffle's one of those sneaky motherfuckers who acts like he's all offended and fucking upset by this conversation, but really he's getting it.
Damn, I've been foiled again.
Loving it. He's loving the conversation, man. 'Cause
Well,
let me
we
tell you
should've seen
something.
what he was playing on stream the other day. Playing against
Speaking of the
strippers in
dead.
it.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Waffle, really? No.
He was playing a game with strippers in it. He was in a strip club, fighting zombies.
Yeah.
Was I?
And I was
All I'm gonna
typing.
say is I'm not fucking surprised, man. I'm not even remotely fucking surprised. I always knew it about. See,
To
Waffle's
be
one of
fair,
those
to be
fucking-
fair, they were stripper zombies.
Waffle's one of those fucking kind of chicks that you would meet
Okay,
at a
but you're
party,
playing
man,
as a
and they're all nice and quiet, and they're like fucking library, fucking assistants or fucking school teachers or whatever, and they're all fucking cutesy, and the second you get them in a fucking room and you close, they turn into fucking just
Okay.
degenerate,
Oh my
decrepit little
god.
fucking
Crazy sex story, guys. Okay. But funny you say that.
Oh, Crazy's here.
Fun-
Crazy's here too, by the way.
Oh,
But yeah,
hello,
he's here for the
Crazy.
sex story.
So I dated a really shy, sweet girl. She was really sweet, very like down to earth. And outside, she was very shy. When we're hanging out together privately, she was a bit shy as well. But one time, we were looking after her parents' house. And she was like, hey, can you fuck me on my parents' bed?
Oh, was it a nice bed?
It was pretty nice. It was pretty nice. But man,
Okay.
the feeling though was like, oh God.
All right, I
Who
kind of
stops and
get
thinks
that.
to themselves, I want to fuck in my parents' bed.
All right, we'll back up then. No, Rainy, let's not judge him here or her. Let's
No, I'm
let's
judging.
try and dissect it. No, let's dissect this. So, what was her bed like? Was her bed
Her
comfortable?
bed was comfortable too, but she just wanted the idea. Okay, we started making out in the hallway because nobody was home, and then she like opened her parents' door and she's like, "Hey, can we like do it on my parents' bed?" Like, really? Okay, sure. And
I
then-
mean, I can't say that's like over the top weird.
Oh no, I
Like,
felt
I mean,
I felt bad. That was my issue. I felt bad, but I found a bit like, well, I did not know she was into this. I got an ad on your fucking stream worm.
Oh fuck it, man! I can't do much about the ad. Rhino, I don't know if Rhino can hear me. Then he said describing the best type of girl. Yeah, you actually, you're on the money, Rhino. I
It
do
was
love
like
those kind of
her
girls.
dad also stuck it in.
What's that? What's that fucking line from that Usher track? Like she's a lady on the street, a freak in the bed. Yeah, that's what I want.
Crazy,
Crazy. He was just trying to continue the family bloodline.
Oh, dude. Honestly, I'll be real. I do miss her. She was a very good ex, but unfortunately, some things just weren't lining up. I guess. But yeah, that's how it is. It is what it is.
It's all right, mate. Onward to bigger and better things. Like you come and fuck me now, and you don't have to feel guilty. About cheating on
Exactly,
her,
man.
so-
Exactly, man.
I love how Hook's biggest issue was he didn't want to be disrespectful to her folk. That's Hook, though, man. That's
Oh no,
what Hook
it gets
does.
better. It gets better. I never met them in person. Only on the phone. I never met them
Crazy
before.
said she should have gone for 3 generations. Oh, I love that, man. I'm gonna grab another beer, man. This is a conversation.
All right. But yeah, it was really cool. I just wasn't expecting her to be so freaky like that, because because her personality of knowing her was such a long time ago. Not a long time ago, but like it was like a short time of dating her for like 6 months, and that whole time was like, yeah, very shy, very like quiet girl. No story time. I was having dinner with my parents over at my place. She was over. And my Mama Hook and Papa Hook were talking to us, and they asked me a question saying, "Oi Hook, what happened to the shampoo you used? The shampoo's gone. Are you okay? You need some new shampoo?" Because I was going to be shopping the next day. She decided to say, "Oh, sorry, Hook was using it as lube in front of my parents."
Were you using it as lube? That's the question.
Yeah, no, I wasn't.
I mean, that is.
And my Mama Hook and Papa Hook was shocked of how that she said that so normally. That was what was so funny
she
about
sounds
it.
like a bit of a. She sounds freaky, man. That's my kind of girl right there. I actually don't. I dig that.
She
I'm
said
not
it in a
parents' bed
joking
kind
way,
of
of
shit,
course, but yeah, I was.
But on that point though, Rainy, would you ever use shampoo as lube? Like I couldn't imagine wanting to put shampoo on. Yeah, I would sting like a
It will
motherfucker.
sting so
wouldn't it?
much. It will sting so
But
much,
the
dude.
thing is,
What if it's like the Johnson's baby shampoo?
It'd have to be, wouldn't
No.
it? Like that'd be the only way to. If you had to do it, Rainy,
Extra
that's the one you would
sensitivity.
use, right?
but no, because I don't. For one, I don't need it. I'm not someone
That's
who.
a,
requires
okay.
that-
Like I'm not talking
that
about.
stuff.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a point. That's a fair point taken. But I'm just mean in a general sense, like.
Thank you for the
No,
ad.
Surely.
I'm not putting any kind of shampoo on my holes or in my holes. It's just not necessary. I would rather use.
I mean,
spit-
lube's not that expensive, and let's
At
be
least
honest,
you're
if you need a bit
cleaning
of
yourself at the
fucking
same
A bit
time.
of spit, man. Like a bit of spit will do the fucking.
Yeah,
job.
like, who the fuck's using shampoo? Like, what
But
is
it's
wrong with
cleaning though. It's cleaning though.
that? It's not. It messes with.
It's
a
not
woman
even
has
clean your-
pH levels, and that will mess with it. Something shocking, and that leads to infection and issues.
Yeah, it's true.
The
No one
sting
should
will
be
add
using
to
fucking
it.
shampoo.
What about Rainy?
Any-
Here's another one for you. Fucking in a pool or a spa.
Hmm.
Out of the two,
Oh, I just meant them in a general sense for both of them.
They're
Yeah,
both
like
bad
in
for urinary
pool.
tract infections.
yeah,
as
I
well.
wouldn't because
Is it public pool or is your own pool that you clean every day?
Oh, okay. That's a question within a question. All right, let's go. Let's start with private
Levels.
pools.
no.
private-
Or would you just not do it for?
Depends on the situation, how I'm feeling at the time. It's a yes and no for me, but definitely not
I'll
public.
probably
I'll
get
never
trouble
do
for saying
public.
this, but Mrs. Worm wouldn't do it.
No, I wouldn't either.
No.
Because that's how you get a YouTube.
And it all depends on her as well. That's my take as well. Depends if she wants to do it or not. If she's not that keen, I wouldn't do it at all.
Because it's different for guys. Like guys wouldn't give a fuck, man. Like,
Oh,
fuck those
I'm
fucking-
very selfless when it comes to sex and when it comes to like that kind of stuff. I always go for, you okay with this? You want to do it? If not, I don't care. Go for it.
Yeah, you seem like a pretty sensual lover, man. That's why I'm looking forward to putting.
Yeah,
it
I like
aside
getting,
for
I
you.
like getting
I know
pegged as
people look
well.
after.
Did you know that? I'm kidding.
I've heard it's a pretty intense experience, man. I can't say I've been
It's
down
like the
that path
next
in
stage of your relationship with your significant other. Would you get pegged by your girlfriend or wife?
Okay, real question. Who hasn't done that at least once? What, like in the pool? Or the
Like getting
spa?
pegged?
Actually, this is not bad, Rhino. Maybe you've opened up a segment here on stream. Let's take some questions. Let's take questions from the viewers, mate.
Wouldn't
I
leave
like
anything
that.
opened up if it were getting pegged.
Oh my god,
there it is.
Waffle. You Waffle,
There it is.
you fucking spaz. Oh my
man.
god, bro.
Yeah, no, I have to rule a line through that as well, Rhino, because I'm a little bit in Hook's corner on this one. I'm a selfless lover as well, and I'm always considered the person that I'm doing it with.
It's just not being
And
an
I couldn't with
asshole.
good conscience. Yeah, I just couldn't with good conscience do that, knowing that if I was in the situation, see, it's like cooking, right? I've got a philosophy when I cook something for Mrs. Worm or anybody. If I wouldn't eat the food that I'm going to serve up to somebody because I thought maybe it was off or whatever, I fucking wouldn't serve it up to them.
That's so
And if
me
I
as
was,
well. What the fuck?
if I had a pussy, I wouldn't fuck in a pool. So that's just the way I operate, man.
Yeah, that's so me as well, bro.
Honestly, if you guys weren't meant to get pegged at least once, why is the male G spot up in the ass?
Because God felt silly when he created man. He just felt silly.
Yeah. My feeling is he had some extra putty left over and he's, fuck it, I don't know where to put this.
Buddy for a male G spot.
That's what I'm ruling it. That's what I'm drawing it up as.
What would you even call
Fuck,
that? What is
man.
a scientific term name for a G spot for a male?
The G spot, I'm pretty sure, isn't it?
It's called it's just called the prostate. The prostate is your G spot. As a man,
There's no way. There's no way.
the prostate is what makes anal pleasurable for a man.
That's so bad. I did not know that. That's I have not been. I didn't know that. I never knew that.
You guys are absolute posers.
Oh, there's no
We are pegging
distinct
each other
medical
countries.
term for the G spot.
What's a
Oh,
G
wait,
stand
that's
for?
women.
What's a G stand
Oh,
for?
Men don't have a G spot because the G spot is referring to the.
Oh no, I take it back. Rainy's right. Rainy is right. The medical term for a male G spot is the prostate gland.
Oh, gland.
It is-
so okay. So
Yeah,
it's called the
see,
gland
it's-
spot.
So
Who
you
do
guys
you
are
think we
so
learned something
fake. You're
today?
talking about fucking each other in the ass, how good it feels, rah 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 rah. You don't even fucking know what it's called.
Oh, just back up a second here, Rainy. I never said I'm getting fucked in the ass. I'm doing the.
Yeah.
All right.
But it doesn't matter. You still don't know what would cause your bottom bitch pleasure. You still didn't know it was the prostate.
Can you not
Quite
call me
frankly,
a
if Hook's
bottom
my
bitch?
bottom
I'm
bitch,
right
I don't
here,
give a
bro.
fuck.
I knew you were gonna say it. I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say it. You piece of shit. I knew you were gonna say that. I knew I fucking tried being into it, but you did it straight away. You fucker.
Quite frankly, I don't give a fuck whether he likes it or not. He'll just take what I give him, man.
Do we
What,
just
you think
not
you
hear
stayed at
you
my place for
say
free?
that you are very selfless like I was during sex? What the fuck, you lying
I
piece
am.
of shit?
I
You
am.
just said you didn't
I am
care.
in a general sense.
In a
But,
general-
you're not.
genital
I don't
sense?
consider you. I don't consider you a human. Like it's like if I was
I
having
didn't
sex with a
consider you
pillow.
as human.
Like a pillow.
That's wild. That's wild. You say that. I don't consider you as human. Somebody please clip that.
Rain's the logical one of all the group though. I mean, what do you expect?
Who the
It is
fuck
cooked,
is
okay.
saying what? How is
Come.
that? Waffle is right here. What do you mean I'm the logical one?
What? Yeah. What the
No,
hell?
I'll come back to my previous point.
done my duty.
Waffle's a shady fucking motherfucker.
I know.
Alright? He's
The
just sitting
quiet
there.
people
He's
are
sitting there all
very-
fucking
yeah.
quiet and innocent.
They're so
Dude, I've
dangerous.
shared a fucking
I'm
room. I'm
just
telling
waiting
you.
for my time.
Yeah, it's all it's doing, man. It's
By
like
the way-
when it comes out, it's gonna like you're gonna be like, oh, I fucking knew it. I knew it. Yeah.
Oh
you go.
yeah. When there's a plot twist of Waffle being the killer. Yeah. I feel the same way
They
as
were like,
well.
surprise, motherfucker.
But yeah, I have to admit though, speaking of Worm sleeping in the same room as Wafflenator, Wafflenator does smell like waffles a lot, and it's such a
I do.
nice, refreshing feeling, dude. It's like Wafflenator isn't a car freshener, but it's waffles.
It is a
I,
delicious.
only if I
God.
top up my waffle gland.
His G spot.
You get that waffle being
Literally.
coated in syrup, do you, mate?
Oh my god, right?
Oh my.
This
You see now?
Sorry.
You go, Hook.
This
Go on,
is
you go.
probably going to be my most foul YouTube video I've ever put on my channel. I just want to let you guys know that.
Do we get commission
know.
from it or what, man?
No, just credit. I'll just add your Twitch links in my description.
Fuck that shit, man. I want to get paid for this motherfucker.
What the fuck?
Did you
Can you
check
not
the
see the
DM?
top? The top of my fucking head says $265. What do you mean you're not getting paid? We're getting paid with a good time. What do you mean? We're getting paid for a good time.
Well, you're getting paid. I don't know about poor old Wormy.
Yeah, mate,
we're
I don't
getting
get fucking
fun to
paid.
have funny things happen to us.
I'm sorry.
Mainly
I
me.
don't get fucking. My fun comes when the cameras go off. Randy. That's all right. No, I get paid. He knows that.
Insert
what are
Worm
you DMing Copy
OnlyFans.
about? I don't like these private.
Listen, mate. There are some things that I would, pretty much everything I would share with you. I can't share this with you.
Oh, okay. It's one of those kind of things. is it?
Got you. It's okay, Rain. It's okay. I have a penis too. It's okay,
I mean,
Rain.
if you didn't have Mrs. Worm, I'd send
I
it
get
to
you.
you.
I get you, and I appreciate it, mate. Because the reality is, right, like, you know, I as much as I would like to say I'd have the strength to turn it down and not look at it. I mean, I just let's call a spade here.
You're like,
I'm looking at
You're,
that
you're a
motherfucker.
man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it, you know, like curiosity, mate. It's too much. Oh,
There's
mate.
no way. What?
Are you
What do
drinking
you-
today, Rainy? Just out of curiosity?
Mate,
I wish I
I
was
have
drinking.
$7.30 in my bank at the moment. I'm not drinking.
Yeah, I was.
shit.
I would drink alcohol, but I need money for tomorrow's barbecue with my IRL segment for tomorrow with my mates.
Oh, is that going ahead as a hook? You're gonna be able to do it?
We got people lining up, including
Oh.
Raspin, and we're going to be having a bunch of people.
Is
over.
Rice-A-Roni coming down? Is he?
Yeah, he is. It's going to be
Yes.
me, John Kraselli, Raspin, Mantis, as well. Special guest, Blaze Mage, my little brother.
Oh, little
Oh, that's
mantis
fucking-
as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mantis
Blaze
is-
is fucking. Blaze a great guy too, man. Get a chance to go chat to him. He's great.
He's sick. Oh my god, I love him to death. He's so down to earth and so he's very wise for his age of being like, I think Blaze now is 24, 25. He's so wise. He's young, but he's so wise.
So is he doing all the cooking tomorrow?
With barbecue, he's not letting me shop. He's not letting me cook. He's not letting me touch any food.
Thank God.
What do you mean?
Yeah, no, I respect that.
There is a
Something like
text.
me.
There's a text he sent to me before saying, I'm gonna go to the store with you so I can buy the stuff to make sure that you're not gonna go overboard with all the food. You fat piece of shit.
Oh yeah, because you would do too, wouldn't you? You would go fucking overboard with.
You would.
Yeah.
Guilty as charged.
And so, are we gonna still do get Hook out of the forest?
Whereas Oh, it was meant to be a secret one, but yes, tomorrow
Oh,
morning
what?
I'm gonna go
I've already
hiking.
told the people
Is
that.
it real? I didn't
I've
know.
already told them on stream.
I didn't
What's
know you
happening?
said that. So I'm gonna go to the forest tomorrow morning, have a bit of a silly time, and I'm gonna be lost. And Worm is gonna get himself and chat who is watching to guide me out of the forest. I'll have go through
right.
different
So what-
pathways.
Now, what time are we looking at for this, Hook? Just quietly.
I think 4:30 tomorrow morning.
What?
What?
I told you this.
You fucking idiot.
I
I asked how we get you out of the
9
forest.
o'clock, 9
Not
o'clock,
the
9
time
o'clock.
you're getting in the forest.
Nah, 9 o'clock. Nah.
9
Oops.
o'clock. All right, so I'm gonna. So we have to start thinking punishments as well. So there's gonna be a punishment. Either if I get Hook out of the forest,
Underneath
he
30
does
minutes.
the punishment.
Yes, I do the punishment.
Under 30 minutes. And if I don't get him out, I do the punishment. So
Yeah.
we've got to start thinking about what we're gonna do for
Um,
punishment.
so if punishment
Is
for
Mrs.
one,
Worm
delete
spanking you
his
live
channel.
on stream one of the punishments?
Is what? Sorry.
Is Mrs. Worm spanking you live one of the punishments?
Oh, that's not. That's more of an
What for what?
incentive to not get him out, really, than it is to,
Oh
than to get the.
A bottom up.
No, Mrs. Worm won't come on stream. There's nothing I can do or.
No.
offer her
All
this
you need to do, right, is have a broom in your house, yeah?
And sit on the broom.
Tape a wooden
And you guys
spoon.
are back to the pegging again. Jesus
Tape a
Christ.
wooden spoon to the end of the broom, and she can just off camera whack you with it.
Well, I actually don't think she's going to be here tomorrow. She said she's going out. I like the
Honestly,
idea
it's
of
better for the
listening to my
best.
fucking
I'm
shit
sorry.
all-
It's better
Okay,
off.
well, she can still do it, and it can just be a video for certain.
Make a video? All right. Okay,
For
actually, that's a good idea. That's a good, that's
yeah,
a
and
good
Mrs.
one.
Worm has a POV. The camera is Mrs. Worm POV, and she smacks his worm. Okay.
Oh, there you go. All
Fuck out of
right.
your ass. Yeah.
Okay, and like a really good whack as well, like one that's gonna
Yes.
fucking welt up. All right,
Jack off
okay.
levels back.
Oozes out a little bit when it happens. No, I get you.
Oh my god, Worm, that's foul.
Make sure we have a clear shot of like the floor beneath you.
And have like
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
POV of what
Yeah.
it smells like as well.
Little scratch and sniff action. Yeah, I get you, man. I'm with you.
Yes, I love that.
Now, what's your punishment going to be, man? If we get you out of the, what are we going to do?
There's a
What
regular
you up to?
spin wheel of me doing a bunch of shit on the spin wheel, like exercising, eat like onions, taking a bite of other onion, probably getting slapped in the face by my little brother.
Whoa, back up here a second, man. So you're trying to tell me
bad.
I get a punishment. I get my ass welted. You fucking get a punishment. You got to do a couple. of
Okay.
sit-ups. Are you fucking
okay.
kidding me?
My little brother will slap my ass then. We'll do the incest. Well, my little
Hook's
brother will
brother-
slap my ass.
No. Hook's brother will slap Hook in the face with like a palm full of
No,
flour.
dude. He's hard, bro. He will not hold back, cunt.
Yeah, with a palm full of flour. Yeah.
Oh, that might be a bit
Right
too
in the side of your
much. That might be a bit
chops.
too much because I don't
that
like
is
ruin the
excellent.
scene. Am I
Hold on
ruining
a
the
second. I'm
floor?
gonna bring this up.
It'll be great
Fast.
entertainment for
Oh,
us.
Slap. All right, you got to just
it's
watch the
gotta-
stream
it's
for a
gotta
second.
be
Jump
simple.
over the worm stream.
I'm
You
watching
have
it.
to
All
give
right.
the people, like.
I want
Yeah,
to see one of these, man.
We'll
I
do
wanna
it
see
at the
one of these.
barbecue. We'll do it at the barbecue.
All right. Off. Oh.
Get one of these.
Yeah, we'll do it at the barbecue. We'll get some easy smallmouth flour and we'll do it at the
slow
barbecue.
motion. This has got to be, by the way, the dumbest fucking sport that's ever
It's such a
existed.
super sport.
I
It's so
can't believe it's
stupid.
a sport.
And people get such
Mate,
dumb
and they
money
take
out of
this
it too.
fucking seriously,
Yeah,
man.
very serious. And Monster Energy Drink sponsored them too. That's so much money they'll be getting.
Well, Dana White runs it, man. It's the guy who does UFC.
Oh, UFC. Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
See all these guys are the referees and everything. I don't know if you can call them referees. These guys are all UFC referees.
For slapping.
I'm
That's
fucking. I'm
crazy.
being dead set, man.
That's crazy. I won't do that.
Like I look at the belts and everything, man. Like they go for boxing and fucking.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I want to see Blaze do this to you. All right, I wanted to watch this video.
He will
for some
not hold
inspiration,
back,
and then
and I can promise
I
you
know
that.
he won't. That's why I want him to do it.
Do it for the
Well,
bros. Look. Do it
Well,
for
you
the
better
bros.
not throw. You better not intentionally like fuck around, bro. I swear to God. Please don't. I beg you, please.
Aren't you glad I joined the call, Hook?
Yep, we sure are, Rainy.
Hope you get AIDS and you can't get cured.
Don't do that, fucking Hook.
Look.
Oh.
The fuck.
What goofy shit did you miss out on, Rhino? Oh my.
Oh god, you'll see it on my
Look,
YouTube channel. It'll help the whole
Dude, this
thing,
is not a
man.
plug for the stream. This is not a plug for the stream, but this is not the kind of stream that you just want to walk away from. Because how do you even? First of all, how do you even go back through it all?
Pushing 8.
Yeah, I know. I know. Right.
Yeah, you are what you eat.
Hook just wants someone to share in his experience.
It's okay, guys.
He's
I'm
been
just
suffering with it
closeted.
for
It's
years.
fine. I'm just closeted.
Wait till he's out in fucking public, Rhino, and he does that shit.
No, okay. I'll try and hold back with me being my funny, silly moments. I'll try and hold back.
No, don't hold
Well.
back. Let it full send.
And okay.
Oh, and by the way,
well,
I
let
don't
me
know if you want
wear
to come
a
down
maid
and see us,
costume,
Rhino,
not
at
fucking thing.
on a Saturday, man. If you haven't seen the costumes yet, that Hook and I have got organized.
Mate, what costume have you got, Worm?
Well, I was about to say I might make on tomorrow's stream, if that's all right. I'm just putting the final pieces together for mine, but let's just say, what can I tell you as a little hint? What can I think of, Hook, that we can just have a little hint give these guys?
The subject.
This is a character you know, Rainy, and what? And most of the people in the chat here would know pretty well.
That'd be awesome,
You've
Rhino.
been introduced.
Please, whenever you
You've
can,
been introduced to this character before. All right,
That's
so there's a little
100%.
insight there as to what you're going to be seeing. It's not as risque as Hook's, but
What do you
I think
mean?
it should provide a
Nothing's
little
going to be showing. It's just going on like my shoulder pads and like my legs with leggings on it anyway. There's nothing
Are you
else.
going to shave your legs, by the way? Like, are you going to shave your legs?
And why would I do that?
No, wait.
No, stop. No, Rain, don't say
Are
it.
you gonna
Rain.
shave your
Don't.
pussy?
Rain, don't. Stop.
If you don't
Stop.
want to get slapped, Hook, you could wax your legs as punishment.
Oh, that's why we got you here, Rainy. That's why we got you here. Oh, that's great if you can come down, Ryan. I would love to meet you.
We'll do it. We'll do it on Saturday. We'll do it on Saturday
dude.
morning before when we
Look
get out of
at
costume.
pain on his face, please.
I used to do
Hook.
waxing all the time when I was younger when I was streaming. I had PTSD from waxes, bro.
Wax your pubes or what? Like you just do your legs?
Oh yeah, no, my asshole, bro.
No. He's
Pussy.
got to braid his pubes.
Right. I'm gonna Google it right now. Actually, I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna use my.
Yeah, that's a
second
good question. Are
monitor.
you gonna bleach? Are you gonna bleach your asshole, or are you gonna just go like fucking nice and hairy?
$500. If we raise that, I'll bleach my asshole.
It's gonna cost about $500 to get your asshole.
Anal
fucking
bleaching
bleached.
is expensive, brother.
Guys,
Unless you do it
back
yourself.
and sack and crack. Rhino,
Oh,
why are you smoking, bro?
dude, Rhino, fuck, man. Like, you know what? I would let that comment go and be all right with it if. But as a male to suggest that, dude, oh, you're fucking cruel, man.
Yeah, that's fucked,
That is
bro.
cruel as fuck.
Wait,
Like, if Rainey said that, I'd go whatever. Meant to understand the pain. But you have the fucking equipment to know that how fucking painful that's going to be, and you still suggest it, dude. Oh my
Granted-
god, Rainey pinned the comment.
You've had one done. What?
What?
Are you fucking? It was a bet, and I lost. Oh fuck!
I bet you
what were you
liked it.
betting
Rhino.
on?
Would you?
Now, I bet
Dude.
Rhino experienced.
I would. The only thing that I would bet on to do that would be if the sun rises tomorrow.
Pubic hair has a limit
How
of
bad
how
is it?
long it can grow, but long leg hairs are not like.
Oh
bullshit.
my
Why is that head hair bigger? Apparently, it's not possible to braid pubic hair. Apparently, pubic hair is.
It sounds like a challenge to me.
You want to do it? You want to braid up pubic hair together?
I don't have any to braid, man. I'm sorry.
I can chop mine off, and we can share mine. Interesting. All right. Tax plans. Yeah. Hang on. Bro.
I'll join you guys back later tonight. I just gotta go do some shit. But have fun
Hello?
in my absence.
Hey, I'm back.
We won't.
Yes, you will, Waffle.
Yeah, well,
Don't be a Grinch.
enjoy
Don't be a
this.
Grinch.
What the hell? Bro. Oh, hello? This is so confusing. I can't hear you guys in the call.
We can hear you.
Wait, we can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you guys. For some reason, when I plug in my headphones in, I can't hear you guys on Discord anymore.
Probably changing devices or something.
I didn't though. It just did it out of nowhere without me touching anything. So if I plug in my thing right now, I can't hear anybody. That's fucking bizarre. Where did Worm go? Is Worm even?
Oh, there you go. I don't know. My microphone. It was me. It wasn't you. It was.
Wow, you made me think I was having an episode.
No. I don't know what the fuck happened there.
Bro,
That was weird.
I
as fuck.
was so worried. Well, anyway, I'm now
Oh, fuck.
wireless now.
Is Rainey still here or did she go?
She left.
She's left. All right. My buddy Rainey. I have a good time hanging out with Rainey. That's why I want to bring.
I'm gonna stand up now.
PC is changing here.
Next year will be the big
route.
patch year. We'll all be there.
That we certainly will. Fucking big packs coming up. Man, we've got the rugby coming up soon. Oh, Hook, did you see, man? Storm got up last night. Told you, buddy. Fucking called that one.
How much you putting in?
Well, we got it running into Brisbane tonight, man, in the AFL, so should be looking at a nice little another going in the kitty if Brisbane can get it right. Your fucking
about
hometown.
like 4 or 5 spins.
Sorry?
Is it 4 or 5 spins?
Be about that, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, fucking will be. Yeah, man. Told you, man. I can tip these motherfuckers. The game's coming. Actually, you know what we're gonna
It's
do?
on fire.
You know what we're gonna do? You're putting $100 on the Suns. Are you serious, Rhino?
That's so much.
Mate, I'm telling you right now, like, I am a little bit nervous because I'm fucking with Lockie Neal being out. Like, Lockie Neal was a big fucking loss for Brisbane. But I don't know. Fucking Gold Coast have had a pretty rough couple of weeks, man. They had to,
Yeah,
they had to.
Gold Coast Titans. They're not doing
How
so well.
was your? Was it your stepdad that was the Sun support? It was a big game over there in Perth, man, against Fremantle. I don't know. I think the travels. Here's my call to the game, Rhino. I reckon Gold Coast will stick with them till about half time, 3/4 time, and I'm a Gold Coast Suns believer.
Nice,
Oh,
bro.
fuck, I'm sorry, man.
I'm a Gold Coast kid. My hometown's and home city's the Gold Coast, so I support that.
So I don't know. I will say if there's ever them to do it, Rhino, it'll be tonight. What about the rugby today, man? I'm telling you, here's a tip for you. In fact, I might even put a little bit on it now. New Zealand to either beat or you can take them with a 9.5 point start against Penrith, man. The 5-time defending NRL champions. I reckon it could be fucking good night for Penrith today. Man, at the very least, they take the 9.5, man. The 9.5 is.
Can I just say,
fucking
I'm
try and a
sorry
half.
to cut off. I have
No,
no
you're
clue
right,
what
man.
you guys talking about.
We're talking about. That's all right, man. This is on my weekends, man. This is how I normally spend my weekends. I'll sit here and I'll either be watching a stream or I'll be playing some cards and I'll put the rugby or the AFL on and just sit back and watch that. So I'm a Victorian boy and Aussie rules player. I don't think I've ever seen games outside of it being on the NRL. Hold on. I'm a Victorian boy and Aussie rules player. I don't think I've ever seen games outside of it being on the NRL on the TV at the pub. Are you talking about the game
Really?
last night,
Why
the Storm
would they
Dogs
not
game?
show that? They normally
Because
do.
it's not really. Yeah, because you're from Queensland, man. So you obviously rugby's prevalent up there. It's not. I mean, it is prevalent down here, especially with the Storm being as dominant as they are. But it's not as prevalent as the AFL. But I'd be honest with you, man. The NRL season this year has been a lot more interesting than AFL. Yeah, I've only ever watched it at the pub. Oh, I get you. Yeah, look, here's the thing. Channel 9 do broadcast Friday night. Or they do Thursday night game, Friday night game, Saturday night game, Sunday day game. They've always done it, man. Yeah, fucking A, man. And they've been great games too, man. I'm telling you right now, they've been fucking fantastic. All right, I'm taking the New Zealand Warriors with a 9.5 point head start, and we're going to lock that into. What do we do? We lock it into. I'm thinking. Who do we like tonight? Fucking Cronulla or Sydney? Sorry, I'm just talking to myself here. The game's about to start. That's the reason I'm starting. That's the reason I'm talking about. I've got to make a decision.
Of course.
Have to make a decision. Actually, you know
Sydney
what?
for Llama.
Does Llama like the NRL? Does she?
No, I'm just saying Sydney because Llama's from Sydney.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Let's have a look here. Or do I just take them straight out? Just fucking run it. Just run the fucking thing. Run that ball to the goal line. Do it live?
Yeah, do it live.
All right. Right, bet.
I was making a meme. I wasn't being serious. I was making a meme. I wasn't being serious. No, do it. See what happens.
I trusted you, man. Oh, and by the way, anyone who wants to come join early tomorrow morning, I'm gonna watch some UFC and we'll fucking watch some people get knocked the fuck out while we wait for Hook to get knocked the fuck out.
See how they
I
just
can't wait, man.
absolutely shit the bed this final series. Who do the Crows go for? Who the Crows represent?
Adelaide. Oh yeah, fuck man, and what a fall from grace. They finished minor premiers out and straight set. Fucking don't tell Jaxie, man. Jaxie's a massive fucking Adelaide supporter. But I don't know, man. I don't. Can I be frank with you though, Rhino? I don't actually think it's fucking Adelaide playing bad as much as it played well. They were good last night, Hawthorn. They were good the week before as well. In fact, I think Geelong have got a lot to be worried about next week, man.
Yeah.
If I was a Geelong supporter, I would be fucking worried about what's going to happen next week. All right, here we go. Let's lock it in. All right, we're locking the Warriors in. We're locking the Warriors in at a 9.5 start. All right, there you go. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Rhino, you want to ride it with me? Man, I tell you what, just take like fucking, I don't know, 10, 15 bucks of that 100 you're going to put on Gold Coast. Run the New Zealand line into Gold Coast tonight. What the fuck is that? What are you pointing the gun at us for?
Can we play Jackbox TV, please, or some sort of community
Oh,
game,
yeah.
please?
Yeah, we'll play some Jackbox now. We'll play some Jackbox, definitely.
Sorry.
I mean,
just wanted to
Rhino?
make sure I'm not too distracted. Right?
Rhino, I got on Geelong about 6-7 weeks before the fucking finals because they run home every game for that 6-7 week period. They were playing teams in the bottom 8. Nabbed them at like 6-1. Yeah, I'm fucking laughing now, man. I actually agree with you, Rhino. I think they will take it, but because Collingwood will get there. It'll be a Collingwood Geelong grand final. I don't know. Maybe Gold Coast get up against fucking Collingwood. I don't know. I'm running
pretty well with teams.
Suns have done fucking excellent, man. They have done excellent to make it to a
Titans
semi-final.
one time had a crazy streak of winning games back to back, apparently, from what I've heard.
Oh, yeah.
I love the Gold Coast.
Sorry, Waffle's going to say. I want to hear what Waffle has to say.
You're a good Waffle.
That's all I've got to add to the conversation.
Oh, that's it. All right, I'm bringing up Jackbox now. Okay, I'm bringing up the Jackbox now. We're going to jack off with the Jackbox. All right.
Let's do it.
Yes.
I'll do one game and I have to do a BRB afterwards because I need to take a piss.
Why don't you go take a piss now?
Oh, really? You want to do that?
Well, I don't know, man. It's going to take a little while to set this up, I'd imagine. So we can wait.
Okay. No, that's all right. All right, and okay, so I'll go now then.
Waffle, are you going to play some Jackbox, dude?
Yeah, let's go.
BRB boys.
Waffle, what is
Oh, I'm back. Oops, wrong one. Hello.
I'm down for a good on you, Rhino. That's what we like to, man. Do you? By the way, if you want, we're in the. I think we're in the general chat, aren't we?
We are in general chat. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we're in the general chat.
Yeah, it's not a private one. Yeah, you come in anytime you want, man. Or don't come at all. Blue balls yourself. That's fine as well.
Done. Done.
How do I have anybody in this community? I fucking do not know.
Just know how to be funny.
All right, we'll get this started up then. All right, Jackbox TV is where you need to go.
Yeah.
Anyone who wants to come join.
Hello.
Yo, how are you, bro?
Hey, is he in there, Rhino? I didn't hear the beat.
Neither.
He is. What's going on, Rhino, old mate?
How are you, bro?
Yeah, not a great deal. Not a great deal.
Fucking mate, there's going to be a great deal going on at the moment. Fucking come play Jackbox with. Have you you actually played? Have you played Jackbox with us before?
Not with you guys, but I have played with like mates and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Well, so I'm gonna not that I need to tell you. It's, this does get a little bit fucking dirty.
We don't accept
When I say a little
slows, and
bit.
if you do slows in
Dude,
the
I'm
actual
a
thing,
chef. Like, I don't think it's probably nothing I haven't heard
Oh
before.
yes,
That
chefs
is a
have the
good
biggest
fucking.
sale
Oh,
amount.
by the way, dude, loving the bear, absolutely fucking
yeah.
loving it, man.
It's good.
It
man.
is.
It's good.
It is so chaotic, man. It is like.
And
Like I
that
said
shit
to
can
my
happen
wife watching
too.
it, it's like. It's just so fucking intense all the time, man. Oh, we got anyone else coming in?
Wait,
we just did
wait,
four
we
of
could-
us for the.
Okay.
Anyone else wanted to come in, they had a chance.
Okay.
And you're back, Mr. Hook.
Yeah, how can you tell?
Now I'm sorry about the Smitty! Smitty's streaming at the moment as well, I think. Yep. That's me. I'm talking over. You called it.
Hello. Wow.
You can join the audience.
Yeah, buddy. I don't know why, dude, but my computer is struggling to play your stream. It's so weird.
All right, I've got to answer these things. All right. I will say, thing about this, it's much easier than fucking TKO because all I have to do is write shit.
Oh yeah, same, yeah. This is funny shit. Cool. Yay. I'm done. I'm just gonna sit back and relax now.
Done. Easy. Easy, nothing but net.
Ah. I got random music playing in the background. It's so nice.
Hook didn't waste any time either, man. Fucking
Yeah,
look at him.
instantly. I know what to say. I've got two little brothers and one of them being a chef actually as well. Speaking a bit of chefs, my little brother's a chef. Not Blaze Mage, the other one, Mum Spaghetti. You remember him, one?
Oh no, has it logged me out? Oh, there, it hasn't logged me. Well, I'm gonna go. I'll go first.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, were you here for all that talking? Were you, Rhino? You obviously learned pretty quick, man.
Oh, 50-50, not bad. We like that, not bad, 50-50. Pretty good. I gotta do the callback.
I'm loving the shirt today, Worm. I'm loving the shirt today.
Hey, thanks, Rhino. Appreciate that, mate. Just trying to get myself a hooker, man. That's all it is. Trying to get myself a hooker.
Hey, a man's got needs. A man's got needs.
I wrote that one for you, Fox. Highway to Hell would be pretty good if you could fart it. I'm gonna guess Highway to Hell.
Oh, I'm back.
I'm gonna guess Rhino put that one. Yeah. I don't think Hook would say it, and I don't think Waffle would either.
Look, I was kind of stuck for a song and put under pressure.
That's all right. So was I, mate.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. No point in being under pressure. If he's trying to be funny, that's what matters.
Oh shit! I gotta turn Let me turn the rugby down.
Yeah.
Oh,
turn down
Dragon
the rugby.
Dildo.
Yeah,
Dragon
buddy,
Dildo,
yeah,
man.
buddy. That's me. That's me. That's me. What? I'm wearing the shirt. Can you see my stream?
Yeah, Rainy's gonna be pissed, man. Rainy is gonna be pissed.
Music's so nice. Oh my goodness.
Oh, come on. Come on, guys.
No way! Second place? That's pretty good.
How nice. Would you like that, Fox? All I want for Christmas is you. Farted?
What?
All right. Back to the well.
So
Back
good.
to the well.
Oh god. How foul can my jokes be? One. How foul as my jokes can be? When?
Done. That was easy ones. Come on.
Hey boys, I'm back.
Oh, you're back, are you, dude? How have you been playing?
I muted myself by accident.
Oh, so you're talking and we
Happens
didn't
to the
know.
best
Yeah.
of us.
Yeah, but I'm back
Happens to
now.
the best of
What?
us.
Hey, you see my shirt one? I'm wearing the shirt one.
Dude, I gotta go back to the stream. Your stream.
By the way, my answer might be a bit too fucked up, and I'm very sorry about it.
I love where this is going immediately.
Dude, I can't, man. My computer is fucking up bad here. Do you have Jackbox Games, Hook?
I do, but a different one on my Switch. I can set it up now.
Oh, you do. You are in it too, man. It took me that long to load the screen up. It looks good on you, man. You look fucking sexy as fuck.
I hit my head on the ceiling. I can turn on the Switch, and I can set my Switch up if you want me to. If you can play Jackbox TV on now.
Oh man, I don't want you to, but like my whole computer is fucking up, man. It's like it's not handling this very well.
I tried.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, thank God! Thank God! Thank God! That's such a fucked answer. I'm sorry.
Big. All right. I wrote one of them, but I'm telling you, the one that I'm up against actually did a better job, I think.
Not gonna lie, I like that one. I like that one. I clicked on. It's kind of funny.
That was good. That was good, Waffle.
Well done. Well done. Yes. Well done. That's cool.
I'm glad to see that one get up.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Oh,
What?
mate. On the same level here.
Dude.
It's gotta be Rhino. I was gonna say that's gotta be Rhino. Oh come on, that Rhino put more. Rhino actually put the name of what it's called. I think that's better.
A whorehouse.
I just feel like someone just said the joke a little bit louder, and like everyone just laughs at the one that was said louder.
Oh, get into it, Hook. Good boy. Dude, this fucking Smitty's a fucking dirty cunt.
Dude, I did a hangman joke at a school thing, bro. What do you mean? No way, I'm still second
here we
place.
go.
How am I still second place? How?
How am I still second place?
All right, let's do it.
All right, let's do it, boys. Good luck, boys. Have fun. Hope we play well.
All right.
What the hell? I got a complicated one.
Done. Done.
I have to admit,
You got 28 seconds, Waffle. You got plenty of time, mate. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. I love how you got the shit emoji, Waffle.
It's after you have a good time eating a waffle. That's the result. So get to shit it out because it's too good for your body.
I wonder how many of us answer the same answer.
What the frick? What the fuck? Choose the other one. Choose the other one.
Well, I can't take the second one because the second one, I know that all three of you are 10 and handsome and great in bed, and the second coming of Christ. So that can't be true.
I love that. The second.
That's not a lie. By
Dude,
definition, that's not a lie,
what
right?
is
Yeah, you're tall and
opportunity?
handsome. You're great in bed,
Yeah,
and you are the second coming.
But I'm definitely not teen. I'm a very pasty.
I don't know,
individual.
man. I don't know.
Surely add the U instead of the O for coming. Surely, dude.
Oh yeah, fuck. I missed that one.
That's alright. Oh god. Oh god. What the fuck?
I think I know who did that second.
Yeah, I wonder who did that.
I say, man. I don't know, man. Obviously got some fucking problems, man.
You say that and you look at my one. What do you mean?
Didn't like the Waffle. Didn't like the anal virginity being taken.
Yeah, I felt a bit attacked when I saw that without my consent.
I swear. Oh, mate.
There's no way.
Come on.
Holy shit.
I don't understand, man.
What the hell? Good job,
It's
Worm.
rigged, man. That's the problem, buddy. It's rigged.
Second place too. That's insane. Shit.
What do we do? We'll go to. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. We'll go to. We'll play the other one. We'll play the. Forget the name of it. Not TKO. It's the other one.
I'm not too sure which one you're referring to.
Yeah. See, this is what the.
Head out after that one.
Oh, you need to go to your Waffle.
Yeah, I got to get to the supermarket, get a few things.
That's all good, man.
Oh,
That's
mate.
all good.
It wasn't the anal virginity comp.
No.
Are you sure?
Oh my god.
I couldn't be asked.
Oh,
Nice.
oh, excellent,
That was
man.
good,
All
good
right,
job.
well, thanks very much for playing Waffle.
Just
and
thank you, Waffle, being here.
catch
mate.
you- Like I said, we'll be around.
later.
We'll be on all day tomorrow. I know what your plans are. We'll be on all day tomorrow as well. So, you're more than welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I'll be orbiting randomly the next couple of days. So yeah, good luck with it.
Sounds good, buddy.
Enjoy,
Thank you
guys.
very much,
Thank
mate.
you
And
so
thank
much,
you very much for
Waffle.
your support, as well, buddy.
Yeah, seriously, Waffle. Thank you so much for doing that. I was very generous of you, Waffle. We very much appreciate it.
It's alright. Anyway, have one, guys.
You too,
I will
man.
probably
Appreciate it,
talk
man.
to you tomorrow.
Yeah, have a good one,
Sounds
bro.
good, mate.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one, Waffle.
You too. Bye.
Now, I am a little bit worried about how this one's go because the
What
last
is
game had fucking problems.
this? I've
This
never
one
seen
is
it
like
before.
TKO.
Okay.
It's like TKO, but it's a bit different. You gotta do prompts and shit, so
Do I have to
makes
do it on
drawing a little
stream?
bit easier. Sorry?
Do I have to do it on stream, like the prompts?
Oh,
No, the prompts will be up there. Come up there.
I want to do it though. I want to do it. Oh, his character's so cute.
Performance acting.
Yeah, legit. That's what I want to do. That's so
That said, I
cool.
don't know how. I don't know how if we can do it with 3. So
I can't select my character.
I don't know if you can for this one or not. Oh, you can.
Yeah, I can. Don't worry. It's okay.
Alright.
It's okay. It's okay.
That one looks a lot like me too. The babushka doll on his head.
You also have a cock for a penis as well.
Hey, man.
Do you want to come in, Fox?
Come on, Fox. More people, the
still
better.
You're still playing Rivals, Fox.
Oh, nice. Hey, Fox, who do you main on Rivals? Who do you main? I never
So
played before.
it's like the TKO battle. It's like the TKO battle, Fox.
TK. Donkey Kong.
Luna Snow Phoenix.
Oh, cool.
CMD Hook.
Nice. Is Luna still strong? I know Phoenix will probably be very broken and OP with her stats, but is Luna Snow still really well?
Fox will be able to answer that better than anyone.
Yeah.
Stanley Steve and Pop a Tit. Oh, Rainy's back! It's Rainy!
No way.
Oh, is that you, Fox? Is that you? I think that's Fox.
Wow.
That is Fox. That is Fox. Oh, whoever Stanley Steve is, welcome in, big fat Stanley Steve.
Yeah, welcome,
Strong
Stanley.
performance.
Yeah, Stanley Steve.
Oh, I think that's it, Rhino. You can go whenever you want, man.
You are in charge, Rhino.
Pop a Tit Rain. I like that. Pop a Tit Rain.
Sorry, what's going on?
Oh, you're the person who has to start the game.
As soon as somebody joins the group, they become
That's all right.
VIP. That's all right.
You're right. Okay, man.
Whoever gets a
We're not
code
paying
in,
you for your time, Rhino. You're all right, mate.
It's all
Oh,
good.
I thought I was getting paid. I thought that was part of the deal. I thought that was part of the deal we made one.
It's so cute.
Well,
What
you
is this game?
pay a certain one.
So cute. Is this what I think it is? Oh my god, I've always wanted to play this game. Is this what I think it is? Oh my god, I think it is. I've always wanted to play this game. I'm so excited to play this game. Oh my god. There's no way. Oh, yes.
I'm glad, man.
Yes. I remember the bong thing you did with that clip. That was so funny. Yeah, he made like a bong character.
Bong.
Yeah, bong. Yeah, he made one. So funny. Create the champion of cuteness. That's very cute. Okay, interesting. Oh wow, that's all great. Good job.
If you guys want me to skip
drawing.
this, just let me know.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, these guys haven't played it. So
Okay.
a timeless beauty. Okay. All right. I think. I can't draw. What can I draw?
This sucks. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's so hard doing this. Dude, how long do I have? Oh no, I put it in! I didn't mean to put it in! No, I didn't mean to put it. Mine's gonna be so weird looking. I didn't finish
Perfect.
it. I had a full
You'll
minute
probably
left.
win with it, man.
I still had a
You'll
full
probably
minute.
win with it.
Yeah, like yesterday. Dude, I still can't believe I won my one yesterday. I had like 4 or 5 games. I couldn't believe it.
Look, man, New Zealand just scored a field goal, man, up 2-0. Up 2-0 with a 9.5 start. Let's fucking go. I told you, man.
Oh,
I'd take the Warriors to fucking win, man. I'd take the Warriors. The Warriors are probably a good fucking chance at 350, man.
At least I got a break. I'm happy I got a break. That's fine. If I have a break now, that's okay.
This morning was terrible. I did like an hour and a half worth of exercising through the spin wheel.
Oh,
An
dude,
hour
I'm
and a
sorry I couldn't have been.
half.
I'm sorry I couldn't have been there with you today,
I'll post on the VODs and I'll make like a video to go through all the funny highlights, so it's fine. It's easy. I'll do that tonight. Perfectly fine. I am loving this music. This music's so nice. Sailor Quack? That is so cute. Who did that? That's so cute. Eating breadcrumbs, talk bad at selfies, being a great pet. What is this? Oh, it's a demo. I thought somebody drew that. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Dude, who drew Rainy?
Demo, you
Who drew Rainy?
Discord.
I wonder what this is gonna be. I wonder what's gonna happen here. I wonder what's going on here. I wonder. This is foul. This is disgusting what I'm doing. What the fuck? Okay, hopefully somebody That's gonna be disgusting. What the frick? That's disgusting. What I drew was weird. I don't know why. I took inspiration from Rainy.
Perfect. All right, let's do it.
See how we
Come
go.
on, Stanley Stevie. Come on, Stevie.
Stanley Parable. It's a video game.
You can do it, old mate Stevie.
You can do it, Stevie. I believe you. Whoever is in the chat right now and listening in, we appreciate your time here. Always remember to take a break, stand up, drink some water, and have a nice jack off after watching our sexy voices.
Yeah, exactly. Big jack off. Big jack.
Here we go. What is this?
Oh, I like the wizard stuff.
Oh my god, that's great. That's the beast. That's so cute. That's
actually pretty good.
That's so cute.
That is good.
You have
who do we play?
Oh, yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Oh, I'm a sucker for a big wizard staff, mate.
This is so cool. This is sick. Aww.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rhino.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, mate.
No.
I am a sucker for a good wizard staff. Fox knows me. Fox knew it.
I thought that the worm will make sense because the worm's consuming the staff. So that's a bit more high advantage. Yeah. 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 I'm not fond of it. I'm not fond of it.
I'm flipping my character, man.
No.
Come on, flip it, baby. Flip it.
I'm doing mine too. Okay, what happens now?
Good on you, Hookie. Oh, you won 11 grand, man. Well done.
Let's go.
Oh, nice. You're going to blast off Chicky Dicky.
Holy shit.
Chicky Dicky.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Jeez.
you got 2 grand extra, too.
That's what I call an orgasm.
Asshole.
That's what I call an orgasm. Jesus Christ. What is going on?
Your mum is the champion of the basement, dude. She's the champion of the basement.
That's clever. I like the drawing though. Whoever did the, I like the drawing. I'm sorry. Whoever did the drawing of the little guy, I think that's
I've got to guess it's old mate Stevie, mate.
That's a really good drawing, actually. Well done.
Yeah, that's it. Man, good work,
That takes
Stevie.
some dedication with the colors of the desk
Yeah,
and
mate.
the text on the actual chat on the screen.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
annihilated. Of course. Well done. That's actually really good. Good job.
The big lube stuff. It's going to be hard to beat.
I can't see it. I can't see it. Shit. I can't see anything. What's happening? I got an ad. What?
Big lube
I
stuff.
like that one.
Gotta
I like
get
that
it,
one.
man.
I like that one.
Gotta have the big lube stuff.
Well, did you...
I mean, again, I'm fucking.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You go.
No, you go, man.
Oh, did you remember everybody's reaction when they saw you carrying around your wizard staff hammer? Everybody loved it when they saw
Oh, that
it.
was your wizard staff hammer,
You were
man.
carrying a lot
And
of
I
it,
remember
bro.
everyone's reaction.
Yeah, it was so cool. Everyone loved it. They thought it was so cool.
Oh, you needed to put... Whoever drew constipation needed to draw poo coming out of its ass, man.
But no, he can't get it out though. That's why it's constipation.
Yeah,
He couldn't get it out.
Oh, good point. Good point. All right, good point. Good
Yeah,
point.
that was my character.
In that
by the
point,
way.
I'll...
That was my constipation.
Oh, look at Stevie go, mate.
Go, Stevie. Yeah, the pill. That makes sense.
Oh, mate. Coming last this time, buddy. Look at you, Hook.
Speaking of the pill, I would like to give everybody an update on the South Park lore. Did you know that Satan is pregnant with Trump's baby?
I did not know that.
Yeah, that was the latest episode of
That
South
shows you
Park.
something different.
Yeah.
How do you do the solid colors?
I don't know, honestly.
I'm not sure either, man. Hey, it's Kangalang!
Kangalang!
Going on, Mr. Kang!
Kangalang.
The Kang of all Kangalangs.
Oh.
We're just drawing fucking the best pictures you're ever gonna see, Kangalang. How you doing, buddy?
How
How's
are
your
we?
Friday night treating you? I'm gonna say... Call it what I do when Kangalang
You still awake? That's
is
alright.
here. Yeah, man, I would imagine too. I imagine you'd be fucking exhausted. Was working on OBS stuff with a friend. Oh, will you give him a hand?
Oh. Yeah. OBS can be pretty wild. I get that. Don't worry.
Oh, mate. Fuck OBS. Honestly, that shit is fucking hard, man.
It's very complicated. Once you know the basics, it gets pretty, okay.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of fucking around, though.
So much complicated stuff, but it gives you more open up to do different stuff. But yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
I want to
Fuck,
make
I can't put...
What?
She was completely redoing her whole overlay.
Oh, that was such...
Oh, the fucking sources, man.
Oh my god, no way somebody drew that. Thank you.
Alright, so how do I draw this? Dude, I'm sure I am fucking shit at drawing, man.
How do you think I feel, bro? How do you think I feel, bro? Oh, I got a minute anyway, so I should be calm about this.
Yeah, you should be.
Once I get the hang of it, how this works. Once I get the hang of the whole idea of...
That is the worst fucking drawing. I just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, if you don't give a fuck about it, you feel less under pressure.
No, I can't draw for shit, man. I'm not gonna try.
Hmm.
Oh, Kangalang, how's the weekend shaping up, man? You got some time, or are you doing that Kangalang thing that you do? Working through the whole thing. Ugh. Fuck, I'm tired, man.
You're tired. You're tired, one.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I've had a big fucking day, man.
For those who don't know about the backstory, I've been live for 8 hours, and the first 2 hours of me being live, I was exercising straight with no stopping.
Yeah, that's it.
Just wanted to give you an
tag team.
FYI.
Here we go. Yeah, well, you're right, Kang. I'm not normally on, but we're Hook and I are we're trying to raise some money for our PAX weekend coming up in a few weeks. So we figured we compile a weekend stream to try and maybe help that along.
Yeah.
Look, see, I named it "What I Do When Kangalang Is Here."
Box of tissues. Oh, that's great. I love that.
The box of tissues is pretty good, man.
That's actually very clever. I like it.
I wanted to do like a different colored background.
Oh,
so
I get it.
I could make the cum out there coming white, but it didn't work. So.
It looks like he has an infection.
I don't.
Oh, definitely. That's Kangalang. Oh, do I change it? All right, Discord mod. Oh, you know what? Kangalang, I love you, but I'm sending in Chicky with a Dicky.
Oh my god, yes.
Come on, Chicky! Come on, Chicky, go!
Yes, Chicky with a Dicky. That'll make sure the Discord mod will no longer be a virgin, but they'll be gay though.
Oh, I got it.
50,
Beat my Chicky with a Dicky. And he beat Kangalang. That's no good, man. That's no good.
Crazy.
By the way, if you want to come join us after this game and jump in, Kangalang,
Seriously?
you're welcome to. Seriously.
Speaking of which.
Seriously.
Speaking of which. How are we, boys?
Sorry, Kangalang. Had to do it, man. Had to take a chance, buddy. How you doing, brother?
I'm seriously surprised I'm still awake, man. I've been up since like 6:40 this morning.
You're doing
Yeah,
God's
I
great
know,
work.
man. But you're used to pushing through and working fucking hard, man.
That ain't no shit, dude. I don't know how many times my coworkers have jumped my ass because they say I need to slow down because I push myself too damn much.
Yeah, I mean...
Gotta look after yourself.
But you're a
first.
dad, though, as well, man. Like, I mean, it comes with the territory, naturally. When you're a dad, you gotta push fucking through, man. So, doesn't surprise me it bleeds into your work, but... Fucking, I hope you're holding up all right, though, dude. How is things going over there, man?
Well, life is normal.
That's alright. So what time's it for you
Go
right
to
now?
work and come home.
Anyone who doesn't know, I tell you, man, Kangalang is the fucking hardest worker you will ever fool. I don't know. I don't think I've ever met anyone who.
What do you do for your job, Kangalang?
I play with power lines.
Oh Jesus! Wow, nice. That's actually crazy.
So I won't say where he lives, but where he does live, there's a lot of power lines go down a lot. Man, he's constantly on call.
How many people crashing their cars into the power lines? Oh my god.
No, not really a lot of people crashing into poles and stuff.
Weather.
It's more of like the weather, yeah.
Yeah.
So
The weather's that
I
bad?
actually, so I mean, I play around power lines, but I actually trim trees from power lines. I keep the lines clear to prevent outages. But when storms roll through and an outage is caused, and it's caused by trees, then I have to go out and clear the trees and stuff so they can get power back on.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
It's one of those kind of gigs, Hook, where like he's always on call. Right.
Oh yeah, I'm on call 24/7.
Oh my god.
Always.
Wow.
Like
Oh,
back
God.
back in April, we had a tornado drop down like 10 miles to the east of me and trek north. It went through my my territory where I take care of.
Hello, Kayla.
And I think I was only asleep for like an hour and a half or so, and ended up pulling in a 17-hour shift.
Oh my god.
I'm not fucking around, man, when I say he is the fucking hardest worker you will ever meet, man.
And then back at the beginning of 2021, when we had that real nasty ice storm come through here where I live.
Yeah, I remember that.
I started work at normal work day at 7 o'clock that morning. I didn't get off till 7 o'clock the next morning.
What the hell? Oh my god. Jesus.
Just quickly, do you like my Reinhardt, man?
That's so
How
cute.
fucking classy in that
It's
drawer. It's so good, man.
cute.
Hello, Kayla. How you doing?
I love how this Overwatch Curie.
Kayla's in here.
Hey, Kayla Woo.
I met Kayla Wu last year, and she has a beautiful home and beautiful parents, and her amazing dog Charlie.
Why did she hang out with you then, man?
Oh, that's why
I would have figured.
Wow.
That's why it's been last year, because she stopped talking to me for the whole year. It's like she can associate with her in public. She's like, yeah, I hate this person. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for that, bro.
Man, I'll tell you what, I'm keeping Reinhardt in there, dude. I'm keeping Reinhardt in there. Sorry, Rhino. Yeah, let's go with that big hammer. You like how he's got 5 eyeballs?
Yeah. So
I respect it.
He looks like a Regigigas from Pokemon.
Damn it.
Sorry, Kang?
Nah, I just said damn it.
It's alright, it's alright.
If you want to get,
fucking five-eyed Rhino.
What? No way! Did I win? Did I win?
Look at you! Well done, man.
I won.
Very good job.
Oh, what? I actually won.
If anyone else wants to come in and play, do you want to come and give it a shot, Kang?
Everybody here. Kayla, you want to join Kayla as well? It's up to you guys.
Kayla, come in if you want.
Join my sussiest characters.
I'm gonna have to lobbies and leave.
man.
It's tough.
Hey, my luck, I did like I did that last time I played a game with you and pass out.
Yes, I remember that.
First time, really? I'm so sorry, Fox.
Second again, Fox. You're always good. You're always coming second, aren't you, Fox?
What the fuck?
That's where you like it.
What the fuck?
All right, we'll give it another shot. We'll go in again.
That was
so all you
fun.
need is
That's
your
cute.
phone. Anyone who wants to come join, all you need to do is jump on your phone and go to Jackbox TV.
Yep.
Not jackoff.com.
No, Jackbox
like I did
TV.
Went to jack off last time.
That's why I see gay men on my screen. That explains a lot, actually.
Does, man.
Let's be Christmas tree again, Christmas tree again, Christmas tree again.
Go to beatyourmeat.tv.
That's it.
Can we actually sponsor that website? Beatyourmeat.tv.
Oh,
Rhino must have left. Rhino, I don't know if you can still hear us, man, but thanks for joining for the games. He might have had
no
to
worries,
jump off real
Fox.
quick.
No worries, Fox. You play next game? That's alright.
I play next game? Alright.
All
Does
good.
Kayla want to come on and play?
I'm not too sure. I think Kayla was here, but I'm not sure what she's up to. She might be doing other things, maybe, but that's all good.
Fair enough.
If the offer is there, though, Kayla, if you want to join quickly now, but it's all good. We can do 3 of us.
And Kangalang, if you want to come in, man, you're welcome to as well, buddy.
Yeah, Kangalang. I want to listen to Bangarang by Skrillex with you, bro.
Fucking idiot.
I love Skrillex and dubstep. That was my shit when I was a kid.
Well, I'm not gonna, actually, while you're loading up, I'm going to go grab another beer.
And I'm just gonna chill here.
Yeah,
Then.
man.
I'm just gonna chill here. Bruh. If you guys can see me on my Twitch on the other side, I'm just gonna occupy everybody with my sexy dancing when Worm is gone. I'm just gonna go back and forth. I love how.
Oh, don't be doing that when he comes back. You might get a massive heart on.
Dude, no matter what I do, I can never get him hard. It's why we are not in a proper relationship. No matter what I do, he just doesn't like it.
You gotta make sure you give him that reach around just right.
Oh, man. Dude, we were talking about reach. How good is a good reach around, man? Reach around is
What
a
the
fucking,
hell?
that is a treat right there, man. No, I'm not even kidding you, man. A good reach around? Oh, mate. That will make your fucking day. A good reach around?
Make your toes curl while you're standing up.
Oh, yeah, man. Fucking, I can't
Oh
walk for
my
days
God.
afterwards, man. After a good one.
God. Jesus Christ.
He can
And
get
this
me,
is-
man.
And this is
Kangalang
why I
gets
like
me,
being in VC with Worm.
That's why I love being in VC with you, Kangalang.
Oh my good God. What am I listening
mate.
to?
Oh shit! I can go back to that. Now, are you? Did you want to come in, Kang? Are you just loading it up? Are you?
Nah,
Oh
I'm
my
good.
God, are you
Y'all
alright?
play.
You need a drink?
Yeah, I'm
Oh
fine.
my, you sound like you're choking for a second. I got me worried. Oh my God.
Dude, do you know what the
Yeah.
time is over there at the moment?
It's like 7:30 right now. AM, 7:30 AM.
I don't think it's that early, but it'd be not that far off it.
It's 1:41 right now.
That's not bad. I was off by a bit.
Well, that's okay. Well, if he doesn't want to play, then Steve, I suppose you.
Yep.
Nah, y'all. I'm good. Y'all play, man. I just want to come here and shoot shit with you.
Sounds good, mate. You're welcome anytime, buddy. Anytime you are welcome. It's good to see you too. Well, I'm looking at you, man, but it's good to speak to you.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how'd you guys meet? I'm just wondering, because I don't think I've never met this individual before.
We met through Devil.
Oh, cool.
Was it Devils?
Yeah,
somebody
Blue.
else. Yeah, I thought it was somebody else.
Oh, no, maybe it was. Was it Pizer?
I don't remember, man. It's been that long.
Yeah, it's been a long time, man. We've been mates for a long time.
It's just time difference. Time difference sucks because
man.
Every time he goes to live, I'm passed out.
Yeah, it's true. But like I said, man, Mrs. Worm and I are working on making our way over to the States, and when we do, we're going to be coming into your neck of the woods, man. Absolutely, 100% for sure. Partly because partly because I love the idea. I love the idea of coming down there. Partly because I love the fucking people of the state, and partly because I've got so many fucking good friends there, man. But
that's me too.
We're working on it.
I want to go to the States too. I want to meet Astral and all of my other friends. I miss them every day.
Yeah. Fucking it sucks being all the way in Australia, man, but...
Yeah, fuck Australia.
Yeah, fuck it right up its ass, man.
Hell.
We're very silly right now in our country of Australia, especially with all the restrictions on online safety and everything like that. Pretty wild stuff. Very silly.
It's alright. I got one. I got an animal as a pet that's native to y'all over there.
Oh, what animal?
I got me a bearded dragon.
Bearded dragons are so cool. Wow.
Yep.
Like, that's something I did not know about you, Kang.
That's so cool.
I just dropped it in your server, Worm.
You dropped this. Wait, you dropped it? Is that okay?
I'm gonna go check it out.
No, I mean I dropped it.
Look at him, man. Yeah, I've seen a lot of these. Dude, is he wearing a little harness?
Yep, she's wearing a harness.
That's so cute.
Fuck!
That's so cool.
Fucking beautiful, though, man. It fucking is
It's
beautiful,
so
isn't
bright
it? Like,
too. She's a sun-kissed.
Oh, that's cute.
yeah,
That's
mate.
cute.
Fuck, mate.
I got her a big ass tank too.
Oh, cool. How'd you come across
you'd
that?
have to.
Yeah, she's got a 120-gallon tank, which I don't know what that translates to y'all.
Gallon? Isn't it that like
It'd be like about a 50 liter or so.
50 liters? Wow.
Roughly,
Yeah.
I think. My maths is not the best.
Yeah, she's got a big reptile cage.
Yeah, I got a big reptile in my cage. If you catch my drift.
Hey, yo. Don't tell Worm that. He'll get too excited about that.
I've never gone.
He will.
I've never
He
gone
fucking
in
definitely
Worm
will,
High.
man.
I assure you, I've never gone Worm High. I assure you.
Yeah, you fucking... Dude, how do I fucking draw Santa?
How to draw this? Oh, one spoilers.
There's one right there. Let's see.
I can't even use red, man.
Hey, Worm, how's the stream?
Hey, mate. How
Good,
are
Doc.
we?
How you doing, man?
How are you, Mantis?
I'm in the house,
I just
man.
I just got home from Comic Con.
How was it, bro?
It was great. I ditched my friends within 30 seconds of seeing people dressed as Ghost.
Oh, that's great. I love that. That's great. Did you have a good time? Was it busy?
My friend knew that beforehand, though, so no hard feelings.
That's right. That's right. Was it busy over there in the convention center in Brizzy?
Was pretty busy, yeah.
The
amount of photo. I'll send you guys the tag for the big. So new thing at Comic Con, we've got the military meetup. So everyone doing like military cosplays.
That's so cool.
That's it.
Yeah, so I'm one of the founding members.
Like our mate that we met last year.
Really? Oh yeah, true. That guy. I took a photo with him. He had a cool gun. He had like a massive LMG.
Who's taking my fucking charger?
I don't know. You're telling us this, dude.
Did I leave it in my room?
I think you did.
Maybe, I don't know. Ow, I just slammed into the door like an idiot.
Be careful, bro. Be careful.
There you go.
Thank
there
you
you
for
go,
telling me to be careful.
I just
More
saw him, man.
photos.
Look at the fucking size of that tank, dude.
Oh, oh my god, that's huge.
Oh, yeah, thermostat and everything in there, man. Yeah, you'd have to,
Yeah,
wouldn't
you
you?
have to. Make sure it's
How
right
many hours
temperature.
of light would he get, man? Like 18 hours or
12 hours.
12.
So
12.
Yeah, so she has 12 hours of light and 12 hours of darkness. She's got
Does she sleep
she's got
in the
2
dark?
heat lamps in there. Yeah, she sleeps. When I turn the lights off, she'll go to sleep.
Man.
That sounds like a guarantee. It's saying she will go sleep.
Yeah,
yeah, of
So
course.
she's got 2 heat lamps in there, a 12% UVB light, and then she's got a regular light in there too.
Oh, that's cool.
Jeez. You're going all out for him, Kangalang.
Yeah.
Going all out for her. Treating her
Yeah,
better than I treat my wife.
I think her whole setup really cost me
So
like.
what does that imply, Worm? Do you...
Implies that he looks after his lizard better than I look after my wife.
Why'd you double down?
I hope Mrs. Audio Worm isn't listening in on this.
She wouldn't care, man. She'd agree with me.
Oh,
You know, it'd be funny if you just seen a damn chocolate hit right across the top of Worm.
Oh, dude, I said something about her the other day, Kangalang, and she just fucking slammed the door open for the streaming room, and I absolutely shit myself, man. I shit myself, man, when she came in.
This big
Fuck,
audio
man.
worm. Look at him. This big audio at the top.
But yeah, I think her whole setup cost me like $600 or $700.
$600-$700.
really?
Jesus, wow. Yeah.
Her tank alone was like $360.
Oh my god. In Australia, that's like $490.
No, it's
Yeah,
more
Worm,
than that, man.
Worm. Hook, I'll DM you some of the photos we took today.
Oh yeah. I'll check it out after, bro.
Look at you, fucking
And
Hook,
then her-
man. You're not holding back this one.
Her she's got loose substrate in there, so I've got a mixture of Repti-Soil, which is like topsoil, and 50% clay sand mixture.
Oh
wow.
So she's not like on a hard surface.
Yeah, that
or
sounds like the kind of
anything.
environment you'd be living in over here.
Yeah.
Was it hard to get, like, did you get it from,
I
like,
need to reinstall AliExpress.
as an egg, or, like, you hatch it? or-
No. I actually saved her for my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law wasn't taking care of her right.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah, you can actually buy bearded dragons in the pet stores here.
Jesus.
I mean, they're expensive. I mean, I'm guessing they are expensive, but like expensive compared to other pets?
Depends on where you go. Some places they have the babies starting out like $75.
Jeez.
For a bearded dragon,
There's-
$75.
There's one website that I found. It's a actual like a reputable breeder, and he breeds exotic colors of these bearded dragons. I think the most expensive one I've seen on there was like $1,600.
Wow.
Yeah, you get, I suppose you get some pretty exotic ones.
Very exotic.
Time for
Nice.
shots. That's it, Coffee.
Nice.
Get those shots into you,
Coffee.
girl.
Yeah,
shocking,
I'm a bartender. I'll pick up the. I will pour the shots for you guys. What are you having?
Here's a
Kraken.
Fuck anything that's wet.
Anything
That's a
here,
good answer. I can't really argue with that.
Here's a new photo of my current setup. I've kind of added more stuff since the last time you seen my shit.
Aww.
Oh, wow! Kangalang. Fuck, man. He's not fucking around.
Go on stream. What is? Oh my god.
Fuck, man.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that,
Look
man.
at TV.
Dude.
Whoa.
I mean, Kangalang, you work hard, you play hard, yeah?
Yeah, legit, bro. That's like a lot of like. Is that Steam Deck? Two laptops, 2 keyboards.
Yeah.
That's so.
Yeah, it's
cute.
2 computers.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So I've got my gaming computer, which is the one with the LED fans.
Yeah.
And then if you look down in the corner is my other PC, and that's going to be for when I start streaming again.
Are you gonna stream? That's
So,
cool.
I'm doing a dual PC setup, so that way I'm taking strain off of one PC instead of having to try to do it all on one PC.
Oh.
It's splitting the load.
So what's the are the kind of games you want to play on stream are just going to be a bit crazy over the top for the computer? Is that the reason why you want to give the computers a break of halving down the stress?
Nah, not really. I mean, I can stream and play games all from one PC, but I don't want to really overload my PC because
yeah.
I mean I don't have a really good motherboard in mine right now. I only got a B450 in mine, which is kind of a low end.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I get
board,
that.
so I don't want to put too much strain on it.
No, especially you want to make the computer go as last as possible because you want to pay a lot of money for a computer that can do all the hard work the longest time to make sure the money's worthwhile.
Yeah.
Understandable, bro.
But I mean, I've got my gaming PC running over to my stream PC through a capture card. So I've got a HDMI cable coming out of my graphics card, running into a capture card, and then I've got one of the screens on my gaming PC mirrored, so it shows the exact same thing for when it goes through the graphics card, and it'll show up on OBS on my other PC.
Oh.
And then I'm using Voicemeeter to transfer my audio between both PCs over the internet.
I think I get it. I think I understand it. I'm a bit new to computer stuff, to be honest.
So, like, on my stream PC, I'll be running OBS and my Spotify and a few other things. But the way I have it set up is I have my audio split, so when I'm playing Spotify music, you can hear it while I'm streaming live. But then when you go back and watch the VODs or watch clips, you don't hear any music.
That's what I want to do. I want to do that too. I want to play around with music.
I don't want to have two pairs of headsets on. So I found Voicemeeter. So what it does is, so like on my stream PC, if I got Spotify playing on there, I can actually hear it on my gaming PC through my headset because it's going through Voicemeeter and through virtual audio cables.
Oh. I think.
And then I've got this another app on both PCs. It's called Mouse Without Borders. So I can literally control both PCs with one mouse.
That's actually kind of cool. I've heard about that actually. That's really cool.
And then my Stream Deck is actually hooked to my gaming PC.
Oh, I love that word.
But I can still control Spotify and OBS on my other PC from the PC it's hooked up to.
Who's gonna win it? I've been paying zero attention. Hookie's won it again.
I can't
Good on you, Hookie.
What?
But yeah, I've actually got two capture cards mounted up underneath my desk.
Oh, nice.
One's capture cards for the PC to transfer the display from one to the other, and then my other capture card is actually got my my PS4 hooked into it.
Nice, dude.
So that way, if I decide to stream a game off of PS4, well, then I can just use my gaming PC to stream it, but then I can use my TV above to actually play the game.
Oh, yeah. I've got my own little HDMI capture card myself, like a little one. Pretty cool.
So you might have said it, man. I couldn't hear very well. When are you thinking about going back to the stream?
I don't know yet, man. By the time I get home, especially working in this heat, I'm too damn tired to want to do anything.
The heat really does it too. The heat is really bad.
Mm-hmm. And especially since right now I'm stuck in a truck with no AC because my truck's in the shop.
Oh
Oh no.
that.
With no AC, that's so bad. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Coming out of fucking summer as well over there, man.
Yeah, you guys have
Yeah,
really
I'd
bad
make-
summers, don't you?
It's pretty hot there at the
Oh
moment.
yeah, where I'm at, yeah. Actually, surprisingly, this year for summer actually has not been as bad as it has been the past few years.
Oh. It's not bad.
Like last year at this time, we were working in a different town. We're actually staying out of town.
Mhm.
And this time last year, it was actually still in the highest it was like 108 or 109 still.
Oh my god.
So this year actually hasn't been as bad.
Not bad.
And we've had a few
Well, that's like-
100-degree days, but it's other than that, it's actually been underneath the 100 degrees most of the time during this year.
Damn.
I wish you all the best with it, Kangalang, mate. As I say,
You got this,
I'll
you got
be
this.
back in the stream. Kang's actually fucking great at streaming too, man. I understand exactly what. Yeah, man, he does a good job. Okay.
Nice.
I'm like looking at my face in the mirror, and my face is just like completely covered in makeup. It looks like face makeup. The shower.
Oh, it's not permanent, is it? It's not on your face forever now. Hopefully not.
No, it's not. It's like kids.
Sorry. I'm sorry, man. I shouldn't have said that. Oops. Oops, daisy.
What happened? Am I missing something or?
No. I said something I probably should. So.
Okay. All good. All good.
Hey, Hook, how long are you going for tonight, man?
The whole thing is finishing at 6.
Are you going all night? Or are you finishing at 6 as well, eh?
I might do a BRB segment for me to have dinner. But how long are you going to stream for?
Oh, I'm gonna probably jump off in about half an hour or so, man. I've got to get.
Oh, in that case, I might do the same thing as well. This will be able to get ourselves prepared for tomorrow, and I'll be able to upload the VOD to people who miss out on it.
That's it, man. We've got a big fucking day tomorrow,
Oh,
buddy.
dude, yeah, bro. Such a big day.
You're gonna let them know what you're up to tomorrow.
So tomorrow, I'm gonna go outside for a bushwalk. Hopefully, I don't get lost or anything. If not, I might have to call a friend and see how we're gonna go with that. I might have to go on a Discord call, and I'm gonna have a fun time walking around. And then I'll be meeting up with my little brother, Blaze Mage. He'll be coming over here in my room with me live. And we're gonna talk some things, talk some shit, do some questions and answers from the stream. I'll do some punishments, of course. But then at lunchtime,
Oh, he's gonna come back in the streaming room with you.
yeah, he's gonna be with me in live. So it'll be so funny. So and then
Fuck, man.
for lunch, we're gonna go out, have a barbecue with everybody else, which include Junkrat Silly, which is Zom, and Mantis right now on the call will hopefully be with us, maybe if Mantis can come, and we'll be having Rice-A-Roni and my other friend of mine, which is known as Fawns, and also our amazing friend will be coming later on at 8 o'clock. It's gonna go all night. It'll be very, very late, and I'm gonna do it tomorrow night, and we're pretty much gonna be going to the whole thing about, I want to say 8:30, 9 o'clock. We're going to be streaming for.
Wow.
So, yeah,
Wow,
pretty
man.
fun.
You need to get your rest tonight, mate. Like fucking, I don't know if I'll be going streaming if I you. It seems like a pretty fucking full-on day tomorrow.
Dude, it's gonna be fucked, bro.
Hey, which part is disgusting coffee? Which were you talking about our new drink? Our common whiskey drink? You know what we'll call it? We'll call it whiskey come, whiskey go.
God damn it.
That's good.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Cocktail, mate. I'll drink to that.
Fucking cocktail spelled COCKTAIL.
Yeah, just for the consumers and for the banks, you know, make sure.
Oh shit, yeah. Oh shit, with price up to go. Oh, I'm just gonna go put some. I'm just gonna go put. Man, I'll be. Hold on.
Half what you just said was cut out. But I got a rough idea what he said. I got a rough idea what he said. He's gonna do a BRB segment. So, man, what kind of games do we feel like playing on your stream if you were to come back to streaming?
I don't know yet. I mean, I got a bunch of games on my PC.
Oh yeah, well Mantis here. I'm not sure if Mantis is in the call still or not because I can't see. Mantis does Call of Duty, and they're very good on Call of Duty. They love their knives. They love their knives.
Yeah,
honestly.
I don't hardly play Call of Duty online anymore. It's got too toxic for me.
Oh, Call of Duty gets so toxic, especially with people and how they talk. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I think the last time I actually played online, like actually sat there and played for hours on end online was.
Oh, I did that with Black
back
Ops
when
2.
modern
Yeah.
back in like I don't know whenever Modern Warfare 2 came out.
I mean, that's a bit of a long time ago, wasn't it? Yeah, true.
Yeah. That was back in like the PlayStation 3 era.
Oh, mate, I used to remember playing Black Ops 2 for the first time on the PS3. I got my mate into it. He became obsessed with Black Ops 2, or just Call of Duty in general. I'm gonna have to do some Overwatch. That's fun. Yeah, what's sorry?
Mainly, when I do play Call of Duty, I normally play it for the storyline.
Not gonna lie,
You know,
sometimes I like that. Yeah.
Some of them have a really good storyline, and then some of them just have a trash ass storyline.
Yeah.
I think my most favorite ones as far as storylines is Call of Duty World at War.
That was a good storyline.
And Call of Duty World War II.
Yeah, I heard they're pretty good. I heard they're alright, actually. I think my one I played the most on my campaign was Infinite Warfare, because how silly it was and how non-serious it was. It was something over the top. And Jon Snow's actor being the main bad guy was so funny. Oh, Call of Duty? Ghost? Oh yeah, nice. Coffee lady.
Yeah, if I have to pick as far as my favorite Call of Duty, it would have to be World at War.
World at War was very nice.
I think that was the first one that they actually introduced the zombies to, and that's my favorite one for zombies.
Yeah.
That Black Ops 2.
No, we're talking about World at War.
Yeah, it's like the old-fashioned stuff. Yeah.
Zombies on Black Ops 2, man. I've spent so fucking much time playing that.
Well, you and I should play it when we get the chance. Relive some memories.
Yeah, as far as games, I've got all kinds of games on here. I've got anywhere from Overwatch to scary games like Fear Therapy, and I've got American Truck Simulator. Got DVD on here. I've also got a couple of emulators.
Oh, emulators! I've got emulators.
And then of course I've got my PS4, and when I got PC, I actually went over to PC playing. I didn't really go back to console, but there's a few games on console that I wanted to play again, but I wasn't gonna pay the ridiculous price that Steam wants for them because they're old games. And I was like, I'm not paying that much. I'm not paying brand new game prices for games that came out back in the day when I still have hard copies, disc of the game.
Yeah, but that's what they want. They know they prey on all those fucking people who like the retro games.
Nostalgia.
So I was
That's what it's called.
So I was like, the hell with that. I went and spent $150 on a PS4 at a game store. Just so I could play.
I would love to do that again. I would love to do that again.
Just so I could play The Last of Us.
Oh,
Coffee,
yes.
are you gonna play some Drunk Overwatch? Is it Drunk Overwatch or Dunk Overwatch?
That's like Dunk.
Mate, Coffee fucking there. I'm gonna get back Overwatch and play some with Coffee at some point. He's fucking hilarious.
Oh, guys, Black Ops 3 are my favorite. Black Ops 3, I'm not gonna lie. When I played Black Ops 3, I wasn't much of a fan of the multiplayer. I was mainly just into the storyline for a couple of most of them. For me, for multiplayer and zombies was Infinite Warfare. I like both of them. They were really good.
Yeah, I quit playing Call of Duty because, like I said, it's gotten too toxic, and You know, you got a lot of people on there that like to try to cheat and everything, and then it's just so full of microtransactions. Like, why do I want to spend 70, 80 bucks on a game and then start spending more money in the game?
$35
I'm
for a
not doing
gun that
that.
has
Because they
sparkles on
know
it.
people will.
Because it works.
They
'Cause it
know
works.
people will, man.
Yeah.
That's the answer. to that question.
And I'm not doing that.
Alright, please don't. Don't give it to
That's what I always
consumerism.
say, mate. I said to people with like taking Overwatch, right? You know, the amount of people that complain about these skins are so expensive. This fucking
Just don't buy
And
it.
the game's free.
And you know the skins on the game, right? They complain about it all being fucking expensive, and then guess what they go and do? They go and buy it anyway.
Yeah,
exactly.
But, I mean,
And
if
try and
you
tell them,
look at
the
it,
only thing they care about is if you spend money. They don't give a fuck whether you talk shit about it or not. Care whether you don't fucking like it. Don't spend money on it.
yeah.
Oh,
But I
mate.
mean, if you look at it, if you get it on BattleNet, the base game, it's free. I mean,
dude, I
so,
played Overwatch.
I really don't have an issue, you know, spending money inside of games that are free.
Yeah.
But as far as buying a game, you know, spending money out the ass for a game, and then having to spend more money inside the game
but yeah,
or stupid shit, I'm not doing that. It's a waste of money.
I'm fucking with you 100% there, Kangalang, man. Like, but at the end, like, people will fucking do it. Not you, but I mean people in general.
Yeah.
They do. Stupid, you know. But
Yeah, I mean, that's of course that's the people, you know, that have the money that they can blow, because you know some of us don't have that type of money.
Amen to that, brother. Absolutely, amen to that. Hook and came out. I'm sorry to do this to you guys. She's telling me that she's dealing with it at the moment, and she wants a bit of a hand with it. So, as much as I want to stick around, I think now might be a good time to say my goodbyes. And like I said, get ready for tomorrow.
Yes,
all right? Big one.
honestly, I'm having issues with my little brother right now with transportation tomorrow, so I really want to focus on that. I'm really sorry too. I got to end as well. I'm very, very sorry. Did you want?
There's no point in raiding off to you?
No,
or?
I was going to say, did you want a double raid and do double penetration on Baskin Robbins?
Oh, absolutely, I do. Absolutely, I want
yeah,
to.
Awesome,
I
awesome.
thought was him kissing a man.
I
don't
am
know.
a
Is it you
kissing
kissing a man?
I am
Is
kissing
it
a
you
man.
kissing a man? Hook?
Oh, that was a channel
So it's,
redeeming. Yeah, someone redeemed that in the spin wheel. And it's
So
just...
is Worm streaming again tomorrow?
Yes, so we'll both be streaming tomorrow, man. Nice and 9-10 o'clock I should be on here. So that's about 15 hours from now. Is that right? 14? Yeah, no, not 14. Sorry, my bad. 4 and then... Fuck. 16 hours. 16 or so hours.
Oh, Kaguri Bear is here. Kaguri
what
Bear.
time for y'all?
No way. I'm about to end
Sorry,
stream.
So what time for y'all?
So I'll be going live at about 9-10. Man, I'm actually going to watch a little bit of the UFC and
I'm good.
maybe some college football as
I'm
well, man.
good, bro.
I wait
so
for
sorry,
games to open up.
Kaguri.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's gonna be nighttime for y'all.
Yeah.
No, during the morning for us. So.
Oh, the morning. Okay, so.
Sorry,
yeah,
give me
like
a second.
12.
Sorry,
I'm trying to.
Kaguri.
12, 13, 14 hours from now. That makes. I'll be going.
I'm streaming tomorrow though, Kaguri Bear. I'm about to end. I'm so sorry, but I'm
I'm just
streaming
trying to
all day
figure out what
tomorrow,
time
bro.
it's gonna be for me.
If you want
Yeah,
to,
it's
go
fine
to
for you
the
in hours.
website and type in
Yeah.
somebody's location, and you should do like a time thing and tell the difference between location or another
That's
location.
actually not a bad idea as well. So that's you're probably looking about 9-10 o'clock local time here in Melbourne.
You got COVID,
Okay, so it's-
Kaguri Bear? I'm so sorry to hear that. Please look after
So
yourself.
I'm
please.
guessing it's five-
Sorry, I got a person in my
guessing-
chat. Sorry.
I'm guessing it's 5:10 for y'all right now in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's 5:10
That's
right
it.
now.
You got
Yes,
it, man.
It is.
You
Yes,
got
it
it.
is.
That's absolutely right.
So. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So it'll be probably about. Well,
hopefully we can-
afternoon time for me. I don't know.
It would be about the afternoon time, I would say, tomorrow afternoon. So if you can join us, Kangalang, we'd love to have you, man.
I'll be doing IRL stream tomorrow, all day tomorrow.
Yeah,
we're gonna. I ain't doing shit tomorrow. So I mean.
we'll jump on. We're gonna be watching Mr. Hook IRL it up. So we're giving some what do you call it? We'll be even running commentary on that.
Yeah,
So I'm sorry,
9
guys.
a.m.
I do need to
tomorrow.
run. So
Same.
I'm gonna raid off to Baskin, man.
Same here.
I will hope. Thank you very much, everyone, joining. Thanks
Seriously,
again
yes. Thank you, everybody. Yes.
for the PAX weekend. Thanks very much for Kangalang joining us, Rhino. Who else? Waffle, Rainy,
Yes,
Doc.
yes. We all
Thanks
appreciate
for coming
everybody
on,
being
guys.
here.
And we'll see you all tomorrow. Enjoy Baskin Robbins, man.
Yeah, enjoy Baskin, please, guys.
Fortnite.
Yeah, play Fortnite, yes. So please, have a good day today, guys. Have a good afternoon. And we'll see you guys tomorrow when I'm in the forest.
Yeah,
and one's going to get me
And
out.
of course, thanks to my co-host today, Mr. Hook, man. You did fucking great, buddy. All day.
I'm so
all day
tired.
streaming.
I'm so tired. It's now been officially 9 hours. So
I'm proud of you, mate.
Thanks, man.
It's a fucking full-time job, buddy.
Oh, fuck off.
All right, guys, I gotta head off.
Thank you.
Thanks
you
again,
too.
everyone watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow for
See you
the
guys tomorrow.
Big Audio Worm /
Bye,
Hook
Kagori Bear.
extravaganza.
Love you, Kagori Bear. Please get better soon.
Cheers,
Maybe
guys.
see you tomorrow, bro. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys. And thanks, Kang. I've got to shoot, man. I'm sorry. We're having
Same, bro. Have a good one, boys. Actually, I can catch the train to Roma, Google. So you're officially okay.